When the Sleeper Wakes Part 1 by Herbert George Wells. Chapter 1. Insomnia. One afternoon at low water, Mr. Isbister, a young artist lodging at Boscastle, walked from that place to the picturesque cove of Pentargon, desiring to examine the caves there. Halfway down the precipitous path to the Pentargon beach, he came suddenly upon a man sitting in an attitude of profound distress beneath a projecting mass of rock. The hands of this man hung limply over his knees, his eyes were red and staring before him, and his face was wet with tears. He glanced round at Isbister's footfall. Both men were disconcerted, Isbister the more so, and to override the awkwardness of his involuntary pause, he remarked with an air of mature conviction that the weather was hot for the time of year. "Very," answered the stranger shortly, hesitated a second, and added in a colorless tone, "I can't sleep." Isbister stopped abruptly. "No," was all he said, but his bearing conveyed his helpful impulse. "It may sound incredible," said the stranger, turning weary eyes to Isbister's face and emphasizing his words with a languid hand, "but I have had no sleep at all for 6 nights. Had advice? Yes, bad advice for the most part. Drugs, my nervous system. They're all very well for the run of people. It's hard to explain. I dare not take sufficiently powerful drugs." "That makes it difficult," said Isbister. He stood helplessly in the narrow path, perplexed what to do. Clearly the man wanted to talk. An idea, natural enough under the circumstances, prompted him to keep the conversation going. "I've never suffered from sleeplessness myself," he said in a tone of commonplace gossip. "But in those cases I have known, people have usually found something. I dare make no experiments." He spoke wearily. He gave a gesture of rejection, and for a space both men were silent. "Exercise?" suggested Isbister diffidently, with a glance from his interlocutor's face of wretchedness to the touring costume he wore. "That is what I have tried. Unwisely, perhaps. I have followed the coast, day after day from Newquay. It has only added muscular fatigue to the mental. The cause of this unrest was overworked trouble. There was something—" He stopped as if from sheer fatigue. He rubbed his forehead with a lean hand. He resumed speech like one who talks to himself. "I am a lone wolf, a solitary man, wandering through a world in which I have no part. I am wifeless, childless. Who is it speaks of the childless as the dead twigs on the tree of life? I am wifeless, childless. I could find no duty to do, no desire even in my heart. One thing at last I set myself to do. I said, I will do this, and to do it, to overcome the inertia of this dull body, I resorted to drugs. Great God, I've had enough of drugs. I don't know if you feel the heavy inconvenience of the body, its exasperating demand of time from the mind. Time, life. Live. We only live in patches. We have to eat, and then comes the dull digestive complacencies or irritations. We have to take the air, or else our thoughts grow sluggish, stupid, run into gulfs and blind alleys. 1,000 distractions arise from within and without, and then comes drowsiness and sleep. Men seem to live for sleep. How little of a man's day is his own even at the best. And then come those false friends, those thug helpers, the alkaloids that stifle natural fatigue and kill rest, black coffee, cocaine. "I see," said Isbister. "I did my work," said the sleepless man with a querulous intonation. "And this is the price." Yes. For a little while the two remained without speaking. "You cannot imagine the craving for rest that I feel, hunger and thirst. For 6 long days, since my work was done, my mind has been a whirlpool, swift, unprogressive and incessant, a torrent of thoughts leading nowhere, spinning round, swift and steady." He paused. "Towards the gulf. You must sleep. said Isbister decisively and with an air of a remedy. Discovered. Certainly you must sleep. My mind is perfectly lucid. It was never clearer. But I know I am drawing towards the vortex. Presently, yes. You have seen things go down in eddy? Out of the light of the day. Out of this sweet world of sanity down. But, expostulated Isbister. The man threw out a hand towards him, and his eyes were wild and his voice suddenly high. I shall kill myself, if in no other way at the foot of yonder dark precipice there, where the waves are green, and the white surge lifts and falls, and that little thread of water trembles down. There at any rate is sleep. That's unreasonable, said Isbister, startled at the man's hysterical gust of emotion. Drugs are better than that. There at any rate is sleep, repeated the stranger, not heeding him. Isbister looked at him and wondered transitorily if some complex providence had indeed brought them together that afternoon. It's not a cert, you know, he remarked. There's a cliff like that at Lowworth Cove is high anyhow, and a little girl fell from top to bottom and lives today sound and well. But those rocks there? One might lie on them rather dismally through a cold night, broken bones grating as one shivered, chill water splashing over you. Eh? Their eyes met. Sorry to upset your ideals, said Isbister with a sense of devil-may-care-ish brilliance. But a suicide over that cliff, or any cliff for the matter of that really, as an artist, he laughed. It's so damned amateurish. But the other thing, said the sleepless man irritably. The other thing, no man can keep sane if night after night. Have you been walking along this coast alone? Yes. Silly sort of thing to do, if you'll excuse my saying so. Alone, as you say. Body fag is no cure for brain fag. Who told you to? No wonder. Walking! And the sun on your head, heat, fag, solitude all the day long. And then, I suppose, you go to bed and try very hard, eh? Isbister stopped short and looked at the sufferer doubtfully. Look at these rocks, cried the seated man with a sudden force of gesture. Look at that sea that has shone and quivered there forever. See the white spume rush into darkness under that great cliff, and this blue vault with the blinding sun pouring from the dome of it. It is your world. You accept it. You rejoice in it. It warms and supports and delights you. And for me, he turned his head and showed a ghastly face, bloodshot pallid eyes and bloodless lips. He spoke almost in a whisper. It is the garment of my misery. The whole world is the garment of my misery. Isbister looked at all the wild beauty of the sunlit cliffs about them and back to that face of despair. For a moment he was silent. He started and made a gesture of impatient rejection. You get a night's sleep, he said, and you won't see much misery out here. Take my word for it. He was quite sure now that this was a providential encounter. Only half an hour ago he had been feeling horribly bored. Here was employment the bare thought of which was righteous self-applause. He took possession forthwith. It seemed to him that the first need of this exhausted being was companionship. He flung himself down on the steeply sloping turf beside the motionless seated figure and deployed forthwith into a skirmishing line of gossip. His hearer seemed to have lapsed into apathy. He stared dismally seaward and spoke only in answer to Isbister's direct questions, and not to all of those. But he made no sign of objection to this benevolent intrusion upon his despair. In a helpless way, he seemed even grateful, and when presently Isbister, feeling that his unsupported talk was losing vigor, suggested that they should reascend the steep and return towards Boscastle, Alleging the view into Black Pit, he submitted quietly. Halfway up, he began talking to himself and abruptly turned. A ghastly face on his helper. "What can be happening?" he asked, with a gaunt illustrative hand. "What can be happening? Spin, 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 spin. It goes round and round forevermore." He stood with his hands circling. "It's all right, old chap," said Isbister with the air of an old friend. "Don't worry yourself. Trust to me." The man dropped his hand and turned again. They went over the brow in single file and to the headland beyond Penally, with the sleepless man gesticulating ever and again and speaking fragmentary things concerning his whirling brain. At the headland, they stood for a space by the seat that looks into the dark mysteries of Blackopit, and then he sat down. Isbister had resumed his talk whenever the path had widened sufficiently for them to walk abreast. He was enlarging upon the complex difficulty of making Boscastle Harbor in bad weather, when suddenly and quite irrelevantly his companion interrupted him again. "My head is not like what it was," he said, gesticulating for want of expressive phrases. "It's not like what it was. There is a sort of oppression, a weight. No, not drowsiness, would God it were. It is like a shadow, a deep shadow falling suddenly and swiftly across something busy. Spin, spin into the darkness, the tumult of thought, the confusion, the eddy and eddy. I can't express it. I can hardly keep my mind on it steadily enough to tell you." He stopped feebly. "Don't trouble, old chap," said Isbister. "I think I can understand. At any rate, it don't matter very much just at present about telling me, you know." The sleepless man thrust his knuckles into his eyes and rubbed them. "Isbister." Talked for a while this rubbing continued, and then he had a fresh idea. "Come down to my room," he said, "and try a pipe. I can show you some sketches of this Blackopit, if you'd care." The other rose obediently and followed him down the steep. Several times Isbister heard him stumble as they came down, and his movements were slow and hesitating. "Come in with me," said Isbister, "and try some cigarettes and the blessed gift of alcohol. If you take alcohol—" The stranger hesitated at the garden gate. He seemed no longer clearly aware of his actions. "I don't drink," he said slowly, coming up the garden path, and after a moment's interval repeated absently, "No, I don't drink. It goes round. Spin, it goes spin." He stumbled at the doorstep and entered the room with the bearing of one who, sees nothing. Then he sat down abruptly and heavily in the easy-chair, seemed almost to fall into it. He leant forward with his brows on his hands and became motionless. Presently he made a faint sound in his throat. Isbister moved about the room with the nervousness of an inexperienced host, making little remarks that scarcely required answering. He crossed the room to his portfolio, placed it on the table, and noticed the mantel clock. "I don't know if you'd care to have supper with me," he said with an unlighted cigarette in his hand, his mind troubled with the design of the furtive administration of chloral. "Only cold mutton, you know, but passing sweet, Welsh, and a tart, I believe." He repeated this after momentary silence. The seated man made no answer. Isbister stopped, match in hand, regarding him. The stillness lengthened. The match went out. The cigarette was put down unlit. The man was certainly very still. Isbister took up the portfolio, opened it, put it down, hesitated, seemed about to speak. "Perhaps," he whispered doubtfully. Presently he glanced at the door and back to the figure. Then he stole on tiptoe out of the room, glancing at his companion after each elaborate pace. He closed the door noiselessly. The house door was standing open, and he went out beyond the porch and stood where the monk's hood rose at the corner of the garden bed. From this point he could see the stranger through the open window, still and dim, sitting head on hand. He had not moved. A number of children going along the road stopped and regarded the artist curiously. A boatman exchanged civilities with him. He felt that possibly his circumspect attitude and position seemed peculiar and unaccountable. Smoking, perhaps, might seem more natural. He drew pipe and pouch from his pocket, filled the pipe slowly. "I wonder," he said, with a scarcely perceptible loss of complacency. "At any rate, we must give him a chance." He struck a match in the virile way and proceeded to light his pipe. Presently he heard his landlady behind him, coming with his lamp lit from the kitchen. He turned, gesticulating with his pipe, and stopped her at the door of his sitting room. He had some difficulty in explaining the situation in whispers, for she did not know he had a visitor. She retreated again with the lamp, still a little mystified to judge from her manner, and he resumed his hovering at the corner of the porch, flushed and less at his ease. Long after he had smoked out his pipe, and when the bats were abroad, his curiosity dominated his complex hesitations, and he stole back into his darkling sitting room. He paused in the doorway. The stranger was still in the same attitude, dark against the window, save for the singing of some sailors aboard one of the little slate-carrying ships in the harbor. The evening was very still. Outside, the spikes of monkshood and delphinium stood erect and motionless against the shadow of the hillside. Something flashed into Isbister's mind. He started, and leaning over the table, listened. An unpleasant suspicion grew stronger, became conviction. Astonishment seized him and became dread. No sound of breathing came from the seated figure. He crept slowly and noiselessly round the table, pausing twice to listen. At last he could lay his hand on the back of the armchair. He bent down until the two heads were ear to ear. Then he bent still lower to look up at his visitor's face. He started violently and uttered an exclamation. The eyes were void spaces of white. He looked again and saw that they were open, and with the pupils rolled under the lids. He was suddenly afraid. Overcome by the strangeness of the man's condition, he took him by the shoulder and shook him. "Are you asleep?" he said with his voice jumping into alto, and again, "Are you asleep?" A conviction took possession of his mind that this man was dead. He suddenly became active and noisy, strode across the room, blundering against the table as he did so, and rang the bell. "Please bring a light at once," he said in the passage. "There is something wrong with my friend." Then he returned to the motionless seated figure, grasped the shoulder, shook it, and shouted. The room was flooded with yellow glare as his astonished landlady entered with the light. His face was white as he turned blinking towards her. "I must fetch a doctor at once," he said. "It is either death or a fit. Is there a doctor in the village? Where is a doctor to be found?" Chapter 2. The Trance. The state of cataleptic rigor into which this man had fallen lasted for an unprecedented length of time, and then he passed slowly to the flaccid state, to a lax attitude suggestive of profound repose. Then it was his eyes could be closed. He was removed from the hotel to the Boscastle surgery, and from the surgery, after some weeks, to London. But he still resisted every attempt at reanimation. After a time, for reasons that will appear later, these attempts were discontinued. For a great space he lay in that strange condition, inert and still, neither dead nor living, but as it were suspended, hanging midway between nothingness and existence. His was a darkness unbroken by a ray of thought or sensation, a dreamless inanition, a vast space of peace. The tumult of his mind had swelled and risen to an abrupt climax of silence, Where was the man? Where is any man when insensibility takes hold of him? It seems only yesterday, said Isbister. I remember it all as though it happened. Yesterday, clearer perhaps, than if it had happened yesterday. It was the Isbister of the last chapter, but he was no longer a young man. The hair that had been brown and a trifle in excess of the fashionable length was iron gray and clipped close, and the face that had been pink and white was buff and ruddy. He had a pointed beard shot with gray. He talked to an elderly man who wore a summer suit of drill. The summer of that year was unusually hot. This was Warming, a London solicitor and next of kin to Graham, the man who had fallen into the trance. And the two men stood side by side in a room in a house in London regarding his recumbent figure. It was a yellow figure lying lax upon a water bed and clad in a flowing shirt, a figure with a shrunken face and the stubby beard, lean limbs and lank nails, and about it was a case of thin glass. This glass seemed to mark off the sleeper from the reality of life about him. He was a thing apart, a strange, isolated abnormality. The two men stood close to the glass, peering in. The thing gave me a shock, said Isbister. I feel a queer sort of surprise even now when I think of his white eyes. They were white, you know, rolled up. Coming here again brings it all back to me. Have you never seen him since that time? Asked Warming. Often wanted to come, said Isbister, but business nowadays is too serious a thing for much holiday keeping. I've been in America most of the time. If I remember rightly, said Warming, you were an artist? Was. And then I became a married man. I saw it was all up with black and white, very soon at least for a mediocre man, and I jumped onto process. Those posters on the cliffs at Dover are by my people. Good posters, admitted the solicitor, though I was sorry to see them there. Last as long as the cliffs, if necessary, exclaimed Isbister with satisfaction. The world changes. When he fell asleep, 20 years ago, I was down at Boscastle with a box of watercolors and a noble old-fashioned ambition. I didn't expect that someday my pigments would glorify the whole blessed coast of England from Land's End round again to the Lizard. Luck comes to a man very often when he's not looking. Warming seemed to doubt the quality of the luck. I just missed seeing you, if I recollect aright. You came back by the trap that took me to Camelford railway station. It was close on the Jubilee, Victoria's Jubilee, because I remember the seats and flags in Westminster, and the row with the cabmen at Chelsea. The Diamond Jubilee it was, said Warming. The second one. Ah, yes. At the proper Jubilee, the 50-year affair, I was down at Wookey. A boy. I missed all that. What a fuss we had with him. My landlady wouldn't take him in, wouldn't let him stay. He looked so queer when he was rigid. We had to carry him in a chair up to the hotel, and the Boscastle doctor, it wasn't the present chap, but the GP. Before him was at him until nearly 2, with me and the landlord holding lights and so forth. It was a cataleptic rigor at first, wasn't it? Stiff. Wherever you bent him, he stuck. You might have stood him on his head, and he'd have stopped. I never saw such stiffness. Of course this, he indicated the prostrate figure by a movement of his head, is quite different. And, of course, the little doctor, what was his name? Smithers? Smithers, it was quite wrong in trying to fetch him round too soon, according to all accounts. The things he did. Even now it makes me feel all ugh. Mustard, snuff, pricking, and one of those beastly little things, not dynamos, induction coils. Yes, you could see his muscles throb and jump, and he twisted about. There was just 2 flaring yellow candles, and all the shadows were shivering, and the little doctor nervous and putting on side, and him stark and squirming in the most unnatural ways. Well, it made me dream. Pause. It's a strange state, said Warming. It's a sort of complete absence, said Isbister. Here's the body, empty, not dead a bit, and yet not alive. It's like a seat vacant and marked engaged. No feeling, no digestion, no beating of the heart, not a flutter. That doesn't make me feel as if there was a man present. In a sense, it's more dead than death, for these doctors tell me that even the hair has stopped growing. Now, with the proper dead, the hair will go on growing, I know, said Warming, with a flash of pain in his expression. They peered through the glass again. Graham was indeed in a strange state, in the flaccid phase of a trance, but a trance unprecedented in medical history. Trances had lasted for as much as a year before, but at the end of that time it had ever been waking or a death, sometimes first one and then the other. Isbister noted the marks the physicians had made in injecting nourishment, for that device had been resorted to postpone collapse. He pointed them out to Warming, who had been trying not to see them. And while he has been lying here, said Isbister, with the zest of a life freely spent, I have changed my plans in life, married, raised a family, my eldest lad. I hadn't begun to think of sons then, is an American citizen and looking forward to leaving Harvard. There's a touch of gray in my hair, and this man, not a day older nor wiser practically than I was in my downy days, it's curious to think of. Warming turned. And I have grown old too. I played cricket with him when I was still only a lad, and he looks a young man still, yellow perhaps, but that is a young man nevertheless. And there's been the war, said Isbister, from beginning to end. And these Martians, I've understood, said Isbister after a pause, that he had some moderate property of his own? That is so, said Warming. He coughed primly. As it happens, have charge of it. Ah, Isbister thought, hesitated and spoke. No doubt his keep here is not expensive. No doubt it will have improved accumulated. It has. He will wake up very much better off if he wakes than when he slept. As a businessman, said Isbister, that thought has naturally been in my mind. I have indeed sometimes thought that, speaking commercially of course, this sleep may be a very good thing for him, that he knows what he is about, so to speak, in being insensible so long. If he had lived straight on, I doubt if he would have premeditated as much, said Warming. He was not a far-sighted man. In fact, yes. We differed on that point. I stood to him somewhat in the relation of a guardian. You have probably seen enough of affairs to recognize that occasionally a certain friction. But even if that was the case, there is a doubt whether he will ever wake. This sleep exhausts slowly. But it exhausts. Apparently he is sliding slowly, very slowly and tediously, down a long slope, if you can understand me. It will be a pity to lose his surprise. There's been a lot of change these 20 years. It's Rip Van Winkle come real. It's Bellamy, said Warming. There has been a lot of change, certainly. And among other changes, I have changed. I am an old man. Isbister hesitated, and then feigned a belated surprise. I shouldn't have thought it. I was 43 when his bankers, you remember you wired to his bankers, sent on to me. I got their address from the checkbook in his pocket, said Isbister. Well, the addition is not difficult, said Warming. There was another pause, and then Isbister gave way to an unavoidable curiosity. "He may go on for years yet," he said, and had a moment of hesitation. "We have to consider that. His affairs, may fall someday into the hands of someone else, That, if you will believe me, Mr. Isbister, is one of the problems most constantly before my mind. We happen to be, as a matter of fact, there are no very trustworthy connections of ours. It is a grotesque and unprecedented position. It is, Bister. As a matter of fact, it's a case for a public trustee, if only we had such a functionary. It seems to me it's a case for some public body, some practically undying guardian. If he really is going on living as the doctors, some of them think. As a matter of fact, I have gone to one or two public men about it, but so far nothing has been done. It wouldn't be a bad idea to hand him over to some public body, the British Museum Trustees or the Royal College of Physicians. Sounds a bit odd, of course, but the whole situation is odd. The difficulty is to induce them to take him. Red tape, I suppose? Partly. Pause. It's a curious business, certainly, said Isbister, and compound interest has a way of mounting up. It has, said Warming. And now the gold supplies are running short. There is a tendency towards appreciation. I felt that, said Isbister with a grimace, but it makes it better for him. If he wakes, echoed Isbister. Do you notice the pinched ill look of his nose, and the way in which his eyelids sink? Warming looked and thought for a space. I doubt if he will wake, he said at last. I never properly understood, said Isbister, what it was brought this on. He told me something about overstudy. I've often been curious. He was a man of considerable gifts, but spasmodic, emotional. He had grave domestic troubles, divorced his wife, in fact, and it was as a relief from that, I think, that he took up politics of the rabid sort. He was a fanatical radical, a socialist or typical liberal, as they used to call themselves, of the advanced school. Energetic, flighty, undisciplined. Overwork upon a controversy did this for him. I remember the pamphlet he wrote, a curious production. Wild, whirling stuff. There were one or two prophecies. Some of them are already exploded. Some of them are established facts. But for the most part, to read such a thesis is to realize how full the world is of unanticipated things. He will have much to learn, much to unlearn when he wakes, if ever a waking comes. I'd give anything to be there, said Isbister, just to hear what he would say to it all. So would I, said Warming. Aye, so would I, with an old man's sudden turn to self-pity. But I shall never see him wake. He stood looking thoughtfully at the waxen figure. He will never wake, he said at last. He sighed. He will never wake again. Chapter 3. The Awakening. But Warming was wrong in that. An awakening came. What a wonderfully complex thing! This simple-seeming unity, the self. Who can trace its reintegration as morning after morning we awaken, the flux and confluence of its countless factors, interweaving, rebuilding, the dim first stirrings of the soul, the growth and synthesis of the unconscious to the subconscious to dawning consciousness, until at last we recognize ourselves again. And as it happens to most of us after the night's sleep, so it was with Graham at the end of his vast slumber. A dim cloud of sensation taking shape, a cloudy dreariness, and he found himself vaguely somewhere, recumbent, faint, but alive. The pilgrimage towards a personal being seemed to traverse vast gulfs, to occupy epochs. Gigantic dreams that were terrible realities at the time, left vague, perplexing memories, strange creatures, strange scenery, as if from another planet. There was a distinct impression, too, of a momentous conversation, of a name he could not tell what name that was subsequently to recur, of some queer, long-forgotten sensation of vein and muscle, of a feeling of vast hopeless effort, the effort of a man near drowning in darkness. Then came a panorama of dazzling, unstable, confluent scenes. Graham became aware his eyes were open and regarding some unfamiliar thing. It was something white, the edge of something, a frame of wood. He moved his head slightly, following the contour of this shape. It went up beyond the top of his eyes. He tried to think where he might be. Did it matter, seeing he was so wretched? The color of his thoughts was a dark depression. He felt the featureless misery of one who wakes towards the hour of dawn. He had an uncertain sense of whispers and footsteps hastily receding. The movement of his head involved a perception of extreme physical weakness. He supposed he was in bed in the hotel at the place in the valley, but he could not recall that white edge. He must have slept. He remembered now that he had wanted to sleep. He recalled the cliff and waterfall again, and then recollected something about talking to a passer-by. How long had he slept? What was that sound of pattering feet? And that rise and fall, like the murmur of breakers on pebbles? He put out a languid hand to reach his watch from the chair whereon it was his habit to place it, and touch some smooth, hard surface like glass. This was so unexpected that it startled him extremely. Quite suddenly he rolled over, stared for a moment, and struggled into a sitting position. The effort was unexpectedly difficult, and it left him giddy and weak and amazed. He rubbed his eyes. The riddle of his surroundings was confusing, but his mind was quite clear. Evidently his sleep had benefited him. He was not in a bed at all, as he understood the word, but lying naked on a very soft and yielding mattress in a trough of dark glass. The mattress was partly transparent, a fact he observed with a strange sense of insecurity, and below it was a mirror reflecting him grayly. About his arm, and he saw with a shock that his skin was strangely dry and yellow, was bound a curious apparatus of rubber, bound so cunningly that it seemed to pass into his skin above and below. And this strange bed was placed in a case of greenish-colored glass, as it seemed to him, a bar in the white framework of which had first arrested his attention. In the corner of the case was a stand of glittering and delicately made apparatus, for the most part quite strange appliances, though a maximum and minimum thermometer was recognizable. The slightly greenish tint of the glass-like substance which surrounded him on every hand obscured what lay behind, but he perceived it was a vast apartment of splendid appearance, and with a very large and simple white archway facing him. Close to the walls of the cage were articles of furniture, a table covered with a silvery cloth, silvery like the side of a fish, a couple of graceful chairs, and on the table a number of dishes with substances piled on them, a bottle and 2 glasses. He realized that he was intensely hungry. He could see no human being, and after a period of hesitation scrambled off the translucent mattress and tried to stand on the clean white floor of his little apartment. He had miscalculated his strength, however, and staggered and put his hand against the glass-like pane before him to steady himself. For a moment it resisted his hand, bending outward like a distended bladder. Then it broke with a slight report and vanished a pricked bubble. He reeled out into the general space of the hall, greatly astonished. He caught at the table to save himself, knocking one of the glasses to the floor. It rang, but did not break, and sat down in one of the armchairs. When he had a little recovered, he filled the remaining glass from the bottle and drank a colorless liquid it was, but not water, with a pleasing faint aroma and taste, and a quality of immediate support and stimulus. He put down the vessel and looked about him. The apartment lost none of its size and magnificence now that the greenish transparency that had intervened was removed. The archway he saw led to a flight of steps, going downward without the intermediation of a door, to a spacious transverse passage. This passage ran between polished pillars of some white-veined substance of deep ultramarine, and along it came the sound of human movements and voices, and a deep, undeviating droning note. He sat, now fully awake, listening alertly, forgetting the viands in his attention. Then with a shock he remembered that he was naked, and casting about him for covering, saw a long black robe thrown on one of the chairs beside him. This he wrapped about him and sat down again, trembling. His mind was still a surging perplexity. Clearly he had slept and had been removed in his sleep. But here, and who were those people? The distant crowd beyond the deep blue pillars? Boscastle? He poured out and partially drank another glass of the colorless fluid. What was this place? This place that to his senses seemed subtly quivering like a thing alive? He looked about him at the clean and beautiful form of the apartment, unstained by ornament, and saw that the roof was broken in one place by a circular shaft full of light, and, as he looked, a steady, sweeping shadow blotted it out and passed, and came again and passed. Beat, beat. That sweeping shadow had a note of its own in the subdued tumult that filled the air. He would have called out, but only a little sound came into his throat. Then he stood up, and, with the uncertain steps of a drunkard, made his way towards the squack archway. He staggered down the steps, tripped on the corner of the black cloak he had wrapped about himself, and saved himself by catching at one of the blue pillars. The passage ran down a cool vista of blue and purple, and ended remotely in a railed space like a balcony, brightly lit and projecting into a space of haze, a space like the interior of some gigantic building. Beyond and remote were vast and vague architectural forms. The tumult of voices rose now loud and clear, and on the balcony and with their backs to him, gesticulating and apparently in animated conversation, were three figures, richly dressed in loose and easy garments of bright soft colorings. The noise of a great multitude of people poured up over the balcony, and once it seemed the top of a banner passed, and once some brightly colored object, a pale blue cap or garment thrown up into the air perhaps, flashed athwart the space and fell. The shouts sounded like English. There was a reiteration of "wake." He heard some indistinct shrill cry. And abruptly, the three men began laughing. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed one, a red-haired man in a short purple robe. "When the sleeper wakes, when?" He turned his eyes full of merriment along the passage. His face changed. The whole man changed, became rigid. The other two turned swiftly at his exclamation and stood motionless. Their faces assumed an expression of consternation, an expression that deepened into awe. Suddenly Graham's knees bent beneath him. His arm against the pillar collapsed limply. He staggered forward and fell upon his face. Chapter 4. The Sound of a Tuppence. Graham's last impression before he fainted was of a clamorous ringing of bells. He learnt afterwards that he was insensible, hanging between life and death for the better part of an hour. When he recovered his senses, he was back on his translucent couch, and there was a stirring warmth at heart and throat. The dark apparatus, he perceived, had been removed from his arm, which was bandaged. The white framework was still about him, but the greenish transparent substance that had filled it was altogether gone. A man in a deep violet robe, one of those who had been on the balcony, was looking keenly into his face. Remote but insistent was a clamor of bells and confused sounds that suggested to his mind the picture of a great number of people shouting together. Something seemed to fall across this tumult. A door suddenly closed. Graham moved his head. "What does this all mean?" he said slowly. "Where am I?" He saw the red-haired man who had been first to discover him. A voice seemed to be asking what he had said and was abruptly stilled. The man in violet answered in a soft voice, speaking English with a slightly foreign accent, or so at least it seemed to the sleeper's ears. "You are quite safe. You were brought hither from where you fell asleep. It is quite safe. You have been here some time sleeping, in a trance." He said something further that Graham could not hear, and a little phial was handed across to him. Graham felt a cooling spray. A fragrant mist played over his forehead for a moment, and his sense of refreshment increased. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. "Better?" asked the man in violet as Graham's eyes reopened. He was a pleasant-faced man of 30 perhaps, with a pointed flaxen beard and the clasp of gold at the neck of his violet robe. "Yes," said Graham. "You have been asleep some time, in a cataleptic trance. You have heard catalepsy? It may seem strange to you at first, but I can assure you everything is well." Graham did not answer, but these words served their reassuring purpose. His eyes went from face to face of the three people about him. They were regarding him strangely. He knew he ought to be somewhere in Cornwall, but he could not square these things with that impression. A matter that had been in his mind during his last waking moments at Boscastle recurred, a thing resolved upon and somehow neglected. He cleared his throat. "Have you wired my cousin?" he asked. "Warming 27, Chancery Lane?" They were all assiduous to hear, but he had to repeat it. What an odd blur! In his accent, whispered the red-haired man. "Wire, sir?" said the young man with the flaxen beard, evidently puzzled. "He means send an electric telegram," volunteered the third, a pleasant-faced youth of 19 or 20. The flaxen-bearded man gave a cry of comprehension. "How stupid of me!" "You may be sure everything shall be done, sir," he said to Graham. "I am afraid it would be difficult to wire to your cousin. He is not in London now. But don't trouble about arrangements yet. You have been asleep a very long time, and the important thing is to get over that, sir." Graham concluded the word was sir, but this man pronounced it sire. "Oh," said Graham, and became quiet. It was all very puzzling, but apparently these people in unfamiliar dress knew what they were about, yet they were odd, and the room was odd. It seemed he was in some newly established place. He had a sudden flash of suspicion. Surely this wasn't some hall of public exhibition. If it was, he would give Warming a piece of his mind. But it scarcely had that character. And in a place of public exhibition, he would not have discovered himself naked. Then suddenly, quite abruptly, he realized what had happened. There was no perceptible interval of suspicion, no dawn to his knowledge. Abruptly he knew that his trance had lasted for a vast interval, as if by some processes of thought-reading he interpreted the awe in the faces that peered into his. He looked at them strangely, full of intense emotion. It seemed they read his eyes. He framed his lips to speak and could not. A queer impulse to hide his knowledge came into his mind almost at the moment of his discovery. He looked at his bare feet, regarding them silently. His impulse to speak passed. He was trembling exceedingly. They gave him some pink fluid with a greenish fluorescence and a meaty taste, and the assurance of returning strength grew. That makes me feel better," he said hoarsely, and there were murmurs of respectful approval. He knew now quite clearly. He made to speak again, and again he could not. He pressed his throat and tried a third time. How long? He asked in a level voice. How long have I been asleep? Some considerable time, said the flaxen-bearded man, glancing quickly at the others. How long? A very long time. Yes, said Graham, suddenly testy. But I want... Is some years? Many years? There was something I forget what. I feel confused, but you... He sobbed. You need not fence with me. How long? He stopped, breathing irregularly. He squeezed his eyes with his knuckles and sat waiting for an answer. They spoke in undertones. 5 or 6, he asked faintly. More? Very much more than that. More. He looked at them, and it seemed as though imps were twitching the muscles of his face. He looked his question. Many years, said the man with the red beard. Graham struggled into a sitting position. He wiped a rheumy tear from his face with a lean hand. Many years, he repeated. He shut his eyes tight, opened them, and sat looking about him, from one unfamiliar thing to another. How many years? He asked. You must be prepared to be surprised. Well, more than a gross of years. He was irritated at the strange word. More than a what? 2 of them spoke together. Some quick remarks that were made about decimal he did not catch. How long did you say? Asked Graham. How long? Don't look like that. Tell me. Among the remarks in an undertone his ear caught 6 words. More than a couple of centuries. What? He cried, turning on the youth who he thought had spoken. Who says? What was that? A couple of centuries? Yes, said the man with the red beard. 200 years. Graham repeated the words. He had been prepared to hear of a vast repose, and yet these concrete centuries defeated him. 200 years, he said again, with the figure of a great gulf opening very slowly in his mind. And then, oh, but... They said nothing. You say 200 years. 2 centuries of years, said the man with the red beard. There was a pause. Graham looked at their faces and saw that what he had heard was indeed true. But it can't be, he said querulously. I am dreaming. Trances don't last. That is not right. This is a joke you have played upon me. Tell me, some days ago, perhaps, I was walking along the coast of Cornwall. His voice failed him. The man with the flaxen beard hesitated. I'm not very strong in history, sir, he said weakly, and glanced at the others. That was it, sir, said the youngster. Boscastle, in the old Duchy of Cornwall. It's in the southwest country, beyond the dairy meadows. There is a house there still. I have been there. Boscastle. Graham turned his eyes to the youngster. That was it. Boscastle. Little Boscastle. I fell asleep somewhere there. I don't exactly remember. He pressed his brows and whispered, more than 200 years. He began to speak quickly, with a twitching face, but his heart was cold within him. But if it is 200 years, every soul I know, every human being that ever I saw or spoke to before I went to sleep, must be dead. They did not answer him. The Queen and the royal family, her ministers of church and state, high and low, rich and poor, one with another. Is there England still? That's a comfort. Is there London? Eh? This is London, eh? And you are my assistant custodian. And these, eh? Assistant custodians too? He sat with a gaunt stare on his face. But why am I here? No, don't talk. Be quiet. Let me. He sat silent, rubbed his eyes and, uncovering them, found another little glass of pinkish fluid held towards him. He took the dose. It was almost immediately sustaining. Directly he had taken it, he began to weep naturally and refreshingly. Presently he looked at their faces, suddenly laughed through his tears, a little foolishly. "But 200 years," he said. He grimaced hysterically, and covered up his face again. After a space he grew calm. He sat up, his hands hanging over his knees in almost precisely the same attitude in which Isbister had found him on the cliff at Pentargen. His attention was attracted by a thick, domineering voice, the footsteps of an advancing personage. "What are you doing? Why was I not warned? Surely you could tell? Someone will suffer for this. The man must be kept quiet. Are the doorways closed? All the doorways. He must be kept perfectly quiet. He must not be told." "Has he been told anything?" The man with the fair beard made some inaudible remark, and Graham, looking over his shoulder, saw approaching a very short, fat and thick-set beardless man with aquiline nose and heavy neck and chin. Very thick black and slightly sloping eyebrows that almost met over his nose and overhung deep gray eyes gave his face an oddly formidable expression. He scowled momentarily at Graham, and then his regard returned to the man with the flaxen beard. "These others," he said in a voice of extreme irritation. "You had better go." "Go?" said the red-bearded man. "Certainly go now. But see the doorways are closed as you go." The two men addressed turned obediently after one reluctant glance at Graham, and instead of going through the archway as he expected, walked straight to the dead wall of the apartment opposite the archway. And then came a strange thing. A long strip of this apparently solid wall rolled up with a snap, hung over the two retreating men and fell again, and immediately Graham was alone with the newcomer and the purple-robed man with the flaxen beard. For a space, the thick-set man took not the slightest notice of Graham, but proceeded to interrogate the other, obviously his subordinate, upon the treatment of their charge. He spoke clearly, but in phrases only partially intelligible to Graham. The awakening seemed not only a matter of surprise, but of consternation and annoyance to him. He was evidently profoundly excited. "You must not confuse his mind by telling him things," he repeated again and again. "You must not confuse his mind." His questions answered, he turned quickly and eyed the awakened sleeper with an ambiguous expression. "Feel queer?" he asked. "Very. The world, what you see of it, seems strange to you. I suppose I have to live in it, strange as it seems." "I suppose so now. In the first place, hadn't I better have some clothes?" The said the thick-set man, and stopped, and the flaxen bearded man met his eye and went away. "You will very speedily have clothes," said the thick-set man. "Is it true indeed that I have been asleep 200?" asked Graham. "They have told you that, have they?" "2 and 3, as a matter of fact." Graham accepted the indisputable now, with raised eyebrows and depressed mouth. He sat silent for a moment, and then asked a question. "Is there a mill or dynamo near here?" He did not wait for an answer. "Things have changed tremendously, I suppose," he said. "What is that shouting?" he asked abruptly. "Nothing," said the thick-set man impatiently. "It's people. You'll understand better later, perhaps. As you say, things have changed." He spoke shortly. His brows were knit, and he glanced about him like a man trying to decide in an emergency. "We must get you clothes and so forth, at any rate. Better wait here until some can come. No one will come near you. You want shaving." Graham rubbed his chin. The man with the flaxen beard came back towards them, turned suddenly, listened for a moment, lifted his eyebrows at the older man, and hurried off through the archway towards the balcony. The tumult of shouting grew louder, and the thick-set man turned and listened also. He cursed suddenly under his breath, and turned his eyes upon Graham with an unfriendly expression. It was a surge of many voices, rising and falling, shouting and screaming, and once came a sound like blows and sharp cries, and then a snapping like the crackling of dry sticks. Graham strained his ears to draw some single thread of sound from the woven tumult. Then he perceived, repeated again and again, a certain formula. For a time he doubted his ears. But surely these were the words, "Show us the sleeper! Show us the sleeper!" The thick-set man rushed suddenly to the archway. "Wild!" he cried. "How do they know? Do they know, or is it guessing?" There was perhaps an answer. "I can't come," said the thick-set man. "I have him to see to." But shout from the balcony. There was an inaudible reply. "Say he is not awake. Anything, I leave it to you." He came hurrying back to Graham. "You must have clothes at once," he said. "You cannot stop here, and it will be impossible to—" He rushed away, Graham shouting unanswered questions after him. In a moment he was back. "I can't tell you what is happening. It is too complex to explain. In a moment you shall have your clothes made. Yes, in a moment. And then I can take you away from here. You will find out our troubles soon enough." But those voices? They were shouting? "Something about the sleeper, that's you. They have some twisted idea. I don't." "Know what it is. I know nothing." A shrill bell jetted acutely across the indistinct mingling of remote noises, and this brusque person sprang to a little group of appliances in the corner of the room. He listened for a moment, regarding a ball of crystal, nodded and said a few indistinct words. Then he walked to the wall through which the two men had vanished. It rolled up again like a curtain, and he stood waiting. Graham lifted his arm and was astonished to find what strength the restoratives had given him. He thrust one leg over the side of the couch and then the other. His head no longer swam. He could scarcely credit his rapid recovery. He sat feeling his limbs. The man with the flaxen beard re-entered from the archway, and as he did so the cage of a lift came sliding down in front of the thick-set man, and a lean, gray-bearded man, carrying a roll and wearing a tightly fitting costume of dark green, appeared therein. "This is the tailor," said the thick-set man with an introductory gesture. "It will never do for you to wear that black. I cannot understand how it got here. But I shall. You will be as rapid as possible?" he said to the tailor. The man in green bowed and, advancing, seated himself by Graham on the bed. His manner was calm, but his eyes were full of curiosity. "You will find the fashions altered, sire," he said. He glanced from under his brows at the thick-set man. He opened the roller with a quick movement, and a confusion of brilliant fabrics poured out over his knees. "You live, sire, in a period essentially cylindrical, the Victorian, with a tendency to the hemisphere in hats, circular curves always." Now, he flicked out a little appliance, the size and appearance of a keyless watch, whirled the knob, and behold, a little figure in white appeared. Canistoke fashion on the dial, walking and turning. The tailor caught up a pattern of bluish-white satin. "That is my conception of your immediate treatment," he said. The thick-set man came and stood by the shoulder of Graham. "We have very little time," he said. "Trust me," said the tailor. "My machine follows. What do you think of this?" "What is that?" asked the man from the 19th century. "In your days they showed you a fashion plate," said the tailor, "but this is our modern development. See here." The little figure repeated its evolutions, but in a different costume. Or this, and with a click another small figure in a more voluminous type of robe marched onto the dial. The tailor was very quick in his movements and glanced twice towards the lift as he did these things. It rumbled again, and a crop-haired anemic lad with features of the Chinese type, clad in coarse pale blue canvas, appeared together with a complicated machine, which he pushed noiselessly on little casters into the room. Incontinently, the little kinetoscope was dropped. Graham was invited to stand in front of the machine, and the tailor muttered some instructions to the crop-haired lad, who answered in guttural tones, and with words Graham did not recognize. The boy then went to conduct an incomprehensible monologue in the corner, and the tailor pulled out a number of slotted arms terminating in little discs, pulling them out until the discs were flat against the body of Graham, one at each shoulder blade, one at the elbows, one at the neck, and so forth, so that at last there were perhaps 20 of them upon his body and limbs. At the same time, some other person entered the room by the lift behind Graham. The tailor set moving a mechanism that initiated a faint-sounding rhythmic movement of parts in the machine, and in another moment he was knocking up the levers and Graham was released. The tailor replaced his cloak of black, and the man with the flaxen beard proffered him a little glass of some refreshing fluid. Graham saw over the rim of the glass a pale-faced young man regarding him with a singular fixity. The thick-set man had been pacing the room fretfully, and now turned and went through the archway towards the balcony, from which the noise of a distant crowd still came in gusts and cadences. The crop-headed lad handed the tailor a roll of the bluish satin, and the two began fixing this in the mechanism in a manner reminiscent of a roll of paper in a 19th-century printing machine. Then they ran the entire thing on its easy, noiseless bearings across the room to a remote corner where a twisted cable looped rather gracefully from the wall. They made some connection, and the machine became energetic and swift. "What is that doing?" asked Graham, pointing with the empty glass to the busy figures and trying to ignore the scrutiny of the newcomer. "Is that some sort of force laid on?" "Yes," said the man with the flaxen beard. "Who is that?" He indicated the archway behind him. The man in purple stroked his little beard, hesitated, and answered in an undertone. "He is Howard, your chief guardian. You see, sire, it's a little difficult to explain. The council appoints a guardian and assistants. This hall has under certain restrictions been public. In order that people might satisfy themselves, we have barred the doorways for the first time. But I think if you don't mind, I will leave him to explain." "Odd," said Graham. "Guardian, council." Then turning his back on the newcomer, he asked in an undertone, "Why is this man glaring at me? Is he a—" "Mesmerist. Mesmerist. He is a capillotomist. 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 Yes, one of the chief. His yearly fee is $6 lions." It sounded sheer nonsense. Graham snatched at the last phrase with an unsteady mind. $6 lions, he said. "Didn't you have lions?" "I suppose not. You had the old pounds?" "There are monetary units." "But what was that you said, 6 does?" "Yes, 6 dozen, sire. Of course things, even these little things, have altered. You lived in the days of the decimal system, the Arab system, tens and little hundreds. And thousands. We have 11 numerals now. We have single figures for both 10 and 11, 2 figures for a dozen, and a dozen makes a gross, a great hundred. You know, a dozen gross, a dozand, and a dozand the myriad. Very simple. I suppose so, said Graham. But about this cap, what was it? The man with the flaxen beard glanced over his shoulder. Here are your clothes, he said. Graham turned round sharply and saw the tailor standing at his elbow smiling and holding some palpably new garments over his arm. The crop-headed boy, by means of one finger, was impelling the complicated machine towards the lift by which he had arrived. Graham stared at the completed suit. "You don't mean to say—" "Just made," said the tailor. He dropped the garments at the feet of Graham. Walked to the bed on which Graham had so recently been lying, flung out the translucent mattress, and turned up the looking-glass. As he did so, a furious bell summoned the thick-set man to the corner. The man with the flaxen beard rushed across to him and then hurried out by the archway. The tailor was assisting Graham into a dark purple combination garment, stockings, vest, and pants in one, as the thick-set man came back from the corner to meet the man with the flaxen beard returning from the balcony. They began speaking quickly in an undertone. Their bearing had an unmistakable quality of anxiety. Over the purple undergarment came a complex but graceful garment of bluish white, and Graham was clothed in the fashion once more, and saw himself, sallow-faced, unshaven and shaggy still, but at least naked no longer, and in some indefinable, unprecedented way, graceful. "I must shave," he said, regarding himself in the glass. "In a moment," said Howard. The persistent stare ceased. The young man closed his eyes, reopened them, and with a lean hand extended, advanced on Graham. Then he stopped, with his hand slowly gesticulating, and looked about him. "A seat," said Howard impatiently, and in a moment the flaxen-bearded man had a chair behind Graham. "Sit down, please," said Howard. Graham hesitated, and in the other hand of the wild-eyed man he saw the glint of steel. "Don't you understand, sire?" cried the flaxen-bearded man with hurried politeness. "He is going to cut your hair." "Oh," cried Graham, enlightened. "But you called him." "A capitalism, precisely. He is one of the finest artists in the world." Graham sat down abruptly. The flaxen-bearded man disappeared. The capitalism came forward with graceful gestures, examined Graham's ears and surveyed him, felt the back of his head, and would have sat down again to regard him but for Howard's audible impatience. Forthwith, with rapid movements and a succession of deftly handled implements, he shaved Graham's chin, clipped his mustache, and cut and arranged his hair. All this he did without a word, with something of the rapt air of a poet inspired, and as soon as he had finished, Graham was handed a pair of shoes. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, it seemed from a piece of machinery in the corner, "At once! At once! The people know all over the city. Work is being stopped! Work is being stopped! Wait for nothing but come." This shout appeared to perturb Howard exceedingly. By his gestures it seemed to Graham that he hesitated between two directions. Abruptly he went towards the corner where the apparatus stood about the little crystal ball. As he did so, the undertone of tumultuous shouting from the archway that had continued during all these occurrences rose to a mighty sound, roared as if it were sweeping past, and fell again as if receding swiftly. It drew Graham after it with an irresistible attraction. He glanced at the thick-set man and then obeyed his impulse. In 2 strides he was down the steps and in the passage, and in a score he was out upon the balcony upon which the 3 men had been standing. Chapter 5. The Moving Ways. He went to the railings of the balcony and stared upward. An exclamation of surprise at his appearance and the movements of a number of people came from the spacious area below. His first impression was of overwhelming architecture. The place into which he looked was an aisle of titanic buildings, curving spaciously in either direction. Overhead, mighty cantilevers sprang together across the huge width of the place, and a tracery of translucent materials shut out the sky. Gigantic globes of cool white light shamed the pale sunbeams that filtered down through the girders and wires. Here and there a gossamer suspension bridge, dotted with foot passengers, flung across the chasm, and the air was webbed with slender cables. A cliff of edifice hung above him, he perceived as he glanced upward, and the opposite facade was gray and dim, and broken by great archings, circular perforations, balconies, buttresses, turret projections, myriads of vast windows, and an intricate scheme of architectural relief. Athwart these ran inscriptions. Horizontally and obliquely in an unfamiliar lettering. Here and there, close to the roof, cables of a peculiar stoutness were fastened and drooped in the steep curve to circular openings on the opposite side of the space, and even as Graham noted these, a remote and tiny figure of a man clad in pale blue arrested his attention. This little figure was far overhead across the space beside the higher fastening of one of these festoons, hanging forward from a little ledge of masonry, and handling some well-nigh invisible strings, dependent from the almost let him walk. Then suddenly, with a swoop that sent Graham's heart into his mouth, this man had rushed down the curve and vanished through a round opening on the hither side of the way. Graham had been looking up as he came out upon the balcony, and the things he saw above and opposed to him had at first seized his attention to the exclusion of anything else. Then suddenly he discovered the roadway. It was not a roadway at all, as Graham understood such things, for in the 19th century the only roads and streets were beaten tracks of motionless earth, jostling. Rivulets of vehicles between narrow footways. But this roadway was 300 feet across, and it moved, all save the middle, the lowest part. For a moment the motion dazzled his mind. Then he understood. Under the balcony, this extraordinary roadway ran swiftly to Graham's right, an endless flow rushing along as fast as a 19th century express train, an endless platform of narrow transverse overlapping slats with little interspaces that permitted it to follow the curvatures of the street. Upon it were seats, and here and there little kiosks, but they swept by too swiftly for him to see what might be therein. From this nearest and swiftest platform, a series of others descended to the center of the space. Each moved to the right, each perceptibly slower than the one above it. But the difference in pace was small enough to permit anyone to step from any platform to the one adjacent, and so walk uninterruptedly from the swiftest to the motionless middle way. Beyond this middle way was another series of endless platforms rushing with varying pace too. Graham's left, and seated in crowds upon the two widest and swiftest platforms, or stepping from one to another down the steps, or swarming over the central space, was an innumerable and wonderfully diversified multitude of people. "You must not stop here," shouted Howard suddenly at his side. "You must come away at once." Graham made no answer. He heard without hearing. The platforms ran with a roar, and the people were shouting. He perceived women and girls with flowing hair, beautifully robed, with bands crossing between the breasts. These first came out of the confusion. Then he perceived that the dominant note in that kaleidoscope of costume was the pale blue that the tailor's boy had worn. He became aware of cries of the sleeper. What has happened to the sleeper? And it seemed as though the rushing platforms before him were suddenly spattered with the pale buff of human faces, and then still more thickly. He saw pointing. Fingers. He perceived that the motionless central area of this huge arcade just opposite to the balcony was densely crowded with blue-clad people. some sort of struggle had sprung into life. People seemed to be pushed up the running platforms on either side and carried away against their will. They would spring off so soon as they were beyond the thick of the confusion and run back towards the conflict. "It is the sleeper. Verily, it is the sleeper," shouted voices. "That is never the sleeper," shouted others. More and more faces were turned to him. At the intervals along the central area, Graham noted openings, pits, apparently the heads of staircases going down with people ascending out of them and descending into them. The struggle, it seemed, centered about the one of these nearest to him. People were running down the moving platforms to this, leaping dexterously from platform to platform. The clustering people on the higher platforms seemed to divide their interest between this point and the balcony. A number of sturdy little figures clad in a uniform of bright red and working methodically together were employed, it seemed, in preventing access to this descending staircase. About them a crowd was rapidly accumulating. Their brilliant color contrasted vividly with the whitish blue of their antagonists, for the struggle was indisputable. He saw these things with Howard shouting in his ear and shaking his arm. And then suddenly Howard was gone and he stood alone. He perceived that the cries of the sleeper grew in volume and that the people on the nearer platform were standing up. The nearer, swifter platform, he perceived, was empty to the right of him, and far across the space the platform, running in the opposite direction, was coming crowded and passing away bare. With incredible swiftness, a vast crowd had gathered in the central space before his eyes. A dense swaying mass of people, and the shouts grew from a fitful crying to a voluminous, incessant clamor, "The sleeper! The sleeper!" and yells and cheers, a waving of garments and cries of "Stop the ways!" They were also crying another name, strange to Graham. It sounded like Ostrog. The lower platforms were soon thick with active people, running against the movement so as to keep themselves opposite to him. "Stop the ways!" they cried. Agile figures ran up swiftly from the center to the swift road nearest to him, were borne rapidly past him, shouting strange, unintelligible things, and ran back obliquely to the central way. One thing he distinguished: "It is indeed the sleeper! It is indeed the sleeper!" they testified. For a space, Graham stood without a movement. Then he became vividly aware that all this concerned him. He was pleased at his wonderful popularity. He bowed, and seeking a gesture of longer range, waved his arm. He was astonished at the violence of uproar that this provoked, the tumult about the descending. Stairway rose to furious violence. He became aware of crowded balconies, of men sliding long ropes, of men in trapeze-like seats hurling athwart the space. He heard voices behind him, a number of people descending the steps through the archway. He suddenly perceived that his guardian Howard was back again and gripping his arm painfully and shouting inaudibly in his ear. He turned, and Howard's face was white. "Come back," he heard. "They will stop the ways. The whole city will be in confusion." He perceived a number of men hurrying along the passage of blue pillars behind Howard, the red-haired man, the man with the flaxen beard, a tall man in vivid vermilion, a crowd of others in red carrying staves, and all these people had anxious, eager faces. "Get him away," cried Howard. "But why?" said Graham. "I don't see. You must come away," said the man in red in a resolute voice. His face and eyes were resolute too. Graham's glances went from face to face, and he was suddenly aware of that most disagreeable flavor in life, compulsion. Someone gripped his arm. He was being dragged away. It seemed as though the tumult suddenly became two, as if half the shouts that had come in from this wonderful roadway had sprung into the passages of the great building behind him. Marbling and confused, Feeling an impotent desire to resist, Graham was half led, half thrust, along the passage of blue pillars, and suddenly he found himself alone with Howard in a lift and moving swiftly upward. Chapter 6. The Hall of the Atlas. From the moment when the tailor had bowed his farewell to the moment when Graham found himself in the lift was altogether barely 5 minutes, and as yet the haze of his vast interval of sleep hung about him, as yet the initial strangeness of his being alive at all in this remote age touched everything with wonder, with a sense of the irrational, with something of the quality of a realistic dream. He was still detached, an astonished spectator, still but half involved in life. What he had seen, and especially the last crowded tumult, framed in the setting of the balcony, had a spectacular turn, like a thing witnessed from the box of a theater. "I don't understand," he said. "What was the trouble? My mind is in a whirl. Why were they shouting? What is the danger?" "We have our troubles," said Howard. His eyes avoided Graham's inquiry. "This is a time of unrest, and in fact your appearance, your waking just now, has a sort of connection." He spoke jerkily, like a man not quite sure of his breathing. He stopped abruptly. "I don't understand," said Graham. "It will be clearer later," said Howard. He glanced uneasily upward, as though he found the progress of the lift slow. "I shall understand better, no doubt, when I have seen my way about a little," said Graham, puzzled. It is bound to be perplexing. At present it is all so strange. Anything seems possible, anything, in the details even. Your counting, I understand, is different." The lift stopped, and they stepped out into a narrow but very long passage between high walls, along which ran an extraordinary number of tubes and big cables. "What a huge place this is," said Graham. "Is it all one building? What place is it?" "This is one of the city ways for various public services, light and so forth." "Was it a social trouble, that in the great roadway place? How are you governed? Have you still a police?" "Several," said Howard. "Several, about 14. I don't understand." "Very probably not. Our social order will probably seem very complex to you. To tell you the truth, I don't understand it myself very clearly." "Nobody does. You will, perhaps, by and by. We have to go to the council." Graham's attention was divided between the urgent necessity of his inquiries and the people in the passages and halls they were traversing. For a moment his mind would be concentrated upon Howard and the halting answers he made, and then he would lose the thread in response to some vivid, unexpected impression. Along the passages, in the halls, half the people seemed to be men in the red uniform. The pale blue canvas that had been so abundant in the aisle of moving ways did not appear. Invariably these men looked at him and saluted him and Howard as they passed. He had a clear vision of entering a long corridor, and there were a number of girls sitting on low seats and as though in a class. He saw no teacher, but only a novel apparatus from which he fancied a voice proceeded. The girls regarded him and his conductor, he thought, with curiosity and astonishment. But he was hurried on before he could form a clear idea of the gathering. He judged they knew Howard and not himself, and that they wondered who he was. This. Howard, it seemed, was a person of importance, but then he was also merely Graham's guardian. That was odd. There came a passage in twilight, and into this passage a footway hung so that he could see the feet and ankles of people going to and fro thereon, but no more of them. Then vague impressions of galleries and of casual astonished passers-by, turning round to stare after the two of them with their red-clad guard. The stimulus of the restoratives he had taken was only temporary. He was speedily fatigued by this excessive haste. He asked Howard to slacken his speed. Presently he was in a lift that had a window upon the great street space, but this was glazed and did not open, and they were too high for him to see the moving platforms below. But he saw people going to and fro along cables and along strange, frail-looking ridges, and thence they passed across the street and at a vast height above it. They crossed by means of a narrow bridge closed in with glass, so clear that it made him giddy even to remember it. The floor of it also was of glass. From his memory of the cliffs between Newquay and Boscastle, so remote in time and so recent in his experience, it seemed to him that they must be near 400 feet above the moving ways. He stopped, looked down between his legs upon the swarming blue and red multitudes, minute and foreshortened, struggling and gesticulating still towards the little balcony far below, a little toy balcony it seemed, where he had so recently been standing. A thin haze and the glare of the mighty globes of light obscured everything. A man seated in a little open work cradle shot by from some point still higher than the little narrow bridge, rushing down a cable as swiftly almost as if he were falling. Graham stopped involuntarily to watch the strange passenger vanish in a great circular opening below, and then his eyes went back to the tumultuous struggle. Along one of the swifter ways rushed a thick crowd of red spots. This broke up into individuals as it approached the balcony and went pouring down the slower ways towards the dense struggling crowd on the central area. These men in red appeared to be armed with sticks or truncheons. They seemed to be striking and thrusting. A great shouting, cries of wrath, screaming burst out and came up to Graham, faint and thin. "Go on!" cried Howard, laying hands on him. Another man rushed down a cable. Graham suddenly glanced up to see whence he came, and beheld through the glassy roof and the network of cables and girders, dim rhythmically passing forms like the vans of windmills, and between them glimpses of a remote and pallid sky. Then Howard had thrust him forward across the bridge, and he was in a little narrow passage decorated with geometrical patterns. "I want to see more of that," cried Graham, resisting. "No, no!" cried Howard, still gripping his arm. "This way, you must go this way." And the men in red following them seemed ready to enforce his orders. Some Negroes in a curious wasp-like uniform of black and yellow appeared down the passage, and one hastened to throw up a sliding shutter that had seemed a door to Graham and led the way through it. Graham found himself in the gallery overhanging the end of a great chamber. The attendant in black and yellow crossed this, thrust up a second shutter, and stood waiting. This place had the appearance of an anteroom. He saw a number of people in the central space, and at the opposite end a large and imposing doorway at the top of a flight of steps, heavily curtained but giving a glimpse of some still larger hall beyond. He perceived white men in red and other Negroes in black and yellow standing stiffly about those portals. As they crossed the gallery, he heard a whisper from below, "The sleeper," and was aware of a turning of heads, a hum of observation. They entered another little passage in the wall of this antechamber, and then he found himself on an iron-railed gallery of metal that passed round the side of the great hall he had already seen through the curtains. He entered the place at the corner, so that he received the fullest impression of its huge proportions. The black and the wasp uniform stood aside like a well-trained servant and closed the valve behind him. Compared with any of the places Graham had seen thus far, this second hall appeared to be decorated with extreme richness. On a pedestal at the remote end, and more brilliantly lit than any other object was a gigantic white figure of Atlas, strong and strenuous, the globe upon his bowed shoulders. It was the first thing to strike his attention. It was so vast, so patiently and painfully real, so white and simple. Save for this figure, and for a dais in the center, the wide floor of the place was a shining vacancy. The dais was remote in the greatness of the area. It would have looked a mere slab of metal had it not been for the group of 7 men who stood about a table on it, and gave an inkling of its proportions. They were all dressed in white robes. They seemed to have arisen that moment from their seats, and they were regarding Graham steadfastly. At the end of the table he perceived the glitter of some mechanical appliances. Howard led him along the end gallery until they were opposite this mighty laboring figure. Then he stopped. The 2 men in red who had followed them into the gallery came and stood on either hand of Graham. "You must remain here," murmured Howard, "for a few moments," and, without waiting for a reply, hurried away along the gallery. "But why?" began Graham. He moved as if to follow Howard, and found his path obstructed by one of the men in red. "You have to wait here, sire," said the man in red. "Why? Orders, sire?" "Whose orders?" "Our orders, sire." Graham looked his exasperation. "What place is this?" he said presently. "Who are those men?" "They are the lords of the council, sire." "What council?" "The council." "The council." "That were," said Graham, and after an equally ineffectual attempt at the other man, went to the railing and stared at the distant men in white who stood watching him and whispering together. The council? He perceives there were now 8, though how the newcomer had arrived he had not observed. They made no gestures of greeting. They stood regarding him as in the 19th century a group of men might have stood in the street regarding a distant balloon that had suddenly floated into view. What council could it be that gathered there? That little body of men beneath the significant white atlas, secluded from every eavesdropper in this impressive spaciousness. And why should he be brought to them and be looked at strangely and spoken of inaudibly? Howard appeared beneath, walking quickly across the polished floor towards them. As he drew near, he bowed and performed certain peculiar movements, apparently of a ceremonious nature. Then he ascended the steps of the dais and stood by the apparatus at the end of the table. Graham watched that visible, inaudible conversation. Occasionally, one of the white-robed men would glance towards him. He strained his ears in vain. The gesticulation of 2 of the speakers became animated. He glanced from them to the passive faces of his attendants. When he looked again, Howard was extending his hands and moving his head like a man who protests. He was interrupted, it seemed, by one of the white-robed men rapping the table. The conversation lasted an interminable time to Graham's sense. His eyes rose to the still giant at whose feet the council sat. Thence they wandered at last to the walls of the hall. It was decorated in long painted panels of a quasi-Japanese type, many of them very beautiful. These panels were grouped in a great and elaborate framing of dark metal, which passed into the metallic caryatidae of the galleries, and the great structural lines of the interior. The facile grace of these panels enhanced the mighty white effort that labored in the center of the scheme. Graham's eyes came back to the council, and Howard was descending. The steps. As he drew nearer his features could be distinguished, and Graham saw that he was flushed and blowing out his cheeks. His countenance was still disturbed when presently he reappeared along the gallery. "This way." he said concisely, and they went on in silence to a little door that opened at their approach. The two men in red stopped on either side of this door. Howard and Graham passed in, and Graham, glancing back, saw the white-robed council still standing in a close group and looking at him. Then the door closed behind him with a heavy thud, and for the first time since his awakening he was in silence. The floor, even, was noiseless to his feet. Howard opened another door, and they were in the first of two contiguous chambers furnished in white and green. "What council was that?" began Graham. "What were they discussing?" "What have they to do with me?" Howard closed the door carefully, heaved a huge sigh, and said something in Anin. Undertone. He walked slanting ways across the room and turned, blowing out his cheeks again. "Ugh!" he grunted, a man relieved. Graham stood regarding him. "You must understand," began Howard abruptly, avoiding Graham's eyes, "that our social order is very complex. A half explanation, a bare, unqualified statement, would give you false impressions. As a matter of fact, it is a case of compound interest, partly your small fortune and the fortune of your cousin Warming, which was left to you, and certain other beginnings, have become very considerable, and in other ways that will be hard for you to understand. You have become a person of significance, of very considerable significance, involved in the world's affairs." He stopped. "Yes," said Graham, "we have grave social troubles. Yes. Things have come to such a pass that in fact it is advisable to seclude you here. Keep me prisoner," exclaimed Graham. "Wealth ask you to keep in seclusion." Graham turned on him. "This is strange," he said. "No harm will be done you. No harm. But you must be kept here." "While I learn my position, I presume." "Precisely." "Very well then. Begin. Why harm?" "Not now. Why not? It is too long a story, sire." "All the more reason I should begin at once. You say I am a person of importance. What was that shouting I heard? Why is a great multitude shouting and excited because my trance is over? And who are the men in white in that huge council chamber?" "All in good time, sire," said Howard. "But not crudely, not crudely. This is one of those flimsy times when no man has a settled mind. Your awakening. No one expected your awakening. The council is consulting." "What council?" "The council you saw." Graham made a petulant movement. "This is not right," he said. "I should be told what is happening. You must wait. Really, you must wait." Graham sat down abruptly. "I suppose since I have waited so long to resume life," he said, "that I must wait a little longer." "That is better," said Howard. "Yes, that is much better. And I must leave you alone, for a space, while I attend the discussion in the council. I am sorry." He went towards the noiseless door, hesitated, and vanished. Graham walked to the door, tried it, found it securely fastened in some way he never came to understand, turned about, paced the room restlessly, made the circuit of the room, and sat down. He remained sitting for some time with folded arms and knitted brow, biting his fingernails and trying to piece together the kaleidoscopic impressions of this first hour of awakened life. The vast mechanical spaces, the endless series of chambers and passages, the great struggle that roared and splashed through these strange ways, the little group of remote, unsympathetic men beneath the colossal atlas, Howard's mysterious behavior. There was an inkling of some vast inheritance already in his mind, a vast inheritance imported unbeantwoordt and probeerde poëtiek. What had he to do? And this room's secluded silence was eloquent of imprisonment. It came into Graham's mind with irresistible conviction that this series of magnificent impressions was a dream. He tried to shut his eyes and succeeded, but that time-honored device led to no awakening. Presently he began to touch and examine all the unfamiliar appointments of the two small rooms in which he found himself. In a long oval panel of mirror he saw himself and stopped astonished. He was clad in a graceful costume of purple and bluish white, with a little gray-shot beard trimmed to a point, and his hair, its blackness streaked now with bands of gray, arranged over his forehead in an unfamiliar but graceful manner. He seemed a man of 45 perhaps. For a moment he did not perceive this was himself. A flash of laughter came with the recognition. "To call on old Warming like this," he exclaimed, "and make him take me out to lunch." Then he thought of meeting first one and then another of the few familiar acquaintances of his early manhood, and in the midst of his amusement realized that every soul with whom he might jest had died many score of years ago. The thought smote him abruptly and keenly. He stopped short. The expression of his face changed to a white consternation. The tumultuous memory of the moving platforms and the huge facade of that wonderful street reasserted itself. The shouting multitudes came back clear and vivid, and those remote, inaudible, unfriendly counselors in white. He felt himself a little figure, very small and ineffectual, pitifully conspicuous, and all about him the world was strange. Chapter 7. In the Silent Rooms. Presently Graham resumed his examination of his apartments. Curiosity kept him moving in spite of his fatigue. The inner room, he perceived, was high, and its ceiling dome-shaped, with an oblong aperture in the center, opening into a funnel in which a wheel of broad fans seemed to be rotating, apparently driving the air up the shaft. The faint humming note of its easy motion was the only clear sound in that quiet place. As these bands sprang up one after the other, Graham could get transient glimpses of the sky. He was surprised to see a star. This drew his attention to the fact that the bright lighting of these rooms was due to a multitude of very faint glow lamps set about the cornices. There were no windows, and he began to recall that among all the vast chambers and passages he had traversed with Howard, he had observed no windows at all. Had there been windows? There were windows on the street indeed, but were they for light? Or was the whole city lit day and night for evermore, so that there was no night there? And another thing dawned upon him. There was no fireplace in either room. Was the season summer, and were these merely summer apartments, or was the whole city uniformly heated or cooled? He became interested in these questions, began examining the smooth texture of the walls, the simply constructed bed, the ingenious arrangements by which the labor of bedroom service was practically abolished. And over everything was a curious absence of deliberate ornament, a bare grace of form and color that he found very pleasing to the eye. There were several very comfortable chairs, a light table on silent runners carrying several bottles of fluids in glasses, and two plates bearing a clear substance like jelly. Then he noticed there were no books, no newspapers, no writing materials. "The world has changed indeed," he said. He observed one entire side of the outer room was set with rows of peculiar double cylinders inscribed with green lettering on white that harmonized with the decorative scheme of the room, and in the center of this side projected a little apparatus about a yard square and having a white smooth face to the room. A chair faced this. He had a transitory idea that these cylinders might be books, or a modern substitute for books, but at first it did not seem so. The lettering on the cylinders puzzled him. At first sight it seemed like Russian, then he noticed a suggestion of mutilated English about certain of the words. "Oi man who'd be kin" forced itself on him as "the man who would be king." Phonetic spelling, he said. He remembered reading a story with that title. Then he recalled the story vividly, one of the best stories in the world. But this thing before him was not a book as he understood it. He puzzled out the titles of two adjacent cylinders. The Heart of Darkness he had never heard of before, nor The Madonna of the Future. No doubt if they were indeed stories, they were by post-Victorian authors. He puzzled over this peculiar cylinder for some time and replaced it. Then he turned to the square apparatus and examined that. He opened a sort of lid and found one of the double cylinders within, and on the upper edge a little stud like the stud of an electric bell. He pressed this, and a rapid clicking began and ceased. He became aware of voices and music, and noticed a play of color on the smooth front face. He suddenly realized what this might be, and stepped back to regard it. On the flat surface was now a little picture, very vividly colored, and in this picture were figures that moved. Not only did they move, but they were conversing in clear, small voices. It was exactly like reality viewed through an inverted opera glass and heard through a long tube. His interest was seized at once by the situation, which presented a man pacing up and down and vociferating angry things to a pretty but petulant woman. Both were in the picturesque costume that seemed so strange to Graham. "I have worked," said the man, "but what have you been doing?" "Ah," said Graham. He forgot everything else and sat down in the chair. Within 5 minutes he heard himself named, heard "when the sleeper wakes," used jestingly as a proverb for remote postponement, and passed himself by, a thing remote and incredible. But in a little while he knew those two people like intimate friends. At last the miniature drama came to an end, and the square face of the apparatus was blank again. It was a strange world into which he had been permitted to see, unscrupulous, pleasure-seeking, energetic, subtle, a world, too, of dire economic struggle. There were allusions he did not understand, incidents that conveyed strange suggestions of altered moral ideals, flashes of dubious enlightenment. The blue canvas that bulked so largely in his first impression of the city ways appeared. Again and again as the costume of the common people. He had no doubt the story was contemporary, and its intense realism was undeniable. And the end had been a tragedy that oppressed him. He sat staring at the blankness. He started and rubbed his eyes. He had been so absorbed in the latter-day substitute for a novel that he awoke to the little green and white room with more than a touch of the surprise of his first awakening. He stood up, and abruptly he was back in his own wonderland. The clearness of the kinetoscope drama passed, and the struggle in the vast place of streets, the ambiguous counsel, the swift phases of his waking hour, came back. These people had spoken of the council with suggestions of a vague universality of power, and they had spoken of the sleeper. It had not really struck him vividly at the time that he was the sleeper. He had to recall precisely what they had said. He walked into the bedroom and peered up through the quick intervals of the revolving fan. As the fan swept round, a dim turmoil, like the noise of machinery, came in rhythmic eddies. All else was silence. Though the perpetual day still irradiated his apartments, he perceived the little intermittent strip of sky was now deep blue-black almost, with a dust of little stars. He resumed his examination of the rooms. He could find no way of opening the padded door, no bell, nor other means of calling for attendance. His feeling of wonder was in abeyance, but he was curious, anxious for information. He wanted to know exactly how he stood to these new things. He tried to compose himself to wait until someone came to him. Presently he became restless and eager for information, for distraction, for fresh sensations. He went back to the apparatus in the other room, and had soon puzzled out the method of replacing the cylinders by others. As he did so, it came into his mind. that it must be these little appliances had fixed the language, so that it was still clear and understandable after 200 years. The haphazard cylinders he substituted displayed a musical fantasia. At first it was beautiful, and then it was sensuous. He presently recognized what appeared to him to be an altered version of the story of Tannhauser. The music was unfamiliar, but the rendering was realistic and with a contemporary unfamiliarity. Tannhauser did not go to a Venusberg, but to a pleasure city. What was a pleasure city? A dream, surely, the fancy of a fantastic, voluptuous writer. He became interested, curious. The story developed with a flavor of strangely twisted sentimentality. Suddenly he did not like it. He liked it less as it proceeded. He had a revulsion of feeling. These were no pictures, no idealizations, but photographed realities. He wanted no more of the 22nd century. Venusberg. He forgot the part played by the model in 19th century art and gave way to an archaic indignation. He rose, angry and half ashamed at himself for witnessing this thing even in solitude. He pulled forward the apparatus and with some violence sought for a means of stopping its action. Something snapped. A violet spark stung and convulsed his arm, and the thing was still. When he attempted next day to replace these Tannhauser cylinders by another pair, he found the apparatus broken. He struck out a path oblique to the room and paced to and fro, struggling with intolerable vast impressions. The things he had derived from the cylinders and the things he had seen conflicted, confused him. It seemed to him the most amazing thing of all that in his 30 years of life he had never tried to shape a picture of these coming times. We were making the future, he said, and hardly any of us troubled to think what future we were making. And here it is. What had they got to? What has been done? How do I come into the midst of it all? The vastness of street and house he was prepared for, the multitudes of people, but conflicts in the city ways, and the systematized sensuality of a class of rich men. He thought of Bellamy, the hero of whose socialistic utopia had so oddly anticipated this actual experience. But here was no utopia, no socialistic state. He had already seen enough to realize that the ancient antithesis of luxury, waste, and sensuality on the one hand and abject poverty on the other still prevailed. He knew enough of the essential factors of life to understand that correlation, and not only were the buildings of the city gigantic and the crowds in the street gigantic, but the voices he had heard in the ways, the uneasiness of Howard, the very atmosphere spoke of gigantic discontent. What country was he in? Still England it seemed, and yet strangely un-English. His mind glanced at the rest of the world and saw only an enigmatical veil. He prowled about his apartment, examining everything as a caged animal might do. He felt very tired, felt that feverish exhaustion that does not admit of rest. He listened for long spaces under the ventilator to catch some distant echo of the tumults he felt must be proceeding in the city. He began to talk to himself. 203 years, he said to himself over and over again, laughing stupidly. Then I am 233 years old, the oldest inhabitant. Surely they haven't reversed the tendency of our time and gone back to the rule of the oldest. My claims are indisputable. Mumble, mumble. I remember the Bulgarian atrocities as though it was yesterday. 'Tis a great age. Ha ha! He was surprised at first to hear himself laughing, and then laughed again deliberately and louder. Then he realized that he was behaving foolishly. Steady, he said. Steady, he said. Steady! His pacing became more regular. This new world, he said, I don't understand. It. Why, but it is all why. I suppose they can fly and do all sorts of things. Let me try and remember just how it began. He was surprised at first to find how vague the memories of his first 30 years had become. He remembered fragments, for the most part trivial moments, things of no great importance that he had observed. His boyhood seemed the most accessible at first. He recalled school books and certain lessons in mensuration. Then he revived the more salient features of his life, memories of the wife long since dead, her magic influence now gone beyond corruption, of his rivals and friends and betrayers, of the swift decision of this issue and that, and then of his last years of misery, of fluctuating resolves, and at last of his strenuous studies. In a little while he perceived he had it all again, dim perhaps, like metal long laid aside, but in no way defective or injured, capable of polishing, and the hue of it was a deepening misery. Was it worth repolishing? By a miracle he had been lifted out of a life that had become intolerable. He reverted to his present condition. He wrestled with the facts in vain. It became an inextricable tangle. He saw the sky through the ventilator, pink with dawn. An old persuasion came out of the dark recesses of his memory. "I must sleep," he said. It appeared as a delightful relief from this mental distress and from the growing pain and heaviness of his limbs. He went to the strange little bed, lay down, and was presently asleep. He was destined to become very familiar indeed with these apartments before he left them, for he remained imprisoned for 3 days. During that time, no one, except Howard, entered his prison. The marvel of his fate mingled with, and in some way minimized the marvel of his survival. He had awakened to mankind, it seemed only to be snatched away into this unaccountable solitude. Howard came regularly with subtly sustaining and nutritive fluids and light and pleasant foods, quite strange to Graham. He always closed the door carefully as he entered. On matters of detail he was increasingly obliging, but the bearing of Graham on the great issues that were evidently being contested so closely beyond the soundproof walls that enclosed him, he would not elucidate. He evaded, as politely as possible, every question on the position of affairs in the outer world. And in those 3 days Graham's incessant thoughts went far and wide. All that he had seen, all this elaborate contrivance to prevent him seeing, worked together in his mind. Almost every possible interpretation of his position he debated, even as it chanced, the right interpretation. Things that presently happened to him came to him at last credible by virtue of this seclusion. When at length the moment of his release arrived, it found him prepared. Howard's bearing went far to deepen Graham's impression of his own strange importance. The door between its opening and closing seemed to admit with him a breath of momentous happening. His inquiries became more definite and searching. Howard retreated through protests and difficulties. The awakening was unforeseen, he repeated. It happened to have fallen in with the trend of a social convulsion. To explain it, I must tell you the history of a gross and a half of years, protested Howard. The thing is this, said Graham. You are afraid of something I shall do. In some way, I am arbitrator. I might be arbitrator. It is not that. But you have, I may tell you this much. The automatic increase of your property puts great possibilities of interference in your hands. And in certain other ways you have influence, with your 18th century notions. 19th century, corrected Graham, with your old world notions anyhow, ignorant as you are of every feature of our state. Am I a fool? Certainly not. Do I seem to be the sort of man who would act rashly? You are never expected to act at all. No one counted on your awakening. No one dreamt you would ever awake. The council had surrounded you with antiseptic conditions. As a matter of fact, we thought that you were dead, a mere arrest of decay. But it is too complex. We dare not suddenly, while you are still half awake. It won't do, said Graham. Suppose it is as you say. Why am I not being crammed night and day with facts and warnings and all the wisdom of the time to fit me for my responsibilities? Am I any wiser now than 2 days ago, if it is 2 days when I awoke? Howard pulled his lip. I am beginning to feel every hour. I feel more clearly a sense of complex concealment, of which you are the salient point. Is this council, or committee, or whatever they are, cooking the accounts of my estate? Is that it? That note of suspicion, said Howard. Oh, said Graham. Now, mark my words, it will be ill for those who have put me here. It will be ill. I am alive. Make no doubt of it, I am alive. Every day my pulse is stronger and my mind clearer and more vigorous. No more. Quiescence. I am a man come back to life, and I want to live live. Howard's face lit with an idea. He came towards Graham and spoke in an easy, confidential tone. The council secludes you here for your good. You are restless, naturally an energetic man. You find it dull here. But we are anxious that everything you may desire, every sort of desire. There may be something. Is there any sort of company? He paused meaningly. Yes, said Graham thoughtfully, there is. Ah, now, we have treated you neglectfully. The crowds in yonder streets of yours. That, said Howard. I am afraid, but Graham began pacing the room. Howard stood near the door watching him. The implication of Howard's suggestion was only half evident to Graham Company. Suppose he were to accept the proposal, demand some sort of company, would there be any possibilities of gathering from the conversation of this additional person some vague inkling of the struggle that had broken out so vividly at his waking moment? He meditated again, and the suggestion took color. He turned on Howard abruptly. What do you mean by company? Howard raised his eyes and shrugged his shoulders. Human beings, he said with a curious smile on his heavy face. Our social ideas, he said, have a certain increased liberality, perhaps, in comparison with your times. If a man wishes to relieve such a tedium as this by feminine society, for instance, we think it no scandal. We have cleared our minds of formulae. There is in our city a class, a necessary class, no longer despised, discreet. Graham stopped dead. It would pass the time, said Howard. It is a thing I should perhaps have thought of before, but, as a matter of fact, so much is happening. He indicated the exterior world. Graham hesitated. For a moment, the figure of a possible woman that his imagination suddenly created dominated his mind with an intense attraction. Then he flashed into anger. No, he shouted. He began striding rapidly up and down the room. Everything you say, everything you do, convinces me of some great issue in which I am concerned. I do not want to pass the time, as you call it. Yes, I know, desire and indulgence are life in a sense and death, extinction. In my life before I slept I had worked out that pitiful question. I will not begin again. There is a city, a multitude, and meanwhile I am here like a rabbit in a bag. His rage surged high. He choked for a moment and began to wave his clenched fists. He gave way to an anger fit. He swore archaic curses. His gestures had the quality of physical threats. I do not know who your party may be. I am in the dark, and you keep me in the dark. But I know this, that I am secluded here for no good purpose. For no good purpose. I warn you. I warn you of the consequences. Once I come at my power, he realized that to threaten thus might be a danger to himself. He stopped. Howard stood regarding him with a curious expression. I take it this is a message to the council, said Howard. Graham had a momentary impulse to leap upon the man, fell or stun him. It must have shown upon his face. At any rate, Howard's movement was quick. In a second the noiseless door had closed again, and the man from the 19th century was alone. For a moment he stood rigid, with clenched hands half raised. Then he flung them down. "What a fool I have been," he said, and gave way to his anger again, stamping about the room and shouting curses. For a long time he kept himself in. A sort of frenzy, raging at his position, at his own folly, at the knaves who had imprisoned him. He did this because he did not want to look calmly at his position. He clung to his anger because he was afraid of fear. Presently he found himself reasoning with himself. This imprisonment was unaccountable, but no doubt the new legal forms of the time permitted it. It must, of course, be legal. These people were 200 years further on in the march of civilization than the Victorian generation. It was not likely they would be less humane. Yet they had cleared their minds of formulae. Was humanity a formula as well as chastity? His imagination set to work to suggest things that might be done to him. The attempts of his reason to dispose of these suggestions, though for the most part logically valid, were quite unavailing. Why should anything be done to me? If the worst comes to the worst, he found himself saying at last, I can give up. What they want, but what do they want, and why don't they ask me for it instead of cooping me up? He returned to his former preoccupation with the council's possible intentions. He began to reconsider the details of Howard's behavior, sinister glances, inexplicable hesitations. Then, for a time, his mind circled about the idea of escaping from these rooms. But whither could he escape into this vast, crowded world? He would be worse off than a Saxon yeoman suddenly dropped into 19th century London. And besides, how could anyone escape from these rooms? How can it benefit anyone if harm should happen to me? He thought of the tumult, the great social trouble of which he was so unaccountably the axis. A text, irrelevant enough and yet curiously insistent, came floating up out of the darkness of his memory. This also a council had said. It is expedient for us that one man should die for the people. Chapter 8. The Roof Spaces. As the fans in the circular aperture of the inner room rotated and permitted glimpses of the night, dim sounds drifted in thereby, and Graham, standing underneath, wrestling darkly with the unknown powers that imprisoned him and which he had now deliberately challenged, was startled by the sound of a voice. He peered up and saw in the intervals of the rotation, dark and dim, the face and shoulders of a man regarding him. When a dark hand was extended, the swift fan struck it, swung round and beat on with a little brownish patch on the edge of its thin blade, and something began to fall therefrom upon the floor, dripping silently. Graham looked down, and there were spots of blood at his feet. He looked up again in a strange excitement. The figure had gone. He remained motionless, his every sense intent upon the flickering patch of darkness, for outside it was high night. He became aware of some faint, remote, dark specks floating lightly through the outer air. They came down towards him, fitfully, eddyingly, and passed aside out of the uprush from the fan. A gleam of light flickered, the specks flashed white, and then the darkness came again. Warmed and lit as he was, he perceived that it was snowing within a few feet of him. Graham walked across the room and came back to the ventilator again. He saw the head of a man pass near. There was a sound of whispering. Then a smart blow on some metallic substance, effort, voices, and the van stopped. A gust of snowflakes whirled into the room and vanished before they touched the floor. "Don't be afraid," said a voice. Graham stood under the fan. "Who are you?" he whispered. For a moment there was nothing but a swaying of the fan, and then the head of a man was thrust cautiously into the opening. His face appeared nearly inverted to Graham. His dark hair was wet with dissolving flakes of snow upon it. His arm went up into the darkness holding something unseen. He had a youthful face and bright eyes, and the veins of his forehead were swollen. He seemed to be exerting himself to maintain his position. For several seconds neither he nor Graham spoke. "You were the sleeper," said the stranger at last. "Yes," said Graham. "What do you want with me?" "I come from Ostrog, sire." "Ostrog?" The man in the ventilator twisted his head round so that his profile was towards Graham. He appeared to be listening. Suddenly there was a hasty exclamation, and the intruder sprang back just in time to escape the sweep of the released fan. And when Graham peered up, there was nothing visible but the slowly falling snow. It was perhaps a quarter of an hour before anything returned to the ventilator, but at last came the same metallic interference again. The fan stopped and the face reappeared. Graham had remained all this time in the same place, alert and tremulously excited. "Who are you? What do you want?" he said. "We want to speak to you, sire," said the intruder. I can't hold the thing. We have been trying to find a way to you these 3 days." "Is it rescue?" whispered Graham. "Escape? Yes, sire, if you will. You are my party, the party of the sleeper." "Yes, sire. What am I to do?" said Graham. There was a struggle. The stranger's arm appeared, and his hand was bleeding. His knees came into view over the edge of the funnel. "Stand away from me," he said, and he dropped rather heavily on his hands and one shoulder at Graham's feet. The released ventilator whirled noisily. The stranger rolled over, sprang up nimbly and stood panting, hand to a bruised shoulder, and with his bright eyes on Graham. "You are indeed the sleeper," he said. "I saw you asleep, when it was the law that anyone might see you." "I am the man who was in the trance," said Graham. "They have imprisoned me here. I have been here since I awoke at least 3 days." The intruder seemed about to speak, heard something, glanced swiftly at the door, and suddenly left Graham and ran towards it, shouting quick, incoherent words. A bright wedge of steel flashed in his hand, and he began tap-tap, a quick succession of blows upon the hinges. "Mind!" cried a voice. "Oh!" The voice came from above. Graham glanced up, saw the soles of 2 feet, ducked, was struck on the shoulder by one of them, and a heavy weight bore him to the earth. He fell on his knees and forward, and the weight went over his head. He knelt up and saw a second man from above seated before him. "I did not see you, sire," panted the man. He rose and assisted Graham to arise. "Are you hurt, sire?" he panted. A succession of heavy blows on the ventilator began. Something fell close to Graham's face, and a shivering edge of white metal danced, fell over, and lay flat upon the floor. "What is this?" cried Graham, confused and looking at the ventilator. "Who are you? What are you going to do? Remember, I understand nothing." "Stand back," said the stranger, and drew him from under the ventilator as another fragment of metal fell heavily. "We want you to come, sire," panted the newcomer, and Graham, glancing at his face again, saw a new cut had changed from white to red on his forehead and a couple of little trickles of blood starting therefrom. "Your people call for you." "Come where? My people?" "To the hall about the markets. Your life is in danger here. We have spies. We learned but just in time. The council has decided this very day either to drug or kill you. And everything is ready. The people are drilled, the wind vane police, the engineers, and half the way jurors are with us. We have the halls crowded shouting. The whole city shouts against the council. We have arms. He wiped the blood with his hand. Your life here is not worth, but why arms? The people have risen to protect you, sire. What? He turned quickly as the man who had first come down made a hissing with his teeth. Graham saw the latter start back, gesticulate to them to conceal themselves, and move as if to hide behind the opening door. As he did so, Howard appeared, a little tray in one hand, and his heavy face downcast. He started, looked up, the door slammed behind him, the tray tilted sideways, and the steel wedge struck him behind the ear. He went down like a felled tree, and lay as he fell athwart the floor of the outer room. The man who had struck him bent hastily, studied his face for a moment, rose, and returned to his work at the door. "You're poison," said a voice in Graham's ear. Then abruptly they were in darkness. The innumerable cornice lights had been extinguished. Graham saw the aperture of the ventilator with ghostly snow whirling above it and dark figures moving hastily. 3 knelt on the fan. Some dim thing, a ladder, was being lowered through the opening, and a hand appeared, holding a fitful yellow light. He had a moment of hesitation. But the manner of these men, their swift alacrity, their words, marched so completely with his own fears of the council, with his idea and hope of a rescue, that it lasted not a moment. And his people awaited him. "I do not understand," he said. "I trust. Tell me what to do." The man with the cut brow gripped Graham's arm. "Clamber up the ladder," he whispered. "Quick." They will have heard Graham felt for the ladder with extended hands, put his foot on the lower rung, and, turning his head, saw over the shoulder of the nearest man, in the yellow flicker of the light, the first comer astride over Howard and still working at the door. Graham turned to the ladder again and was thrust by his conductor and held up by those above, and then he was standing on something hard and cold and slippery outside the ventilating funnel. He shivered. He was aware of a great difference in the temperature. Half a dozen men stood about him, and light flakes of snow touched hands and face, and melted. For a moment it was dark, then for a flash a ghastly violet white, and then everything was dark again. He saw he had come out upon the roof of the vast city structure which had replaced the miscellaneous houses, streets, and open spaces of Victorian London. The place upon which he stood was level with huge serpentine cables lying athwart it in every direction. The circular wheels of a number of windmills loomed indistinct and gigantic through the darkness and snowfall, and roared with a varying loudness as the fitful white light smote up from below, touched the snow eddies with a transient glitter, and made an evanescent spectre in the night. And here and there, low down, some vaguely outlined wind-driven mechanism flickered with livid sparks. All this he appreciated in a fragmentary manner as his rescuers stood about him. Someone threw a thick, soft cloak of fur-like texture about him and fastened it by buckled straps at waist and shoulders. Things were said briefly, decisively. Someone thrust him forward. Before his mind was yet clear, a dark shape gripped his arm. "This way," said this shape, urging him along, and pointed Graham across the flat roof in the direction of a dim, semicircular haze of light. Graham obeyed. "Mind," said a voice as Graham stumbled against a cable. "Between them and not across them," said the voice, "and we must hurry." "Where are the people?" said Graham. "The people you said awaited me?" The stranger did not answer. He left Graham's arm as the path grew narrower and led the way with rapid strides. Graham followed blindly. In a minute he found himself running. "Are the others coming?" he panted, but received no reply. His companion glanced back and ran on. They came to a sort of pathway. of open metalwork, transverse to the direction they had come, and they turned aside to follow this. Graham looked back, but the snowstorm had hidden the others. "Come on," said his guide. Running now, they drew near a little windmill spinning high in the air. "Stoop," said Graham's guide, and they avoided an endless band running roaring up to the shaft of the vane. "This way!" And they were ankle-deep in a gutter full of drifted thawing snow, between two low walls of metal that presently rose waist-high. "I will go first," said the guide. Graham drew his cloak about him and followed. Then suddenly came a narrow abyss across which the gutter leapt to the snowy darkness of the further side. Graham peeped over the side once, and the gulf was black. For a moment he regretted his flight. He dared not look again, and his brain spun as he waded through the half-liquid snow. Then out of the gutter they clambered and hurried across a wide, flat space, damp with thawing snow, and perhaps its extent dimly translucent to lights that went to and fro underneath. He hesitated at this unstable-looking substance, but his guide ran on unheeding, and so they came to and clambered up slippery steps to the rim of a great dome of glass. Round this they went. Far below, a number of people seemed to be dancing, and music filtered through the dome. Graham fancied he heard a shouting through the snowstorm, and his guide hurried him on with a new spurt of haste. They clambered panting to a space of huge windmills, one so vast that only the lower edge of its vans came rushing into sight and rushed up again and was lost in the night and the snow. They hurried for a time through the colossal metallic tracery of its supports and came at last above a place of moving platforms, like the place into which Graham had looked from the balcony. They crawled across the sloping transparency that covered this street of platforms, crawling on hands and knees because of the slipperiness of the snowfall. For the most part the glass was bedewed, and Graham saw only hazy suggestions of the forms below, but near the pitch of the transparent roof the glass was clear, and he found himself looking sheerly down upon it all. For a while, in spite of the urgency of his guide, he gave way to vertigo and lay spread-eagled on the glass, sick and paralyzed. Far below, mere stirring specks and dots, went the people of the unsleeping city in their perpetual daylight, and the moving platforms ran on their incessant journey. Messengers and men on unknown businesses shot along the drooping cables, and the frail bridges were crowded with men. It was like peering into a gigantic glass hive, and it lay vertically below him with only a tough glass of unknown thickness to save him from a fall. The street showed warm and lit, and Graham was wet now to the skin with thawing snow, and his feet were numbed with cold. For a space he could not move. "Come on!" cried his guide with terror in his voice. "Come on!" Graham reached the pitch of the roof by an effort. Over the ridge, following his guide's example, he turned about and slid backward down the opposite slope, very swiftly, amid a little avalanche of snow. While he was sliding, he thought of what would happen if some broken gap should come in his way. At the edge, he stumbled to his feet ankle-deep in slush, thanking heaven for an opaque footing again. His guide was already clambering up a metal screen to a level expanse. Through the spare snowflakes above this loomed another line of vast windmills, and then suddenly the amorphous tumult of the rotating wheels was pierced with a deafening sound. It was a mechanical shrilling of extraordinary intensity that seemed to come simultaneously from every point of the compass. "They have missed us already," cried Graham's guide in an accent of terror, and suddenly, with a blinding flash, the night became day. Above the driving snow from the summits of the wind wheels appeared vast masts carrying globes of livid light. They receded in illimitable vistas in every direction. As far as his eye could penetrate the snowfall, they glared. "Get on this," cried Graham's conductor, and thrust him forward to a long grating of snowless metal that ran like a band between two slightly sloping expanses of snow. It felt warm to Graham's benurbed feet, and a faint eddy of steam rose from it. "Come on!" shouted his guide 10 yards off, and, without waiting, ran swiftly through the incandescent glare towards the iron supports of the next range of wind wheels. Graham, recovering from his astonishment, followed as fast, convinced of his imminent capture. In a score of seconds they were within a tracery of glare and black shadows shot with moving bars beneath the monstrous wheels. Graham's conductor ran on for some time, and suddenly darted sideways and vanished into a black shadow in the corner of the foot of a huge support. In another moment Graham was beside him. They cowered panting and stared out. The scene upon which Graham looked was very wild and strange. The snow had now almost ceased. Only a belated flake passed now and again across the picture. But the broad stretch of level before them was a ghastly white, broken only by gigantic masses and moving shapes and lengthy strips of impenetrable darkness, vast, ungainly titans of shadow. All about them, huge metallic structures, iron girders, inhumanly vast as it seemed to him, interlaced, and the edges of wind wheels, scarcely moving in the lull, passed in great shining curves, steeper and steeper up into a luminous haze. Wherever the snow-spangled light struck down, beams and girders and incessant bands running with a halting, indomitable resolution passed upward and downward into the black. And with all that mighty activity, with an omnipresent sense of motive and design, this snow-clad desolation of mechanism seemed void of all human presence, save themselves, seemed as trackless and deserted and unfrequented by men as some inaccessible alpine snowfield. "They will be chasing us," cried the leader. "We are scarcely halfway there yet. Cold as it is, we must hide here for a space at least until it snows more thickly again." His teeth chattered in his head. "Where are the markets?" asked Graham, staring out. "Where are all the people?" The other made no answer. "Look," whispered Graham, crouched close, and became very still. The snow had suddenly become thick again, and sliding with the whirling eddies out of the black pit of the sky came something, vague and large, and very swift. It came down in a steep curve and swept round. Wide wings extended, and a trail of white condensing steam behind it rose with an easy swiftness and went gliding up the air, swept horizontally forward in a wide curve, and vanished again in the steaming specks of snow. And, through the ribs of its body, Graham saw two little men, very minute and active, searching the snowy areas about him, as it seemed to him, with field glasses. For a second they were clear, then hazy through a thick whirl of snow, then small and distant, and in a minute they were gone. "Now!" cried his companion. "Come!" He pulled Graham's sleeve, and incontinently the two were running headlong down the arcade of ironwork beneath the wind wheels. Graham, running blindly, collided with his leader, who had turned back on him suddenly. He found himself within a dozen yards of a black chasm. It extended as far as he could see right and left. It seemed to cut off their progress in either direction. "Do as I do," whispered his guide. He lay down and crawled to the edge, thrust his head over, and twisted until one leg hung. He seemed to feel for something with his foot, found it, and went sliding over the edge into the gulf. His head reappeared. "It is a ledge," he whispered. In the dark, all the way along. Do as I did. Graham hesitated, went down upon all fours, crawled to the edge, and peered into a velvety blackness. For a sickly moment he had courage neither to go on nor retreat. Then he sat and hung his leg down, felt his guide's hands pulling at him. Had a horrible sensation of sliding over the edge into the unfathomable, splashed, and felt himself in a slushy gutter, impenetrably dark. "This way," whispered the voice, and he began crawling along the gutter through the trickling thaw, pressing himself against the wall. They continued along it for some minutes. He seemed to pass through 100 stages of misery, to pass minute after minute through 100 degrees of cold, damp, and exhaustion. In a little while he ceased to feel his hands and feet. The gutter slopes downwards. He observed that they were now many feet below the edge of the buildings. Rows of spectral white shapes like the ghosts of blind-drawn windows rose above them. They came to the end of a cable fastened above one of these white windows, dimly visible and dropping into impenetrable shadows. Suddenly his hand came against his guide's. "Still," whispered the latter very softly. He looked up with a start and saw the huge wings of the flying machine gliding slowly and noiselessly overhead athwart the broad band of snow-flecked gray-blue sky. In a moment it was hidden again. Keep still. They were just turning. For a while both were motionless. Then Graham's companion stood up and, reaching towards the fastenings of the cable, fumbled with some indistinct tackle. "What is that?" asked Graham. The only answer was a faint cry. The man crouched motionless. Graham peered and saw his face dimly. He was staring down the long ribbon of sky, and Graham, following his eyes, saw the flying machine small and faint and remote. Then he saw that the wings spread on either side, that it headed towards them, that every moment it grew larger. It was following the edge of the chasm towards them. The man's movements became convulsive. He thrust 2 crossbars into Graham's hand. Graham could not see them. He ascertained their form by feeling. They were slung by thin cords to the cable. On the cord were hand grips of some soft elastic substance. "Put the cross between your legs," whispered the guide hysterically, "and grip the holdfasts. Grip tightly, grip." Graham did as he was told. "Jump," said the voice. "In heaven's name, jump!" For one momentous second Graham could not speak. He was glad afterwards that darkness hid his face. He said nothing. He began to tremble violently. He looked sideways at the swift shadow that swallowed up the sky as it rushed upon him. "Jump! Jump in, God's name, or they will have us!" cried Graham's guide, and in the violence of his passion thrust him forward. Graham tottered convulsively, gave a sobbing cry, a cry in spite of himself, and then, as the flying machine swept over them, fell forward into the pit of that darkness, seated on the crosswood and holding the ropes with the clutch of death. Something cracked. Something rapped smartly against a wall. He heard the pulley of the cradle hum on its rope. He heard the aeronauts shout. He felt a pair of knees digging into his back. He was sweeping headlong through the air, falling through the air, falling through the air. All his strength was in his hands. He would have screamed, but he had no breath. He shot into a blinding light that made him grip the tighter. He recognized the great passage with the running ways, the hanging lights and interlacing girders. They rushed upward and by him. He had a momentary impression of a great circular aperture yawning to swallow him up. He was in the dark again, falling, gripping with aching hands, and behold, A clap of sound, a burst of light, and he was in a brightly lit hall with a roaring multitude of people beneath his feet. The people, his people, a proscenium. A stage rushed up towards him, and his cables swept down to a circular aperture to the right of this. He felt he was traveling slower, and suddenly very much slower. He distinguished shouts of, "Saved! The Master! He is safe!" The stage rushed up towards him with rapidly diminishing swiftness. Then he heard the man clinging behind him shout as if suddenly terrified, and this shout was echoed by a shout from below. He felt that he was no longer gliding along the cable, but falling with it. There was a tumult of yells, screams, and cries. He felt something soft against his extended hand and the impact of a broken fall. Quivering through his arm, he wanted to be still, and the people were lifting him. He believed afterwards he was carried to the platform and given some drink, but he was never sure. He did not notice what became of his guide. When his mind was clear again, he was on his feet. Eager hands were assisting him to stand. He was in a big alcove, occupying the position that in his previous experience had been devoted to the lower boxes. If this was indeed a theater, a mighty tumult was in his ears, a thunderous roar, the shouting of a countless multitude. "It is the sleeper! The sleeper is with us! The sleeper is with us! The master, the owner, the master is with us! He is safe!" Graham had a surging vision of a great hall crowded with people. He saw no individuals. He was conscious of a froth of pink faces, of waving arms and garments. He felt the occult influence of a vast crowd pouring over him, buoying him up. There were balconies, galleries, great archways giving remoter perspectives, and everywhere people, a vast arena of people, densely packed and cheering. Across the nearer space lay the collapsed cable like a huge snake. It had been cut by the men of the flying machine at its upper end and had crumpled down into the hall. Men seemed to be hauling this out of the way, but the whole effect was vague. The very buildings throbbed and leapt with the roar of the voices. He stood unsteadily and looked at those about him. Someone supported him by one arm. "Let me go into a little room," he said, weeping. "A little room," and could say no more. A man in black stepped forward, took his disengaged arm. He was aware of officious men opening the door before him. Someone guided him to a seat. He staggered. He sat down heavily and covered his face with his hands. He was trembling violently. His nervous control was at an end. He was relieved of his cloak. He could not remember how. His purple hose, he saw, were black with wet. People were running about him. Things were happening, but for some time he gave no heed to them. He had escaped. A myriad of cries told him that he was safe. These were the people who were on his side. For a space he sobbed for breath, and then he sat still with his face covered. The air was full of the shouting of innumerable men. Chapter 9. The People March. He became aware of someone urging a glass of clear fluid upon his attention, looked up and discovered this was a dark young man in a yellow garment. He took the dose forthwith, and in a moment he was glowing. A tall man in a black robe stood by his shoulder and pointed to the half-open door into the hall. This man was shouting close to his ear, and yet what was said was indistinct because of the tremendous uproar from the great theater. Behind the man was a girl in a silvery gray robe, whom Graham, even in this confusion, perceived to be beautiful. Her dark eyes, full of wonder and curiosity, were fixed on him. Her lips trembled apart. A partially open door gave a glimpse of the crowded hall and admitted a vast uneven tumult, a hammering, clapping, and shouting that died away and began again and rose to a thunderous pitch, and so continued intermittently all the time that Graham remained in the little room. He watched the lips of the man in black and gathered that he was making some clumsy explanation. He stared stupidly for some moments at these things and then stood up abruptly. He grasped the arm of this shouting person. "Tell me," he cried, "who am I? Who am I?" The others came nearer to hear his words. "Who am I?" His eyes searched their faces. "They have told him nothing," cried the girl. "Tell me," cried Graham. "You are the master of the earth. You are owner of half the world." He did not believe he heard aright. He resisted the persuasion. He pretended not to understand, not to hear. He lifted his voice again. "I have been awake 3 days a prisoner. 3 days. I judge there is some struggle between a number of people in this city. It is London?" "Yes," said the younger man. "And those who meet in the great hall with the white atlas, how does it concern me? In some way it has to do with me. Why, I don't know. Drugs? It seems to me that while I have slept, the world has gone mad. I have gone mad. Who are those counselors under the atlas? Why should they try to drug me?" "To keep you insensible," said the man in yellow, "to prevent your interference." "But why?" "Because you are the atlas, sire," said the man in yellow. "The world is on your shoulders. They rule it in your name." The sounds from the hall had died into a silence threaded by one monotonous voice. Now suddenly, trampling on these last words, came a deafening tumult, a roaring and thundering. Cheer crowded on cheer, voices hoarse and shrill, beating, overlapping, and while it lasted, the people in the little room could not hear each other shout. Graham stood, his intelligence clinging helplessly to the thing he had just heard. "The council," he repeated blankly, and then snatched at a name that had struck him. "But who is Ostrog?" he said. "He is the organizer of the revolt. Our leader in your name." "In my name? And you, why is he not here? He has deputed us." "I am his brother, his half-brother Lincoln. He wants you to show yourself to these people and then come on to him. That is why he has." "Sent. He is at the wind vane offices directing. The people are marching." "In your name," shouted the younger man. "They have ruled, crushed, tyrannized." At last even, "In my name, master." The younger man suddenly became audible in a pause of the outer thunder, indignant and vociferous, a high penetrating voice under his red aquiline nose and bushy mustache. "No one expected you to wake. No one expected you to wake. They were cunning, damned tyrants, but they were taken by surprise. They did not know whether to drug you, hypnotize you, kill you. Again the hall dominated everything. Ostrog is at the wind vane offices ready. Even now there is a rumor of fighting beginning." The man who had called himself Lincoln came close to him. "Ostrog has it planned. Trust him. We have our organizations ready. We shall seize the flying stages. Even now he may be doing that." "Then this public theater," bawled the man in yellow, "is only a contingent. We have 5 myriads of drilled men. We have arms," cried Lincoln. "We have plans, a leader. Their police have gone from the streets and are massed in the inaudible. It is now or never. The council is rocking. They cannot trust even their drilled men. Hear the people calling to you." Graham's mind was like a night of moon in swift clouds, now dark and hopeless, now clear and ghastly. He was master of the earth. He was a man sodden with thawing snow. Of all his fluctuating impressions, the dominant ones. Presented an antagonism. On the one hand was the White Council, powerful, disciplined few, the White Council from which he had just escaped, and on the other, monstrous crowds, packed masses of indistinguishable people clamoring his name, hailing him, master. The other side had imprisoned him, debated his death. These shouting thousands beyond the little doorway had rescued him, but why these things should be so he could not understand. The door opened, Lincoln's voice was swept away and drowned, and a rush of people followed on the heels of the tumult. These intruders came towards him, and Lincoln gesticulating. The voices, without explained, their soundless lips. "Show us the sleeper! Show us the sleeper!" was the burden of the uproar. Men were bawling for order, silence. Graham glanced towards the open doorway and saw a tall, oblong picture of the hall beyond, a waving, incessant confusion of crowded, shouting faces. Men and women together, waving pale blue garments, extended hands. Many were standing. One man in rags of dark brown, a gaunt figure, stood on the seat and waved a black cloth. He met the wonder and expectation of the girl's eyes. What did these people expect from him? He was dimly aware that the tumult outside had changed its character, was in some way beating, marching. His own mind, too, changed. For a space he did not recognize the influence that was transforming him, but a moment that was near to panic passed. He tried to make audible inquiries of what was required of him. Lincoln was shouting in his ear, but Graham was deafened to that. All the others, save the woman, gesticulated towards the hall. He perceived what had happened to the uproar. The whole mass of people was chanting together. It was not simply a song. The voices were gathered together and upborne by a torrent of instrumental music, music like the music of an organ, a woven texture of sounds, full of trumpets, full of flaunting banners, full of the march and pageantry of opening war. And the feet of the people were beating time, tramp, tramp. He was urged towards the door. He obeyed mechanically. The strength of that chant took hold of him, stirred him, emboldened him. The hall opened to him, a vast welter of fluttering colors swaying to the music. "Wave your arm to them," said Lincoln. "Wave your arm to them." "This," said a voice on the other side. "He must have this." Arms were about his neck, detaining him in the doorway, and a black, subtly folding mantle hung from his shoulders. He threw his arm free of this and followed Lincoln. He perceived the girl in gray close to him, her face lit, her gesture onward. For the instant she became to him, flushed and eager as she was, an embodiment of the song. He emerged in the alcove again. Incontinently the mounting waves of the song broke upon his appearing and flashed up into a foam of shouting. Guided by Lincoln's hand, he marched obliquely across the center of the stage, facing the people. The hall was a vast and intricate space, galleries, balconies, broad spaces of amphitheatral steps, and great archways. Far away, high up, seemed the mouth of a huge passage full of struggling humanity. The whole multitude was swaying in congested masses. Individual figures sprang out of the tumult, impressed him momentarily, and lost definition again. Close to the platform swayed a beautiful fair woman, carried by 3 men, her hair across her face and brandishing a green staff. Next this group, an old careworn man in blue canvas maintained his place in the crush with difficulty, and behind shouted a hairless face, a great cavity of toothless mouth. A voice called that enigmatical word, Ostrog. All his impressions were vague, save the massive emotion of that trampling song. The multitude were beating time with their feet, marking time, tramp, 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 tramp. The green weapons waved, flashed, and slanted. Then he saw those nearest to him on a level space before the stage were marching in front of him, passing towards a great archway, shouting, "To the council! Tramp, 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 tramp. Tramp. He raised his arm, and the roaring was redoubled. He remembered he had to shout, "March!" His mouth shaped inaudible, heroic words. He waved his arm again and pointed to the archway, shouting, "Onward!" They were no longer marking time. They were marching. Tramp, 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 tramp. In that host were bearded men, old men, youths, fluttering robed bare-armed women, girls, men and women of the new age. Rich robes, gray rags fluttered together in the whirl of their movement amidst the dominant blue. A monstrous black banner jerked its way to the right. He perceived a blue-clad Negro, a shriveled woman in yellow, then a group of tall, fair-haired, white-faced, blue-clad men pushed theatrically past him. He noted two Chinamen. A tall, sallow, dark-haired, shining-eyed youth, white-clad from top to toe, clambered up towards the platform shouting loyally, and sprang down again and receded, looking backward. Heads, shoulders, hands clutching weapons, all were swinging with those marching cadences. Faces came out of the confusion to him as he stood there. Eyes met his and passed and vanished. Men gesticulated to him, shouted inaudible personal things. Most of the faces were flushed, but many were ghastly white. And disease was there, and many a hand that waved to him was gaunt and lean. Men and women of the new age. Strange and incredible meeting. As the broad stream passed before him to the right, tributary gangways from the remote uplands of the hall thrust downward in an incessant replacement of people. Tramp, 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 tramp. The unison of the song was enriched and complicated by the massive echoes of arches and passages. Men and women mingled in the ranks. Tramp, 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 tramp. The whole world seemed marching. Tramp, 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 tramp. His brain was tramping. The garments waved onward. The faces poured by more abundantly. Tramp, 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 tramp. At Lincoln's pressure, he turned towards the archway, walking unconsciously in that rhythm, scarcely noticing his movement. For the melody and stir of it. The multitude, the gesture and song, all moved in that direction. The flow of people smote downward until the upturned faces were below the level of his feet. He was aware of a path before him, of a suite about him, of guards and dignities, and Lincoln on his right hand. Attendants intervened, and ever and again blotted out the sight of the multitude to the left, before him with the backs of the guards in black, 3 and 3 and 3. He was marched along a little railed way and crossed above the archway with the torrent dipping to flow beneath and shouting up to him. He did not know whither he went. He did not want to know. He glanced back across a flaming spaciousness of hall. Tramp, 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 tramp. Chapter 10. The Battle of the Darkness. He was no longer in the hall. He was marching along a gallery overhanging one of the great streets of the moving platforms that traverse the city. Before him and behind him tramped his guards. The whole concave of the moving ways below was a congested mass of people marching, tramping to the left, shouting, waving hands and arms, pouring along a huge vista, shouting as they came into view, shouting as they passed, shouting as they receded, until the globes of electric light receding in perspective dropped down, it seemed, and hid the swarming bare heads. Tramp, 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 tramp. The song roared up to Graham now, no longer upborne by music, but coarse and noisy, and the beating of the marching feet, tramp, 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 interwove with a thunderous irregularity of footsteps from the undisciplined rabble that poured along the higher ways. Abruptly he noted a contrast, the buildings on the opposite side of the way. seemed deserted. The cables and bridges that laced across the aisle were empty and shadowy. It came into Graham's mind that these also should have swarmed with people. He felt a curious emotion throbbing very fast. He stopped again. The guards before him marched on. Those about him stopped as he did. He saw the direction of their faces. The throbbing had something to do with the lights. He too looked up. At first it seemed to him a thing that affected the light simply, an isolated phenomenon having no bearing on the things below. Each huge globe of blinding whiteness was as it were clutched, compressed in a systole that was followed by a transitory diastole, and again a systole like a tightening grip. Darkness, light, darkness, in rapid alternation. Graham became aware that the strange behavior of the lights had to do with the people below. The appearance of the houses and ways, the appearance of the packed masses changed, became a confusion of vivid lights and leaping shadows. He saw a multitude of shadows had sprung into aggressive existence, seemed rushing up, broadening, widening, growing with steady swiftness to leap suddenly back and return, reinforced. The song and the tramping had ceased. The unanimous march, he discovered, was arrested. There were eddies, a flow sideways, shouts of "the lights." Voices were crying together one thing. "The lights!" cried these voices. "The lights!" He looked down. In this dancing death of the lights, the area of the street had suddenly become a monstrous struggle. The huge white globes became purple-white, purple with a reddish glow, flickered, flickered, flickered faster and faster, fluttered between light and extinction, ceased to flicker and became mere fading specks of glowing red in a vast obscurity. In 10 seconds, the extinction was accomplished, and there was only this roaring darkness, a black monstrosity that had suddenly swallowed up those glittering, myriads of men. He felt invisible forms about him. His arms were gripped. Something rapped sharply against his shin. A voice bawled in his ear. "It is all right. All right." Graham shook off the paralysis of his first astonishment. He struck his forehead against Lincoln's and bawled, "What is this darkness? The council has cut the currents that light the city. We must wait, stop. The people will go on. They will—" His voice was drowned. Voices were shouting, "Save the sleeper. Take care of the sleeper." A guard stumbled against Graham and hurt his hand by an inadvertent blow of his weapon. A wild tumult tossed and whirled about him, growing as it seemed, louder, denser, more furious each moment. Fragments of recognizable sounds drove towards him, were whirled away from him as his mind reached out to grasp them. Voices seemed to be shouting conflicting orders. Other voices answered. There were suddenly a succession of piercing screams close beneath them. A voice bawled in his ear, "The Red Police," and receded forthwith beyond his questions. A crackling sound grew to distinctness, and there with a leaping of faint flashes along the edge of the further ways. By their light, Graham saw the heads and bodies of a number of men, armed with weapons like those of his guards, leap into an instant's dim visibility. The whole area began to crackle, to flash with little instantaneous streaks of light, and abruptly the darkness rolled back like a curtain. A glare of light dazzled his eyes. A vast seething expanse of struggling men confused his mind. A shout, a burst of cheering came across the ways. He looked. Up to see the source of the light. A man hung far overhead from the upper part of a cable, holding by a rope the blinding star that had driven the darkness back. He wore a red uniform. Graham's eyes fell to the ways again. A wedge of red, a little way along the vista, caught his eye. He saw it was a dense mass of red-clad men jammed the higher further way, their backs against the pitiless cliff of building, and surrounded by a dense crowd of antagonists. They were fighting. Weapons flashed and rose and fell. Heads vanished at the edge of the contest, and other heads replaced them. The little flashes from the green weapons became little jets of smoky gray while the light lasted. Abruptly, the flare was extinguished, and the ways were in inky darkness once more, a tumultuous mystery. He felt something thrusting against him. He was being pushed along the prairie. Gallery. Someone was shouting. It might be at him. He was too confused to hear. He was thrust against the wall, and a number of people blundered past him. It seemed to him that his guards were struggling with one another. Suddenly the cable-hung star-holder appeared again, and the whole scene was white and dazzling. The band of red coats seemed broader and nearer. Its apex was halfway down the ways towards the central aisle. And raising his eyes, Graham saw that a number of these men had also appeared now in the darkened lower galleries of the opposite building and were firing over the heads of their fellows below at the boiling confusion of people on the lower ways. The meaning of these things dawned upon him. The march of the people had come upon an ambush at the very outset. Thrown into confusion by the extinction of the lights, they were now being attacked by the red police. Then he became aware that he was standing alone, that his guards and Lincoln were along the gallery in the direction along which he had come before the darkness fell. He saw they were. Gesticulating to him wildly, running back towards him. A great shouting came from across the ways. Then it seemed as though the whole face of the darkened building opposite was lined and speckled with red-clad men, and they were pointing over to him and shouting, "The sleeper! Save the sleeper!" shouted a multitude of throats. Something struck the wall above his head. He looked up at the impact and saw a star-shaped splash of silvery metal. He saw Lincoln near him, felt his arm grit, then pat, pat. He had been missed twice. For a moment he did not understand this. The street was hidden, everything was hidden as he looked. The second flare had burned out. Lincoln had gripped Graham by the arm, was lugging him along the gallery. "Before the next light," he cried. His haste was contagious. Graham's instinct of self-preservation overcame the paralysis of his incredulous astonishment. He became for a time the blind creature of the fear of death. He ran, stumbling because of the uncertainty of the darkness, blundered into his guards as they turned to run with him. Haste was his one desire, to escape this perilous gallery upon which he was exposed. A third glare came close on its predecessors. With it came a great shouting across the ways, an answering tumult from the ways. The redcoats below, he saw, had now almost gained the central passage. Their countless faces turned towards him, and they shouted. The white facade opposite was densely stippled with red. All these wonderful things concerned him, turned upon him as a pivot. These were the guards of the council attempting to recapture him. Lucky it was for him that these shots were the first fired in anger for 150 years. He heard bullets whacking over his head, felt a splash of molten metal sting his ear, and perceived without looking that the whole opposite facade, an unmasked ambuscade of red police, was crowded in bawling and firing at him. Down went one of his guards before him, and Graham, unable to stop, leapt the writhing body. In another second he had plunged, unhurt, into a black passage, and incontinently someone, coming, it may be, in a transverse direction, blundered violently into him. He was hurling down a staircase in absolute darkness. He reeled and was struck again and came against a wall with his hands. He was crushed by a weight of struggling bodies, whirled round and thrust to the right. A vast pressure pinned him. He could not breathe, his ribs seemed cracking. He felt a momentary relaxation, and then the whole mass of people moving together bore him back towards the great theater from which he had so recently come. There were moments when his feet did not touch the ground. Then he was staggering and shoving. He heard shouts of, "They are coming!" and a muffled cry. Close to him. His foot blundered against something soft. He heard a hoarse scream underfoot. He heard shouts of the sleeper, but he was too confused to speak. He heard the green weapons crackling. For a space, he lost his individual will, became an atom in a panic, blind, unthinking, mechanical. He thrust and pressed back and writhed in the pressure, kicked presently against a step, and found himself ascending a slope. And abruptly the faces all about him leapt out of the black, visible, ghastly white, and astonished, terrified, perspiring in a livid glare. One face, a young man's, was very near to him, not 20 inches away. At the time it was but a passing incident of no emotional value, but afterwards it came back to him in his dreams. For this young man, wedged upright in the crowd for a time, had been shot and was already dead. A fourth white star must have been lit by the man on the cable. Its light came glaring in through vast windows and arches and showed Graham that he was now one of a dense mass of flying black figures pressed back across the lower area. Of the great theater, this time the picture was livid and fragmentary, slashed and barred with black shadows. He saw that quite near to him the Red Guards were fighting their way through the people. He could not tell whether they saw him. He looked for Lincoln and his guards. He saw Lincoln near the stage of the theater, surrounded in a crowd of black-badged revolutionaries, lifted up and staring to and fro as if seeking him. Graham perceived that he himself was near the opposite edge of the crowd, that behind him, separated by a barrier, sloped the now vacant seats of the theater. A sudden idea came to him, and he began fighting his way towards the barrier. As he reached it, the glare came to an end. In a moment he had thrown off the great cloak that not only impeded his movements, but made him conspicuous, and had slipped it from his shoulders. He heard someone trip in its folds. In another, he was scaling the barrier and had dropped into the blackness on the further side. Then, feeling his way, he came to the lower end of an ascending gangway. In the darkness, the sound of firing ceased and the roar of feet and voices lulled. Then suddenly he came to an unexpected step and tripped and fell. As he did so, pools and islands, amidst the darkness about him, leapt to vivid light again. The uproar surged louder, and the glare of the fifth white star shone through the vast fenestrations of the theater walls. He rolled over among some seats, heard a shouting and the whirring rattle of weapons, struggled up and was knocked back again, perceived that a number of black-badged men were all about him firing at the rebels below, leaping from seat to seat, crouching among the seats to reload. Instinctively he crouched amidst the seats, as stray shots ripped the pneumatic cushions and cut bright slashes on their soft metal frames. Instinctively he marked the direction of the gangways, the most plausible way of escape for him so soon as the veil of darkness fell again. A young man in faded blue garments came vaulting over the seats. "Hullo!" he said, with his flying feet within 6 inches of the crouching sleeper's face. He stared without any sign of recognition, turned to fire, fired, and, shouting, "To hell with the council," was about to fire again. Then it seemed to Graham that the half of this man's neck had vanished. A drop of moisture fell on Graham's cheek. The green weapon stopped half raised. For a moment the man stood still with his face suddenly expressionless. Then he began to slant forward. His knees bent. Man and darkness fell together. At the sound of his fall, Graham rose up and ran for his life until a step down to the gangway tripped him. He scrambled to his feet, turned up the gangway, and ran on. When the sixth star glared, he was already close to the yawning throat of a passage. He ran on the swifter for the light, entered the passage, and turned a corner into absolute night again. He was knocked sideways, rolled over, and recovered his feet. He found himself one of a crowd of invisible fugitives pressing in one direction. His one thought now was their thought also. To escape out of this fighting, he thrust and struck, staggered, ran, was wedged tightly, lost ground, and then was clear again. For some minutes he was running through the darkness along a winding passage, and then he crossed some wide and open space, passed down a long incline, and came at last down a flight of steps to a level place. Many people were shouting, "They are coming! The guards are coming! They are firing! Get out of the fighting! The guards are firing! It will be safe in 7th Way." Along here to 7th Way. There were women and children in the crowd as well as men. Men called names to him. The crowd converged on an archway, passed through a short throat, and emerged on a wider space again, lit dimly. The black figures about him spread out and ran up what seemed in the twilight to be a gigantic series of steps. He followed. The people dispersed to the right and left. He perceived that he was no longer in a crowd. He stopped near the highest step. Before him, on that level, were groups of seats and a little kiosk. He went up to this and, stopping in the shadow of its eaves, looked about him panting. Everything was vague and gray, but he recognized that these great steps were a series of platforms of the ways, now motionless again. The platforms slanted up on either side, and the tall buildings rose beyond, vast dim ghosts, their inscriptions and advertisements indistinctly seen, and up through the girders and cables was a faint interrupted ribbon of pallid sky. A number of people hurried by. From their shouts and voices, it seemed they were hurrying to join the fighting. Other less noisy figures flitted timidly among the shadows. From very far away down the street he could hear the sound of a struggle. But it was evident to him that this was not the street into which the theater opened. That former fight, it seemed, had suddenly dropped out of sound and hearing. And grotesque thought, they were fighting for him. For a space he was like a man who pauses in the reading of a vivid book, and suddenly doubts what he has been taking unquestioningly. At that time he had little mind for details. The whole effect was a huge astonishment. Oddly enough, while the flight from the council prison, the great crowd in the hall, and the attack of the red police upon the swarming people were clearly present in his mind, it cost him an effort to peace in his awakening and to revive the meditative interval of the silent rooms. At first his memory left these things and took him back to the cascade at Pentargon, quivering in the wind, and all the somber splendors of the sunlit Cornish coast. The contrast touched everything with unreality, and then the gap filled, and he began to comprehend his position. It was no longer absolutely a riddle, as it had been in the silent rooms. At least he had the strange, bare outline now. He was in some way the owner of half the world, and great political parties were fighting to possess him. On the one hand was the White Council, with its red police set resolutely, it seemed, on the usurpation of his property and perhaps his murder. On the other, the revolution that had liberated him, with this unseen Ostrog as its leader, and the whole of this gigantic city was convulsed by their struggle. Frantic development of his world. "I do not understand," he cried. "I do not understand," he cried. He had slipped out between the contending parties into this liberty of the twilight. What would happen next? What was happening? He figured the red-clad men as busily hunting him, driving the black-badged revolutionists before them. At any rate, chance had given him a breathing space. he could lurk unchallenged by the passers-by and watch the course of things. His eye followed up the intricate dim immensity of the twilight buildings, and it came to him as a thing infinitely wonderful that above there the sun was rising and the world was lit and glowing with the old familiar light of day. In a little while he had recovered. His breath, his clothing had already dried upon him from the snow. He wandered for miles along these twilight ways, speaking to no one, accosted by no one. A dark figure among dark figures, the coveted man out of the past, the inestimable, unintentional owner of half the world. Wherever there were lights or dense crowds or exceptional excitement, he was afraid of recognition and watched and turned back or went up and down by the middle stairways into some transverse system of ways at a lower or higher level. And though he came on no more fighting, the whole city stirred with battle. Once he had to run to avoid a marching multitude of men that swept the street. Everyone abroad seemed involved. For the most part they were men, and they carried what he judged were weapons. It seemed as though the struggle was concentrated mainly in the quarter of the city from which he came. Ever and again a distant roaring, the remote suggestion of that conflict reached his ears. Then his caution and his curiosity struggled together. But his caution prevailed, and he continued. Wandering the way from the fighting so far as he could judge, he went unmolested, unsuspected through the dark. After a time he ceased to hear even a remote echo of the battle. Fewer and fewer people passed him, until at last the titanic streets became deserted. The frontages of the buildings grew plain and harsh. He seemed to have come to a district of vacant warehouses. Solitude crept upon him, his pace slackened. He became aware of a growing fatigue. At times he would turn aside and seat himself on one of the numerous seats of the upper ways. But a feverish restlessness, the knowledge of his vital implication in his struggle, would not let him rest in any place for long. Was the struggle on his behalf alone? And then, in a desolate place, came the shock of an earthquake, a roaring and thundering, a mighty wind of cold air pouring through the city, the smash of glass, the slip and thud of falling masonry, a series of gigantic concussions. A tipple is lumpenit. Mass of glass and ironwork fell from the remote roofs into the middle gallery, not 100 yards away from him, and in the distance were shouts and running. He too was startled to an aimless activity and ran first one way and then as aimlessly back. A man came running towards him. His self-control returned. "What have they blown up?" asked the man breathlessly. That was an explosion, and before Graham could speak he had hurried on. The great buildings rose dimly, veiled by a perplexing twilight, albeit the rivulet of sky above was now bright with day. He noted many strange features, understanding none at the time. He even spelt out many of the inscriptions in phonetic lettering. But what profits it to decipher a confusion of odd-looking letters resolving itself, after painful strain of eye and mind, into "Here is Adamite," or "Labor Bureau Little Side"? Grotesque thought, that and all. Probability some or all of these cliff-like houses were his. The perversity of his experience came to him vividly. In actual fact, he had made such a leap in time as romancers have imagined again and again, and that fact realized, he had been prepared, his mind had, as it were, seated itself for a spectacle. And no spectacle but a great vague danger, unsympathetic shadows and veils of darkness. Somewhere through the labyrinthine obscurity his death sought him. Would he, after all, be killed before he saw? It might be that even at the next shadowy corner his destruction ambushed. A great desire to see, a great longing to know arose in him. He became fearful of corners. It seemed to him that there was safety in concealment. Where could he hide, to be inconspicuous when the lights returned? At last he sat down upon a seat in a recess on one of the higher ways, conceiving he was alone there. He squeezed his knuckles into his weary eyes. Suppose when he looked again he found the dark through of parallel ways and that intolerable altitude of edifice gone. Suppose he were to discover the whole story of these last few days. The awakening, the shouting multitudes, the darkness and the fighting. A phantasmagoria, a new and more vivid sort of dream. It must be a dream. It was so inconsecutive, so reasonless. Why were the people fighting for him? Why should the saner world regard him as owner and master? So he thought, sitting blinded, and then he looked again, half hoping in spite of his ears to see some familiar aspect of the life of the 19th century, to see perhaps the little harbor of Boscastle about him, the cliffs of Pentargon, or the bedroom of his home. But fact takes no heed of human hopes. A squad of men with a black banner tramped athwart the nearer shadows, intent on conflict, and beyond rose that giddy wall of frontage, vast and dark, with the dim, incomprehensible lettering showing faintly on its face. "It is no dream," he said, "no dream." And he bowed his face upon his hands. Chapter 11. The old man W.H. knew everything. He was startled by a cough close at hand. He turned sharply, and peering, saw a small, hunched-up figure sitting a couple of yards off in the shadow of the enclosure. "Have ye any news?" asked the high-pitched, wheezy voice of a very old man. Graham hesitated. "None," he said. "I stay here till the lights come again," said the old man. "These blue scoundrels are everywhere." Graham's answer was inarticulate assent. He tried to see the old man, but the darkness hid his face. He wanted very much to respond, to talk, but he did not know how to begin. "Dark and damnable," said the old man suddenly. "Dark and damnable." Turned. "Out of my room among all these dangers." "That's hard," ventured Graham. "That's hard on you. Darkness, an old man lost in the darkness, and all the world gone mad. War and fighting, the police beaten and rogues abroad. Why don't they bring some Negroes to protect us? No more dark passages for me. I fell over a dead man." "You're safer with company," said the old man. "If it's company of the right sort," and peered frankly. He rose suddenly and came towards Graham. Apparently the scrutiny was satisfactory. The old man sat down as if relieved to be no longer alone. He said, "but this is a terrible time. War and fighting, and the dead lying there. Men, strong men, dying in the dark. Sons, I have 3 sons. God knows where they are tonight." The voice ceased, then repeated quavering, "God knows where they are." Tonight. Graham stood revolving a question that should not betray his ignorance. Again the old man's voice ended the pause. "This Ostrog will win," he said. "He will win. And what the world will be like under him, no one can tell. My sons are under the wind vanes, all 3. One of my daughters-in-law was his mistress for a while. His mistress! We're not common people, though they've sent me to wander tonight and take my chance. I knew what was going on, before most people, but this darkness, and to fall over a dead body suddenly in the dark." His wheezy breathing could be heard. "Ostrog," said Graham. "The greatest boss the world has ever seen," said the voice. Graham ransacked his mind. "The council has few friends among the people," he hazarded. "Few friends, and poor ones at that. They've had their time." They should have kept to the clever ones, but twice they held election. And Ostrog, and now it has burst out and nothing can stay it. Nothing can stay it. Twice they rejected Ostrog the boss. I heard of his rages at the time. He was terrible. Heaven save them, for nothing on earth can now. He has raised the labor companies upon them. No one else would have dared. All the blue canvas armed and marching. He will go through with it. He will go through. He was silent for a little while. This sleeper, he said, and stopped. Yes, said Graham. Well? The senile voice sank to a confidential whisper. The dim, pale face came close. The real sleeper, yes, said Graham, died years ago. What? Said Graham sharply. Years ago. Died years ago. You don't say so, said Graham. I do say so. He died. This sleeper who's woke up they changed in the night, a poor drugged insensible creature. But I mustn't tell all I know. I mustn't tell all I know. For a little while he muttered inaudibly. His secret was too much for him. I don't know the ones that put into sleep that was before my time, but I know. The man who injected the stimulants and woke him again. It was 10-1, wake or kill, Ostrog's way. Graham was so astonished at these things that he had to interrupt, to make the old man repeat his words, to re-question vaguely before he was sure of the meaning and folly of what he heard. And his awakening had not been natural. Was that an old man's senile superstition too, or had it any truth in it? Feeling in the dark corners of his memory, he presently came on something that might conceivably be an impression of some such stimulating effect. It dawned upon him that he had happened upon a lucky encounter, that at last he might learn something of the new age. The old man wheezed a while and spat, and then the piping, reminiscent voice resumed. The first time they rejected him, I followed it all. Rejected whom? Said Graham. The sleeper? Sleeper. No. Ostrog. He was terrible, terrible. And he was promised then, promised certainly the next time. Fools, they were not to be more afraid of him. Now all the city's his millstone, and such as we dust ground upon it. Dust ground upon it. Until he set to work, the workers cut each other's throats, and murdered a Chinaman or a labor police man at times, and left the rest of us in peace. Dead bodies, robbing, darkness. Such a thing hasn't been this gross of years. Eh? But 'tis ill on small folks when the great fall out. It's ill. Did you say there had not been what for a gross of years? Eh? Said the old man. The old man said something about clipping his words, and made him repeat this a third time. Fighting and slaying and weapons in hand and fools bawling freedom and the like, said the old man. Not in all my life has there been that. These are like the old days for sure, when the Paris people broke out three. Gross of years ago. That's what I mean, hasn't been. But it's the world's way. It had to come back. I know. This 5 years Ostrog has been working, and there has been trouble, and hunger and threats, and high talk and arms, blue canvas and murmurs. No one safe. Everything sliding and slipping. And now here we are, revolt and fighting, and the council come to its end. You are rather well informed on these things, said Graham. I know what I hear. It isn't all babble machine with me. No, said Graham, wondering what babble machine might be. And you are certain Ostrog organized this rebellion and arranged for the waking of the sleeper? Just to assert himself because he was not elected to the council? Everyone knows that, I should think, said the old man, except just fools. He meant to be master somehow. in the council or not. Everyone who knows anything knows that, and here we are with dead bodies lying in the dark. Why, where have you been if you haven't heard all about the trouble between Ostrog and the Vernies? And what do you think the troubles are about? The sleeper? Eh? You think the sleeper's real and woke of his own accord, eh? I'm a dull man, older than I look, and forgetful, said Graham. Lots of things that have happened, especially of late years. If I was the sleeper, to tell you the truth, I couldn't know less about them. Said the voice. Old, are you? You don't sound so very old. But it's not everyone keeps his memory to my time of life truly. But these notorious things, but you're not so old as me, not nearly so old as me. Well, I ought not to judge other men by myself, perhaps. I'm young for so old a man. Maybe you're old for so young. That's it, said Graham. And I've a queer history. I know very little. And history, practically I know no history. The sleeper and Julius Caesar are all the same to me. It's interesting to hear you talk of these things. I know a few things, said the old man. I know a thing or two. But, hark! The two men became silent, listening. There was heavy thud, a concussion that made their seat shiver. The passers-by stopped, shouted to one another. The old man was full of questions. He shouted to a man who passed near. Graham, emboldened by his example, got up and accosted others. None knew what had happened. He returned to the seat and found the old man muttering vague interrogations in an undertone. For a while they said nothing to one another. The sense of this gigantic struggle, so near and yet so remote, oppressed. Graham's imagination. Was this old man right? Was the report of the people right? And were the revolutionaries winning? Or were they all in error, and were the Red Guards driving all before them? At any time the flood of warfare might pour into this silent quarter of the city and seize upon him again. It behooved him to learn all he could while there was time. He turned suddenly to the old man with a question and left it unsaid. But his motion moved the old man to speech again. But how things work together, said the old man. This sleeper that all the fools put their trust in, I've the whole history of it. I was always a good one for histories. When I was a boy, I'm that old, I used to read printed books. You'd hardly think it. Likely you've seen none. They rot in dust so, and the sanitary company burns them to make ashlarite. But they were convenient in their dirty way. Oh, I learnt a lot. These newfangled babble machines, they don't seem newfangled to you, eh? They're easy to hear, easy to forget. But I've traced all the sleeper business from the first. You will scarcely believe it, said Graham slowly. I'm so ignorant, I'd been so preoccupied in my own little affairs. My circumstances have been so odd, I know nothing of this sleeper's history. Who was he? Huh, said the old man. I know. He was a poor nobody and set on a playful woman, poor soul. And he fell into a trance. There's the old things they had, those brown things, silver photographs still showing him as he lay, a gross and a half years ago, a gross and a half of years. Set on a playful woman, poor soul, said Graham softly to himself, and then aloud, yes, well, go on. You must know he had a cousin named Warming, a solitary man without children who made a big fortune speculating in roads, the first Idamite roads. But surely you've heard. No, why? He bought all the patent rights and made a big company. In those days, there were grosses of separate businesses and business companies. Grosses of grosses. His roads killed the railroads, the old things, in 24 years. He bought up and Edomited the tracks. And because he didn't want to break up his great property or let in shareholders, he left it all to the sleeper and put it under a board of trustees that he had picked and trained. He knew then the sleeper wouldn't wake, that he would go on sleeping, sleeping till he died. He knew that quite well, and plump, a man in the United States who had lost 2 sons in a boat accident, followed that up with another great bequest. His trustees found themselves with a dozen myriads of lions' worth or more of property at the very beginning. What was his name? Graham. No, I mean that Americans. Isbister. Isbister, cried Graham. Why, I don't even know the name. Of course not, said the old man. Of course not, said the old man. People don't learn much in the schools nowadays, but I know all about him. He was a rich American who went from England, and he left the sleeper even more than warming. How he made it, that I don't know. Something about pictures by machinery. But he made it and left it, and so the council had its start. It was just a council of trustees at first. And how did it grow? But you're not up to things. Money attracts money, and 12 brains are better than 1. They played it cleverly. They worked politics with money and kept on adding to the money by working currency and tariffs. They grew. And for years the 12 trustees hid the growing of the sleeper's estate under double names and company titles and all that. The council spread by title deed, mortgage, share, every political party, every newspaper they bought. If you listen to the old stories, you will see the council growing and growing. Billions and billions of lions at last the sleeper's estate. And all growing out of a whim out of this Warming's will and an accident to Isbister's sons. Men are strange, said the old man. The strange thing to me is how the council worked together so long, as many as 12. But they worked in cliques from the first, and they've slipped back. In my young days, speaking of the council was like an ignorant man speaking of God. We didn't think they could do wrong. We didn't know of their women and all that. Or else I've got wiser. Men are strange, said the old man. Here are you young and ignorant and me 70 years old, and I might reasonably be forgetting explaining it all to you, short and clear. 70, he said, 70, and I hear and see here better than I see, and reason clearly, and keep myself up to all the happenings of things. 70, life is strange. I was 20 before Ostrog was a baby. I remember him long before he'd pushed his way to the head of the wind vane's control. I've seen many changes. I've worn the blue, and at last I've come to see this crush and darkness and tumult and dead men carried by in heaps on the ways, and all his doing, all his doing. His voice died away in scarcely articulate praises of Ostrog. Graham thought. Let me see, he said, if I have it right. He extended a hand and ticked off points upon his fingers. The sleeper has been asleep, changed, said the old man. Perhaps. And meanwhile the sleeper's property grew in the hands of 12 trustees, until it swallowed up nearly all the great ownership of the world. The 12 trustees, by virtue of this property, have become virtually masters of the world, because they are the paying power just as the old English Parliament used to be. Said the old man. That's a good comparison. You're not so. And now this Ostrog has suddenly revolutionized the world by waking the sleeper whom no one but the superstitious, common people had ever dreamt would wake again, raising the sleeper to claim his property from the council, after all these years. The old man endorsed this statement with a cough. It's strange, he said, to meet a man who learns these things for the first time tonight. Aye, said Graham, it's strange. Have you been in a pleasure city? Said the old man. All my life I've longed. He laughed. Even now, he said, I could enjoy a little fun, enjoy seeing things anyhow. He mumbled a sentence Graham did not understand. The sleeper, when did he awake? Said Graham suddenly. 3 days ago. Where is he? Ostrog has him. He escaped from the council not 4 hours ago. My dear sir, where were you at the time? He was in the hall of the markets where the fighting has been. All the city was screaming about it. All the babble machines, everywhere it was shouted. Even the fools who speak for the council were admitting it. Everyone was rushing off to see him. Everyone was getting arms. Were you drunk or asleep? And even then, but you're joking. Surely you're pretending. It was to stop the shouting of the babble machines and prevent the people gathering that they turned off the electricity and put this damned darkness upon us. Do you mean to say? I had heard the sleeper was rescued, said Graham, but to come back a minute, are you sure Ostrog has him? He won't let him go, said the old man. And the sleeper. Are you sure he is not genuine? I have never heard so all the fools think. So they think. As if there wasn't 1,000 things that were never heard. I know Ostrog too well for that. Did I tell you? In a way I'm a sort of relation of Ostrog's, a sort of relation. Through my daughter-in-law. I suppose there's no chance of this sleeper asserting himself. I suppose he's certain to be a puppet in Ostrog's hands or the council's as soon as the struggle is over. In Ostrog's hands, certainly. Why shouldn't he be a puppet? Look at his position. Everything done for him, every pleasure possible. Why should he want to assert himself? What are these pleasure cities? Said Graham abruptly. The old man made him repeat the question. When at last he was assured of Graham's words, he nudged him violently. That's too much, said he. You're poking fun at an old man. I've been suspecting you no more than you pretend. Perhaps I do, said Graham. But no, why should I go on acting? No, I do not know what a pleasure city is. The old man laughed in an intimate way. What is more, I do not know how to read your letters. I do not know what money you use. I do not know what foreign countries there are. I do not know where I am. I cannot count. I do not know where to get food, nor drink, nor shelter. Come, come, said the old man. If you had a glass of drink, now would you? Put it in your ear or your eye. I want you to tell me all these things. He. Well, gentlemen who dress in silk must have their fun. A withered hand caressed Graham's arm for a moment. Silk. Well. But, all the same, I wish I was the man who was put up as the sleeper. He'll have a fine time of it. All the pomp and pleasure. He's a queer-looking face. When they used to let anyone go to see him, I've got tickets and been. The image of the real one, as the photographs show him, this substitute used to be. Yellow, but he'll get fed up. It's a queer world. Think of the luck of it, the luck of it. I expect he'll be sent to Capri. It's the best fun for a greener. His cough overtook him again. Then he began mumbling enviously of pleasures and strange delights. The luck of it, the luck of it. All my life I've been in London hoping to get my chance. But you don't know that the sleeper died, said Graham suddenly. The old man made him repeat his words. Men don't live beyond 10 dozen. It's not in the order of things, said the old man. I'm not a fool. Fools may believe it, but not me. Graham became angry with the old man's assurance. Whether you are a fool or not, he said, it happens you are wrong about the sleeper. Eh? You are wrong about the sleeper. I haven't told you before, but I will tell you now. You are wrong about the sleeper. How do you know? I thought you didn't know anything, not even about pleasure cities. Graham paused. You don't know, said the old man. How are you to know? It's very few men. I am the sleeper. He had to repeat it. There was a brief pause. There's a silly thing to say, sir, if you'll excuse me. It might get you into trouble in a time like this, said the old man. Graham, slightly dashed, repeated his assertion. I was saying I was the sleeper. That years and years ago I did indeed fall asleep in the little stone-built village in the days when there were hedgerows and villages and inns and all the countryside cut up into little pieces, little fields. Have you never heard of those days? And it is I who speak to you who awakened again these 4 days since. 4 days since, the sleeper. But they've got the sleeper. They have him and they won't let him go. Nonsense. You've been talking sensibly enough up to now. I can see it as though I was there. There will be Lincoln like a keeper just behind him. They won't let him go about alone. Trust them. You're a queer fellow. One of these fun pokers. I see now why you have been clipping your words so oddly, but he stopped abruptly, and Graham could see his gesture. As if Austria would let the sleeper run about alone. No, you're telling that to the wrong man altogether. Eh? As if I should believe. What's your game? And besides, we've been talking of the sleeper. Graham stood up. Listen, he said, I am the sleeper. You're an odd man, said the old man, to sit here in the dark, talking clipped and telling a lie of that sort. But Graham's exasperation fell to laughter. It is preposterous, he cried, preposterous. The dream must end. It gets wilder and wilder. Here am I in this damned twilight. I never knew a dream in twilight before, an anachronism by 200 years, and trying to persuade an old fool that I am myself. And meanwhile, ugh! He moved in gusty irritation and went striding. In a moment the old man was pursuing him. But don't go, cried the old man. I'm an old fool, I know. Don't go. Don't leave me in all this darkness. Graham hesitated, stopped. Suddenly the folly of telling his secret flashed into his mind. I didn't mean to offend you, disbelieving you, said the old man, coming near. It's no manner of harm. Call yourself the sleeper if it pleases you. 'Tis a foolish trick. Graham hesitated, turned abruptly, and went on his way. For a time he heard the old man's hobbling pursuit and his wheezy cries receding. But at last the darkness swallowed him, and Graham saw him no more. Chapter 12. Oestrog. Graham could now take a clearer view of his position. For a long time yet he wandered, but after the talk of the old man his discovery of this Austria was clear in his mind as the finally inevitable decision. One thing was evident. Those who were at the headquarters of the revolt had succeeded very admirably in suppressing the fact of his disappearance. But every moment he expected to hear the report of his death or of his recapture by the council. Presently a man stopped before him. "Have you heard?" he said. "No," said Graham, starting. "Near a dozand," said the man, "a dozand men," and hurried on. A number of men and a girl passed in the darkness, gesticulating and shouting, "Capitulated!" "Given up!" A dozand of men. 2 dozand of men. "Ostrog, hurrah! Ostrog, hurrah!" These cries receded, became indistinct. Other shouting men followed. For a time his attention was absorbed in the fragments of speech he heard. He had a doubt whether all were speaking English. Scraps floated to him, scraps like pidgin English, like nigger dialect, blurred in mangled distortions. He dared accost no one with questions. The impression the people gave him jarred altogether with his preconceptions of the struggle and confirmed the old man's faith in Ostrog. It was only slowly he could bring himself to believe that all these people were rejoicing at the defeat of the council, that the council which had pursued him with such power and vigor was after all the weaker of the two sides in conflict. And if that was so, how did it affect him? Several times he hesitated on the verge of fundamental questions. Once he turned and walked for a long way after a little man of rotund, inviting outline, but he was unable to master confidence to address him. It was only slowly that it came to him that he might ask for the wind vane offices. Whatever the wind vane offices might be, his first inquiry simply resulted in a direction to go on towards Westminster. His second led to the discovery of a shortcut in which he was speedily lost. He was told to leave the ways to which he had hitherto confined himself, knowing no other means of transit, and to plunge down one of the middle staircases into the blackness of a crossway. Thereupon came some trivial adventures, chief of these an ambiguous encounter with a gruff-voiced, invisible creature speaking in a strange dialect that seemed at first a strange tongue, a thick flow of speech with the drifting corpses of English words therein, the dialect of the latter-day vile. Then another voice drew near, a girl's voice singing, "Tralala, tralala." She spoke to Graham, her English touched with something of the same quality. She professed to have lost her sister. She blundered needlessly into him, he thought, caught hold of him and laughed. But a word of vague remonstrance sent her into the unseen again. The sounds about him increased. Stumbling people passed him, speaking excitedly. "They have surrendered!" The council, surely not the council. They are saying so in the ways. The passage seemed wider. Suddenly the wall fell away. He was in a great space and people were stirring remotely. He inquired his way of an indistinct figure. "Strike straight across," said a woman's voice. He left his guiding wall and in a moment had stumbled against a little table on which were utensils of glass. Graham's eyes, now attuned to darkness, made out a long vista with pallid tables on either side. He went down this. At one or two of the tables he heard a clang of glass and a sound of eating. There were people then, cool enough to dine, or daring enough to steal a meal in spite of social convulsion and darkness. Far off and high up he presently saw a pallid light of a semicircular shape. As he approached this, a black edge came up and hid it. He stumbled at steps and found himself in a gallery. He heard a sobbing and found two scared little girls crouched by a railing. These children became silent at the near sound of feet. He tried to console them, but they were very still until he left them. Then, as he receded, he could hear them sobbing again. Presently he found himself at the foot of the staircase and near a wide opening. He saw a dim twilight above this and ascended out of the blackness into a street of moving ways again. Along this a disorderly swarm of people marched, shouting. They were singing snatches of the song of the revolt, most of them out of tune. Here and there torches flared, creating brief hysterical shadows. He asked his way and was twice puzzled by that same thick dialect. His third attempt won an answer he could understand. He was 2 miles from the wind vane offices in Westminster, but the way was easy to follow. When at last he did approach the district of the wind vane offices, it seemed to him, from the cheering processions that came marching along the ways, from the tumult of rejoicing, and finally from the restoration of the lighting of the city, that the overthrow of the council must already be accomplished. And still no news of his absence came to his ears. The re-illumination of the city came with startling abruptness. Suddenly he stood blinking. All about him men halted dazzled, and the world was incandescent. The light found him already upon the outskirts of the excited crowds that choked the ways near the wind vane offices. and the sense of visibility and exposure that came with it turned his colorless intention of joining Ostrog to a keen anxiety. For a time he was jostled, obstructed, and endangered by men hoarse and weary with cheering his name, some of them bandaged and bloody in his cause. The frontage of the wind vane offices was illuminated by some moving picture, but what it was he could not see, because in spite of his strenuous attempts, the density of the crowd prevented his approaching it. From the fragments of speech he caught, he judged it conveyed news of the fighting about the council house. Ignorance and indecision made him slow and ineffective in his movements. For a time he could not conceive how he was to get within the unbroken facade of this place. He made his way slowly into the midst of this mass of people until he realized that the descending staircase of the central way led to the interior of the buildings. This gave him a goal, but the crowding in the central path was so dense that it was long before he could reach it. And even then he encountered intricate obstruction and had an hour of vivid argument, first in this guard-room and then in that, before he could get a note taken to the one man of all men who was most eager to see him. His story was laughed to scorn at one place, and wiser for that, when at last he reached a second stairway he professed simply to have news of extraordinary importance for Ostrog. What it was he would not say. They sent his note reluctantly. For a long time he waited in a little room at the foot of the lift shaft, and thither at last came Lincoln, eager, apologetic, astonished. He stopped in the doorway scrutinizing Graham, then rushed forward effusively. "Yes," he cried, "it is you, and you are not dead." Graham made a brief explanation. "My brother is waiting," explained Lincoln. "He is alone in the wind vane offices. We feared you had been killed in the theater. He doubted, and things are very urgent still in spite of what we are telling them there, or he would have come to you." They ascended a lift, passed along a narrow passage, crossed a great hall, empty save for two hurrying messengers, and entered a comparatively little room, whose only furniture was a long settee and the large oval disc of cloudy, shifting gray, hung by cables from the wall. There Lincoln left Graham for a space, and he remained alone without understanding the shifting smoky shapes that drove slowly across this disc. His attention was arrested by a sound that began abruptly. It was cheering, the frantic cheering of a vast but very remote crowd, a roaring exultation. This ended as sharply as it had begun, like a sound heard between the opening and shutting of a door. In the outer room was a noise of hurrying steps and a melodious clinking as if a loose chain was running over the teeth of a wheel. Then he heard the voice of a woman, the rustle of unseen garments. "It is Ostrog," he heard her say. A little bell rang fitfully, and then everything was still again. Presently came voices, footsteps, and movement without. The footsteps of some one person detached itself from the other sounds and drew near, firm, evenly measured steps. The curtain lifted slowly. A tall, white-haired man, clad in garments of cream-colored silk, appeared, regarding Graham from under his raised arm. For a moment the white form remained holding the curtain, then dropped it and stood before it. Graham's first impression was of a very broad forehead, very pale blue eyes deep sunken under white brows, an aquiline nose, and a heavily lined, resolute mouth. The folds of flesh over the eyes, the drooping of the corners of the mouth contradicted the upright bearing and said the man was old. Graham rose to his feet instinctively, and for a moment the two men stood in silence, regarding each other. "You are Ostrog?" said Graham. "I am Ostrog. The boss? So I am called." Graham felt the inconvenience of the silence. "I have to thank you chiefly, I understand, for my safety," he said presently. We were afraid you were killed, said Ostrog, or sent to sleep again forever. We have been doing everything to keep our secret, the secret of your disappearance. Where have you been? How did you get here? Graham told him briefly. Ostrog listened in silence. He smiled faintly. Do you know what I was doing when they came to tell me you had come? How can I guess? Preparing your double. My double? A man as like you as we could find. We were going to hypnotize him to save him the difficulty of acting. It was imperative. The whole of this revolt depends on the idea that you are awake, alive, and with us. Even now, a great multitude of people has gathered in the theater, clamoring to see you. They do not trust. You know, of course, something of your position? Very little, said Graham. It is like this. Ostrog walked a pace or two into the room and turned. You are absolute owner, he said, of more than half the world. As a result of that, you are practically king. Your powers are limited in many intricate ways, but you are the figurehead, the popular symbol of government. This White Council, the Council of Trustees as it is called. I have heard the vague outline of these things. I wondered. I came upon a garrulous old man. I see. Our masses, the word comes from your days. You know, of course, that we still have masses regard you as our actual ruler, just as a great number of people in your days regarded the crown as the ruler. They are discontented, the masses all over the earth, with the rule of your trustees. For the most part, it is the old discontent, the old quarrel of the common man with his commonness, the misery of work and discipline and unfitness. But your trustees have ruled ill. In certain matters, in the administration of the labor companies, for example, they have been unwise. They have given endless opportunities. Already we of the popular party were agitating for reforms when your waking came. May. If it had been contrived, it could not have come more opportunity. He smiled. The public mind, making no allowance for your years of quiescence, had already hit on the thought of waking you and appealing to you, and flash. He indicated the outbreak by a gesture, and Graham moved his head to show that he understood. The council muddled quarreled. They always do. They could not decide what to do with you. You know how they imprisoned you. I see. And now we win. We win. Indeed, we win. Tonight, in 5 swift hours, suddenly we struck everywhere. The wind vane people, the labor company and its millions, burst the bonds. We got the pull of the aeropiles. He paused. Yes, said Graham, guessing that aeropile meant flying machine. That was of course essential. Or they could have got away. All the city rose. Every third man almost was in it. All the blue, all the public services, save only just a few aeronauts and about half the red police. You were rescued and their own police of the ways. Not half of them could be massed. At the council house had been broken up, disarmed or killed. All London is ours now. Only the council house remains. Half of those who remained to them of the red police were lost in that foolish attempt to recapture you. They lost their heads when they lost you. They flung all they had at the theater. We cut them off from the council house there. Truly tonight has been a night of victory. Everywhere your star has blazed. A day ago, the White Council ruled as it has ruled for a gross of years, for a century and a half of years, and then, with only a little whispering, a covert arming here and there, suddenly, so. I am very ignorant, said Graham. I suppose I do not clearly understand the conditions of this fighting. If you could explain. Where is the council? Where is the fight? Ostrog stepped across the room. Something clicked, And suddenly, save for an oval glow, they were in darkness. For a moment, Graham was puzzled. Then he saw that the cloudy gray disk had taken depth and color, had assumed the appearance of an oval window looking out upon a strange, unfamiliar scene. At the first glance, he was unable to guess what this scene might be. It was a daylight scene, the daylight of a wintry day, gray and clear. Across the picture and halfway as it seemed between him and the remoter view, a stout cable of twisted white wire stretched vertically. Then he perceived that the rows of great wind wheels he saw, the wide intervals, the occasional gulfs of darkness, were akin to those through which he had fled from the council house. He distinguished an orderly file of red figures marching across an open space between files of men in black, and realized before Ostrog spoke that he was looking down on the upper surface of latter-day London. The overnight snows had gone. He judged that this mirror was some modern replacement of the camera obscura, but that matter was not explained to him. He saw that though the file of red figures was trotting from left to right, yet they were passing out of the picture to the left. He wondered momentarily, and then saw that the picture was passing slowly, panorama fashion, across the oval. "In a moment you will see the fighting," said Ostrog at his elbow. "Those fellows in red you notice are prisoners. This is the roof space of London. All the houses are practically continuous now. The streets and public squares are covered in. The gaps and chasms of your time have disappeared. Something out of focus obliterated half the picture. Its form suggested a man. There was a gleam of metal, a flash, something that swept across the oval as the eyelid of a bird sweeps across its eye, and the picture was clear again. And now Graham beheld men running down among the windwheels, pointing weapons from which jetted out little smoky flashes. They swarmed thicker and thicker to the right, gesticulating it might be they were shouting. But of that the picture told nothing. They and the windwheels passed slowly and steadily across the field of the mirror. "Now," said Ostrog, "comes the council house," and slowly a black edge crept into view and gathered Graham's attention. Soon it was no longer an edge but a cavity, a huge blackened space amidst the clustering edifices, and from it thin spires of smoke rose into the pallid winter sky. Gaunt, ruinous masses of the building, mighty truncated piers and girders, rose dismally out of this cavernous darkness. And over these vestiges of some splendid place, countless minute men were clambering, leaping, swarming. "This is the council house," said Ostrog. "Their last stronghold. And the fools wasted enough ammunition to hold out for a month in blowing up the buildings all about them to stop our attack. You heard the smash? It shattered half the brittle glass in the city." And while he spoke, Graham saw that beyond the sea of ruins, overhanging it and rising to a great height, was a ragged mass of white building. This mass had been isolated by the ruthless destruction of its surroundings. Black gaps marked the passages the disaster had torn apart. Big halls had been slashed open, and the decoration of their interiors showed dismally in the wintry dawn, and down the jagged wall hung festoons of divided cables and twisted ends of lines and metallic rods. And amidst all the vast details moved little red specks, the red-clothed defenders of the council. Every now and then faint flashes illuminated the bleak shadows. At the first sight it seemed to Graham that an attack upon this isolated white building was in progress, but then he perceived that the party of the revolt was not advancing but sheltered amidst the colossal wreckage that encircled this last ragged stronghold of the red-garbed men, was keeping up a fitful firing. and not 10 hours ago he had stood beneath the ventilating fans in the little chamber within that remote building, wondering what was happening in the world. Looking more attentively as this warlike episode moved silently across the center of the mirror, Graham saw that the white building was surrounded on every side by ruins, and Ostrog proceeded to describe in concise phrases how its defenders had sought by such destruction to isolate themselves from a storm. He spoke of the loss of men that huge downfall had entailed in an indifferent tone. He indicated an improvised mortuary. Among the wreckage showed ambulances swarming like cheese mites along a ruinous groove that had once been a street of moving ways. He was more interested in pointing out the parts of the council. House, the distribution of the besiegers. In a little while the civil contest that had convulsed London was no longer a mystery to Graham. It was no tumultuous revolt had occurred that night, no equal warfare, but a splendidly organized coup d'etat. Ostrog's grasp of details was astonishing. He seemed to know the business of even the smallest knot of black and red specks that crawled amidst these places. He stretched a huge black arm across the luminous picture and showed the room whence Graham had escaped, and across the chasm of ruins the course of his flight. Graham recognized the gulf across which the gutter ran and the wind wheels where he had crouched from the flying machine. The rest of his path had succumbed to the explosion. He looked again at the council house, and it was already half hidden, and on the right a hillside with a cluster of domes and pinnacles, hazy, dim, and distant, was gliding into view. "And the council is really overthrown?" he said. "Overthrown," said Ostrog. "And is it indeed true that you, are master of the world? But that white flag, that is the flag of the council, the flag of the rule of the world. It will fall, the fight is over. Their attack on the theater was their last frantic struggle. They have only 1,000 men or so, and some of these men will be disloyal. They have little ammunition. And we are reviving the ancient arts. We are casting guns, but help, is this city the world? Practically, this is all they have left to them of their empire. Abroad the cities have either revolted with us or wait the issue. Your awakening has perplexed them, paralyzed them. But haven't the council flying machines? Why is there no fighting with them? They had. But the greater part of the aeronauts were in the revolt with us. They wouldn't take the risk of fighting on our side, but they would not stir against us. We had to get a poll with the aeronauts, quite half were with us, and the others knew it. Directly they knew you had got away, those looking for you dropped. We killed the man who shot at you an hour ago. And we occupied the flying stages at the outset in every city we could, and so stopped and captured the airplanes. And as for the little flying machines that turned out for some, did we kept up too straight and steady a fire for them to get near the council house? If they drop, they couldn't rise again because there's no clear space about there for them to get up. Several we have smashed, several others have dropped and surrendered, the rest have gone off to the continent to find a friendly city if they can before their fuel runs out. Most of these men were only too glad to be taken prisoner and kept out of harm's way. Upsetting in a flying machine isn't a very attractive prospect. There's no chance for the council that way. Its days are done. He laughed and turned to the oval reflection again to show Graham what he meant by flying stages. Even the 4 nearer ones were remote and obscured by a thin morning haze. But Graham could perceive they were very vast structures, judged even by the standard of the things about them. And then as these dim shapes passed to the left, there came again the sight of the expanse, across which the disarmed men in red had been marching. And then they, black ruins, and then again the beleaguered white fastness of the council. It appeared no longer a ghostly pile, but glowing amber in the sunlight, for a cloud shadow had passed. About it, the pygmy struggle still hung in suspense, but now the red defenders were no longer firing. So, in a dusky stillness, the man from the 19th century saw the closing scene of the Great Revolt, the forcible establishment of his rule. With a quality of startling discovery, it came to him that this was his world, and not that other he had left behind, that this was no spectacle to culminate and cease, that in this world lay whatever life was still before him, lay all his duties and dangers and responsibilities. He turned with fresh questions. Ostrog began to answer them, and then broke off abruptly. But these things I must explain more fully later. At present there are duties. The people are coming by the moving ways towards this ward from every part of the city. The markets and theaters are densely crowded. You are just in time for them. They are clamoring to see you, and abroad, they want to see you. Paris, New York, Chicago, Denver, Capri. Thousands of cities are up and in a tumult, undecided and clamoring to see you. They have clamored that you should be awakened for years, and now it is done. They will scarcely believe, but surely I can't go. Ostrog answered from the other side of the room, and the picture on the oval disc paled and vanished as the light jerked back again. There are Kinetolo photographs, he said. As you bow to the people here all over the world, myriads of people, packed and still in darkened halls, will see you also, in black and white, of course not like this, and you will hear their shouts reinforcing the shouting in the hall. And there is an optical contrivance we shall use, said Ostrog, used by some of the posturers and women dancers. It may be novel to you. You stand in a very bright light, and they see not you but a magnified image of you thrown on the screen, so that even the furthest man in the remotest gallery can, if he chooses, count your eyelashes. Graham clutched desperately at one of the questions in his mind. What is the population of London? 8 and 20 myriads. 8 and what? More than 33 millions. These figures went beyond Graham's imagination. You will be expected to say something, said Ostrog. Not what you used to call a speech, but what our people call a word, just one sentence, 6 or 7 words, something formal. If I might suggest, I have awakened and my heart is with you. That is the sort of thing they want. What was that? Asked Graham. I am awakened and my heart is with you. And bow royally. But first we must get you black robes, for black is your color. Do you mind? And then they will disperse to their homes. Graham hesitated. I am in your hands, he said. Ostrog was clearly of that opinion. He thought for a moment, turned to the curtain, and called brief directions to some unseen attendants. Almost immediately a black robe, the very fellow of the black robe Graham had worn in the theater, was brought, and as he threw it about his shoulders there came from the room without the shrilling of a high-pitched bell. Ostrog turned in interrogation to the attendant, then suddenly seemed to change his mind, pulled the curtain aside and disappeared. For a moment Graham stood with the deferential attendant listening to Ostrog's retreating steps. There was a sound of quick question and answer, and of men running. The curtain was snatched back and Ostrog reappeared, his massive face glowing with excitement. He crossed the room in a stride, clicked the room into darkness, gripped Graham's arm and pointed to the mirror. Even as we turned away, he said. Graham saw his index finger, black and colossal, above the mirrored council house. For a moment he did not understand, and then he perceived that the flagstaff that had carried the white banner was bare. Do you mean, he began, the council has surrendered, its rule is at an end for evermore? Look, And Ostrog pointed to a coil of black that crept in little jerks up the vacant flagstaff, unfolding as it rose. The oval picture paled as Lincoln pulled the curtain aside and entered. "They are clamorous," he said. Ostrog kept his grip of Graham's arm. "We have raised the people," he said. "We have given them arms. For today at least their wishes must be law." Lincoln held the curtain open for Graham and Ostrog to pass through. On his way to the markets, Graham had a transitory glance of a long, narrow, white-walled room in which men in the universal blue canvas were carrying covered things like buyers, and about which men in medical purple hurried to and white. Fro. From this room came groans and wailing. He had an impression of an empty blood-stained couch, of men on other couches, bandaged and blood-stained. It was just a glimpse from a rail footway, and then a buttress hid the place, and they were going on towards the markets. The roar of the multitude was near now. It leapt to thunder. And, arresting his attention, a fluttering of black banners, the waving of blue canvas and brown rags, and the swarming vastness of the theater near the public markets came into view down a long passage. The picture opened out. He perceived they were entering the great theater of his first appearance, the great theater he had last seen as a checkerwork of glare and blackness in his flight from the Red Police. This time he entered it along a gallery at a level high above the stage. The place was now brilliantly lit again. He sought the gangway up which he had fled, but he could not tell it from among its dozens of fellows, nor could he see anything of the smashed seats, deflated cushions, and such-like traces of the fight, because of the density of the people. Except the stage, the whole place was closely packed. Looking down, the effect was a vast area of stippled pink, each dot a still upturned face regarding him. At his appearance with Ostrog, the cheering died away, the singing died away, a common interest stilled and unified the disorder. It seemed as though every individual of those myriads was watching him. Chapter 13. The End of the Old Order. So far as Graham was able to judge, it was near midday when the white banner of the council fell. But some hours had to elapse before it was possible to effect the formal capitulation, and so after he had spoken his word, he retired to his new apartments in the Wind Vane offices. The continuous excitement of the last 12 hours had left him inordinately fatigued. Even his curiosity was exhausted. For a space he sat inert and passive with open eyes, and for a space he slept. He was roused by 2 medical attendants, come prepared with stimulants to sustain him through the next occasion. After he had taken their drugs and bathed by their advice in cold water, he felt a rapid return of interest and energy, and was presently able and willing to accompany Ostrog through several miles, as it seemed, of passages, lifts, and slides to the closing scene of the White Council's rule. The way ran deviously through a maze of buildings. They came at last to a passage that curved about and showed broadening before him an oblong. Opening, clouds hot with sunset, and the ragged skyline of the ruinous council house. A tumult of shouts came drifting up to him. In another moment they had come out high up on the brow of the cliff of torn buildings that overhung the wreckage. The vast area opened to Graham's eyes, none the less strange and wonderful for the remote view he had had of it in the oval mirror. This rudely amphitheatral space seemed now the better part of a mile to its outer edge. It was gold-lit on the left hand, catching the sunlight, and below and to the right, clear and cold in the shadow. Above the shadowy gray council house that stood in the midst of it, the great black banner of the surrender still hung in sluggish folds against the blazing sunset. Severed rooms, halls, and passages gaped strangely. Broken masses of metal projected dismally from the complex wreckage. Vast masses of twisted cable dropped like tangled seaweed, and from its base came a tumult of innumerable voices, violent concussions, and the sound of trumpets. All about this great white pile was a ring of desolation. The smashed and blackened masses, the gaunt foundations and ruinous lumber of the fabric that had been destroyed by the council's orders, skeletons of girders, titanic masses of wall, forests of stout pillars. Amongst the somber wreckage beneath, running water flashed and glistened, and far away across the space, out of the midst of a vague, vast mass of buildings, there thrust the twisted end of a water main, 200 feet in the air, thunderously spouting a shining cascade. And everywhere great multitudes of people. Wherever there was space and foothold, people swarmed. Little people, small and minutely clear, except where the sunset touched them to indistinguishable gold. They clambered up the tottering walls. They clung in wreaths and groups about the high-standing pillars. They swarmed along the edges of the circle of ruins. The air was full of their shouting and were pressing and swaying towards the central space. The upper stories of the council house seemed deserted. Not a human being was visible. Only the drooping banner of the surrender hung heavily against the light. The dead were within the council house, or hidden by the swarming people, or carried away. Graham could see only a few neglected bodies in gaps and corners of the ruins, and amidst the flowing water. "Will you let them see you, sire?" said Ostrog. "They are very anxious to see you." Graham hesitated, and then walked forward to where the broken verge of wall dropped sheer. I stood looking down, a lonely, tall, black figure against the sky. Very slowly the swarming ruins became aware of him, and as they did so, little bands of black uniformed men appeared remotely, thrusting through the crowds towards the council house. He saw little black heads become pink, looking at him. Saw by that means a wave of recognition sweep across the space. It occurred to him that he should accord them some recognition. He held up his arm, then pointed to the council house and dropped his hand. The voices below became unanimous, gathered volume, came up to him as multitudinous wavelets of cheering. The western sky was a pallid bluish green, and Jupiter shone high in the south before the capitulation was accomplished. Above was a slow, insensible change, the advance of night serene and beautiful. Below was hurry, excitement, conflicting orders, pauses, spasmodic developments of organization, a vast ascending clamor and confusion. Before the council came out, toiling, perspiring men, directed by a conflict of shouts, carried forth hundreds of those who had perished in the hand-to-hand conflict within those long passages and chambers. Guards in black lined the way that the council would come, and as far as the eye could reach into the hazy blue twilight of the ruins, and swarming now at every possible point in the captured council house and along the shattered cliff of its circum-adjacent buildings, were innumerable people, and their voices, even when they were not cheering, were as the soughing of the sea upon a pebble beach. Ostrog had chosen a huge, commanding pile of crushed and overthrown masonry, and on this a stage of timbers and metal girders was being hastily constructed. Its essential parts were complete, but humming and clangorous machinery still glared fitfully in the shadows beneath this temporary edifice. The stage had a small, higher portion on which Graham stood with Ostrog and Lincoln close beside him, a little in advance of a group of minor officers. A broader, lower stage surrounded this quarterdeck, and on this were the black uniformed guards of the revolt, armed with the little green weapons, whose very names Graham still did not know. Those standing about him perceived that his eyes wandered perpetually from the swarming people in the twilight ruins about him to the darkling mass of the White Council House, whence the trustees would presently come, and to the gaunt cliffs of ruin that encircled him, and so back to the people. The voices of the crowd swelled to a deafening tumult. He saw the councillors first afar off in the glare of one of the temporary lights that marked their path, a little group of white figures blinking in a black archway. In the council house, they had been in darkness. He watched them approaching, drawing nearer past first this blazing electric star and then that. The minatory roar of the crowd over whom their power had lasted for 150 years marched along beside them. As they drew still nearer, their faces came out weary, white, and anxious. He saw them blinking up through the glare about him and Ostrog. He contrasted their strange, cold looks in the Hall of Atlas. Presently he could recognize several of them. The man who had rapped the table at Howard, a burly man with a red beard and one delicate-featured, short, dark man with a peculiarly long skull. He noted that two were whispering together and looking behind him at Ostrog. Next there came a tall, dark and handsome man, walking downcast. Abruptly he glanced up. His eyes touched Graham for a moment, and passed beyond him to Ostrog. The way that had been made for them was so contrived that they had to march past and curve about before they came to the sloping path of planks that ascended to the stage where their surrender was to be made. The Master, God and the Master, shouted the people. To hell with the council. Graham looked at their multitudes, receding beyond counting into a shouting haze, and then at Ostrog beside him, white and steadfast and still. His eye went again to the little group of white councillors, and then he looked up at the familiar quiet stars overhead. The marvelous element in his fate was suddenly vivid. Could that be his? Indeed, that little life in his memory 200 years gone by, and this as well? Chapter 14, From the Crow's Nest. And so, after strange delays and through an avenue of doubt and battle, this man from the 19th century came at last to his position at the head of that complex world. At first, when he rose from the long, deep sleep that followed his rescue and the surrender of the council, he did not recognize his surroundings. By an effort he gained a clue in his mind, and all that had happened came back to him. At first with the quality of insincerity, like a story heard, like something read out of a book, and even before his memories were clear, the exultation of his escape, the wonder of his prominence were back in his mind. He was owner of half the world, master of the earth. This new great age was in the completest sense his. He no longer hoped to discover his experiences a dream. He became anxious now to convince himself that they were real. An obsequious valet hested him to dress under the direction of a dignified intessit. Chief attendant, a little man whose face proclaimed him Japanese, albeit he spoke English like an Englishman. From the latter he learnt something of the state of affairs. Already the revolution was an accepted fact. Already business was being resumed throughout the city. Abroad the downfall of the council had been received for the most part with delight. Nowhere was the council popular, and the thousand cities of Western America, after 200 years still jealous of New York, London, and the East, had risen almost unanimously 2 days before, at the news of Graham's imprisonment. Paris was fighting within itself, the rest of the world hung in suspense. While he was breaking his fast, the sound of a telephone bell jetted from a corner, and his chief attendant called his attention to the voice of Ostrog, making polite inquiries. Graham interrupted his refreshment to reply. Very shortly Lincoln arrived, and Graham at once expressed a strong desire to talk to people and to be shown more of the new life that was opening before him. Lincoln, informed him that in 3 hours' time a representative gathering of officials and their wives would be held in the state apartments of the wind vane chief. Graham's desire to traverse the ways of the city was, however, at present impossible because of the enormous excitement of the people. It was, however, quite possible for him to take a bird's-eye view of the city from the crow's nest of the wind vane keeper. To this, accordingly, Graham was conducted by his attendant. Lincoln, with a graceful compliment to the attendant, apologized for not accompanying them on account of the present pressure of administrative work. Higher even than the most gigantic windwheels hung this crow's nest, a clear 1,000 feet above the roofs. A little disc-shaped speck on a spear of metallic filigree, cable-stayed. To its summit, Graham was drawn in a little wire-hung cradle. Halfway down the frail seeming stem was a light gallery about which hung a cluster of tubes, minute they looked from above, rotating slowly on the ring of its outer rail. These were the specula, en rapport with the wind vane keeper's mirrors, in one of which Ostrog had shown him the coming of his rule. His Japanese attendant ascended before him, and they spent nearly an hour asking and answering questions. It was a day full of the promise and quality of spring. The touch of the wind warmed. The sky was an intense blue, and the vast expanse of London shone dazzling under the morning sun. The air was clear of smoke and haze, sweet as the air of a mountain glen. Save for the irregular oval of ruins about the House of the Council, and the black flag of the surrender that fluttered there, the mighty city seen from above showed few signs of the swift revolution that had, to his imagination, in one night and one day, changed the destinies of the world. A multitude of people still swarmed over these ruins and the huge open-work stagings in the distance from which started in times of peace the service of aeroplanes to the various great cities of Europe and America, were also black with the victors. Across a narrow way of planking raised on trestles that crossed the ruins, a crowd of workmen were busy restoring the connection between the cables and wires of the council house and the rest of the city, preparatory to the transfer thither of Ostrog's headquarters from the wind vane buildings. For the rest, the luminous expanse was undisturbed. So vast was its serenity in comparison with the areas of disturbance that presently Graham, looking beyond them, could almost forget the thousands of men lying out of sight in the artificial glare within the quasi-subterranean labyrinth, dead or dying of the overnight wounds, forget the improvised wards with the host of surgeons, nurses, and bearers feverishly busy, forget, indeed, all the wonder, consternation, and novelty under the electric lights. Down there in the hidden ways of the anthill, he knew that the revolution triumphed, that black everywhere carried the day, black favors, black banners, black festoons across the streets. And out here, under the fresh sunlight, beyond the crater of the fight, as if nothing had happened to the earth, the forest of wind vanes that had grown from one or two while the council had ruled, roared peacefully upon their incessant duty. Far away, spiked, jagged and indented by the wind vanes, the Surrey hills rose blue and faint. To the north and nearer, the sharp contours of Highgate and Muswell Hill were similarly jagged. And all over the countryside he knew, on every crest and hill, where once the hedges had interlaced and cottages, churches, inns, and farmhouses had nestled among their trees, windwheels similar to those he saw and bearing like vast advertisements, gaunt and distinctive symbols of the new age, cast their whirling shadows and stored incessantly the energy that flowed away incessantly the auries of the city. And underneath these wandered the countless flocks and herds of the British Food Trust with their lonely guards and keepers. Not a familiar outline anywhere broke the cluster of gigantic shapes below. St. Paul's, he knew, survived, and many of the old buildings in Westminster, embedded out of sight, arched over and covered in among the giant growths of this great age. The Thames, too, made no fall and gleam of silver to break the wilderness of the city. The thirsty water mains drank up every drop of its waters before they reached the walls. Its bed, an estuary scoured and sunken, was now a canal of seawater, and a race of grimy bargemen brought the heavy materials of trade from the pool thereby beneath the very feet of the workers. Faint and dim in the eastward between earth and sky hung the clustering mass of the colossal shipping in the pool. For all the heavy traffic, for which there was no need of haste, came in gigantic sailing ships from the ends of the earth, and the heavy goods for which there was urgency in mechanical ships of a smaller, swifter sort. And to the south, over the hills, came vast aqueducts with sea-water for the sewers, and in 3 separate directions ran pallid lines, the roads stippled with moving gray specks. On the first occasion that offered, he was determined to go out and see these roads that would come after the flying ship he was presently to try. His attendant officer described them as a pair of gently curving surfaces, 100 yards wide, each one for the traffic going in one direction, and made of a substance called adamite, an artificial substance, so far as he could gather, resembling toughened glass. Along this shot a strange traffic of narrow rubber-shod vehicles, great single wheels, 2- and 4-wheeled vehicles, sweeping along at velocities of from 1 to 6 miles a minute. Railroads had vanished. A few embankments remained as rust-crowned trenches here and there. Some few formed the cores of Eadhamite ways. Among the first things to strike his attention had been the great fleets of advertisement balloons and kites that receded in irregular vistas northward and southward along the lines of the aeroplane journeys. No aeroplanes were to be seen. Their passages had ceased, and only one little seeming aeropile circled high. In the blue distance above the Surrey hills, an unimpressive soaring speck. A thing Graham had already learned, and which he found very hard to imagine, was that nearly all the towns in the country, and almost all the villages, had disappeared. Here and there only, he understood, some gigantic hotel-like edifice stood amid square miles of some single cultivation, and preserved the name of a town as Bournemouth, Wareham, or Swanage. Yet the officer had speedily convinced him how inevitable such a change had been. The old order had dotted the country with farmhouses, and every 2 or 3 miles was the ruling landlord's estate, and the place of the inn and cobbler, the grocer's shop and church, the village. Every 8 miles or so was the country town, where lawyer, corn merchant, wool stapler, saddler, veterinary surgeon, doctor, draper, milliner, and so forth lived. Every 8 miles, simply because that 8-mile marketing journey, 4 there and back, was as much as was comfortable for the farmer. But directly the railways came into play, and after them the light railways, and all swift new motor cars that had replaced wagons and horses, and so soon as the highroads began to be made of wood and rubber and adamite and all sorts of elastic, durable substances, the necessity of having such frequent market towns disappeared, and the big towns grew. They drew the worker with the gravitational force of seemingly endless work, the employer with their suggestions of an infinite ocean of labor. And as the standard of comfort rose, as the complexity of the mechanism of living increased, life in the country had become more and more costly, or narrow and impossible. The disappearance of vicar and squire, the extinction of the general practitioner by the city specialist, had robbed a village of its last touch of culture. After telephone, Kinematograph and phonograph had replaced newspaper, book, schoolmaster, and letter. To live outside the range of the electric cables was to live an isolated savage in the country where neither means of being clothed nor fed according to the refined conceptions of the time. No efficient doctors for an emergency, no company, and no pursuits. Moreover, mechanical appliances in agriculture made one engineer the equivalent of 30 laborers. So, inverting the condition of the city clerk in the days when London was scarce inhabitable because of the coaly foulness of its air, the laborers now came hurrying by road or air to the city and its life and delights at night to leave it again in the morning. The city had swallowed up humanity. Man had entered upon a new stage in his development. First had come the nomad, the hunter, then had followed the agriculturist of the agriculturist of the agricultural state, whose towns and cities and ports were but the headquarters and markets of the countryside. And now, logical consequence of an epoch of invention, was this huge new aggregation of men. Save London, there were only 4 other cities in Britain: Edinburgh, Portsmouth, Manchester, and Shrewsbury. Such things as these, simple statements of fact, though they were to contemporary men, strained Graham's imagination to picture. And when he glanced over beyond thereat, the strange things that existed on the continent, it failed him altogether. He had a vision of city beyond city, cities on great plains, cities beside great rivers, vast cities along the sea margin, cities girdled by snowy mountains. Over a great part of the earth the English tongue was spoken. Taken together with its Spanish-American and Hindu and Negro and Pidgin dialects, it was the everyday language of 2/3 of the people of the earth. On the continent, save as remote and curious survivals, 3 other languages alone held sway: German, which reached to Antioch and Genoa and jostled Spanish English at Guise, a Gallicized Russian which met the Indian English in Persia and Kurdistan, and the Pidgin English in Pekin, and French, still clear and brilliant, the language of lucidity, which shared the Mediterranean with the Indian English and German, and reached through a Negro dialect to the Congo, and everywhere now to the city-set earth, save in the administered. Black Belt territories of the tropics, the same cosmopolitan social organization prevailed, and everywhere from pole to equator his property and his responsibilities extended. The whole world was civilized. The whole world dwelt in cities. The whole world was property. Over the British Empire and throughout America his ownership was scarcely disguised. Congress and Parliament were usually regarded as antique, curious gatherings. And even in the 2 empires of Russia and Germany, the influence of his wealth was conceivably of enormous weight. There, of course, came problems, possibilities, but uplifted as he was, even Russia and Germany seemed sufficiently remote. And of the quality of the Black Belt administration, and of what that might mean for him, he thought, after the fashion of his former days, not at all. That it should hang like a threat over the spacious vision before him could not enter his 19th-century mind. But his mind turned at once from the scenery to the thought of a vanished dread. What of the yellow peril? He asked, and Asano made him explain. The Chinese. Spectre had vanished. Chinaman and European were at peace. The 20th century had discovered with reluctant certainty that the average Chinaman was as civilized, more moral, and far more intelligent than the average European serf, and had repeated on a gigantic scale the fraternization of Scot and Englishman that happened in the 17th century. As Asano put it, they thought it over. They found we were white men after all. Graham turned again to the view, and his thoughts took a new direction. Out of the dim southwest, glittering and strange, voluptuous and in some way terrible, shone those pleasure cities, of which the kinematograph, phonograph, and the old man in the street had spoken. Strange places reminiscent of the legendary Sybaris, cities of art and beauty, mercenary art and mercenary beauty, stare wonderful cities of motion and music, whither repaired all who profited by the fierce, inglorious, economic struggle that went on in the glaring labyrinth below. Fierce, he knew it was. How fierce he could judge from the fact that these latter-day people referred back to the England of the 19th century as the figure of an idyllic, easy-going life. He turned his eyes to the scene immediately before him again, trying to conceive the big factories of that intricate maze. Northward he knew were the potters, makers not only of earthenware and china, but of the kindred pastes and compounds a subtler mineralogical chemistry had devised. There were the makers of statuettes and wall ornaments and much intricate furniture. There, too, were the factories where feverishly competitive authors devised their phonograph discourses and advertisements and arranged the groupings and developments for their perpetually startling and novel kinematographic dramatic works. Thence, too, flashed the worldwide messages, the worldwide falsehoods of the news tellers, the chargers of the telephonic machines that had replaced the newspapers of the past. To the westward beyond the smashed council house were the voluminous offices of municipal control and government, and to the eastward, towards the port, the trading quarters, the huge public markets, the theaters, houses of resort, betting palaces, miles of billiard saloons, baseball and football circuses, wild beast rings, and the innumerable temples of the Christian and quasi-Christian sects, the Mahomedans, Buddhists, Gnostics, spook worshippers, the Fernsche Iwarsi, and Senta and Downbrace, the Fedi Vidamguafik, and from point to point to the countless multitudes along the roaring mechanical ways, a gigantic hive of which the winds were tireless servants, and the ceaseless wind veins inappropriate crown and symbol. He thought of the unprecedented population that had been supped up by this sponge of halls and galleries, the 33 million lives that were playing out each its own brief, ineffectual drama below him, and the complacency that the brightness of the day and the space and splendor of the view, and above all the sense of his own importance, had begotten, dwindled, and perished. Looking down from this height over the city, it became at last possible to conceive this overwhelming multitude of 33 millions, the reality of the responsibility he would take upon himself, the vastness of the human maelstrom over which his slender kingship hung. He tried to figure the individual life. It astonished him to realize how little the common man had changed in spite of the visible change in his conditions. Life and property, indeed, were secure from violence almost all over the world. Zymotic diseases, bacterial diseases of all sorts had practically vanished. Everyone had a sufficiency of food and clothing, was warmed in the city ways, and sheltered from the weather so much the almost mechanical progress of science and the physical organization of society had accomplished. But the crowd, he was already beginning to discover, was a crowd still, helpless in the hands of demagogue, and organizer, individually cowardly, individually swayed by appetite, collectively incalculable. The memory of countless figures in pale blue canvas came before his mind. Millions of such men and women below him, he knew, had never been out of the city, had never seen beyond the little round of unintelligent, grudging participation in the world's business and unintelligent, dissatisfied sharing in its tawdrier pleasures. He thought of the hopes of his vanished contemporaries, and for a moment the dream of London and Morris's quaint old News from Nowhere and the perfect land of Hudson's beautiful Crystal Age appeared before him in an atmosphere of infinite loss. He thought of his own hopes. For in the latter days of that passionate life that lay now so far behind him, the conception of a free and equal manhood had become a very real thing to him. He had hoped, as indeed his age had hoped, rashly taking it for granted, that the sacrifice of the many to the few would some day cease, that a day was near when every child born of woman should have a fair and assured chance of happiness. And here, after 200 years, the same hope, still unfulfilled, cried passionately through the city. After 200 years, he knew, greater than ever, grown with the city to gigantic proportions, were poverty and helpless labor and all the sorrows of his time. Already he knew something of the history of the intervening years. He had heard now of the moral decay that had followed the collapse of supernatural religion in the minds of ignoble man, the decline of public honor, the ascendancy of wealth. For men who had lost their belief in God had still kept their faith in property, and wealth ruled a venial world. His Japanese attendant, Asano, in expounding the political history of the intervening 2 centuries, drew an apt image from a seed eaten by insect parasites. First there is the original seed, ripening vigorously enough, and then comes some insect and lays an egg under the skin, and behold, in a little while the seed is a hollow shape with an active grub inside that has eaten out its substance. And then comes some secondary parasite, some unrecognizable fly, and lays an egg within this grub, and behold, that too is a hollow shape, and the new living thing is inside its predecessor's skin, which itself is snug within the seed coat. And the seed coat still keeps its shape. Most people think it a seed still, and for all one knows it may still think itself a seed, vigorous and alive. Your Victorian kingdom, said Asano, was like that kingship with the heart eaten out. The landowners, the barons and gentry began ages ago with King John. There were lapses, but they beheaded King Charles and ended practically with King George, mere husk of a king, the real power in the hands of their parliament. But the parliament, the organ of the landholding tenant-ruling gentry, did not keep its power long. The change had already come in the 19th century. The franchises had been broadened until it included masses of ignorant men, urban myriads, who went in their featureless thousands to vote together. And the natural consequence of a swarming constituency is the rule of the party organization. Power was passing even in the Victorian time to the party machinery, secret, complex, and corrupt. Very speedily power was in the hands of great men of business who financed the machines. A time came when the real power and interest of the empire rested visibly between the 2 party councils, ruling by newspapers and electoral organizations, 2 small groups of rich and able men, working at first in opposition, then presently together. There was a reaction of a genteel, ineffectual sort. There were numberless books in existence, Asano said, to prove that the publication of some of them was as early as Graham's sleep, a whole literature of reaction, in fact. The party of the reaction seems to have locked itself into its study and rebelled with unflinching determination on paper. The urgent necessity of either capturing or depriving the party councils of power is a common suggestion underlying all the thoughtful work of the early 20th century, both in America and England. In most of these things, America was a little earlier than England, though both countries drove the same way. That counter-revolution never came. It could never organize and keep pure. There was not enough of the old sentimentality, the old faith in righteousness, left among men. Any organization that became big enough to influence the polls became complex enough to be undermined, broken up, or bought outright by capable rich men. Socialistic and popular, reactionary and purity parties were all at last mere stock exchange counters, selling their principles to pay for their electioneering. And the great concern of the rich was naturally to keep property intact, the board clear for the game of trade, just as the feudal concern had been to keep the board clear for hunting and war. The whole world was exploited, a battlefield of businesses and financial convulsions. The scourge of currency manipulation, tariff wars, made more human misery during the 20th century because the wretchedness was dreary life instead of speedy death than Anne had war, pestilence, and famine in the darkest hours of earlier history. His own part in the development of this time he now knew clearly enough. Through the successive phases in the development of this mechanical civilization, aiding and presently directing its development, there had grown a new power, the council, the board of his trustees. At first it had been a mere chance union of the millions of Isbister and Warming, a mere property-holding company, the creation of two childless testators' whims, but the collective talent of its first constitution had speedily guided it to a vast influence, until by title deed, loan, and share, under 100 disguises and pseudonyms, it had ramified through the fabric of the American and English states. Wielding an enormous influence and patronage, the council had early assumed a political aspect, and in its development it had continually used its wealth to tip the beam of political decisions and its political advantages to grasp yet more and more wealth. At last the party organizations of two hemispheres were in its hands. It became an inner council of political control. Its last struggle was with the tacit alliance of the great Jewish families. But these families were linked only by a feeble sentiment. At any time inheritance might fling a huge fragment of their resources to a minor, a woman, or a fool. Marriages and legacies alienated hundreds of thousands at one blow. The council had no such breach in its continuity. Steadfastly it grew. The original council was not simply 12 men of exceptional ability. They fused. It was a council of genius. It struck boldly for riches, for political influence, and the two subserved each other. With amazing foresight, it spent great sums of money on the art of flying, holding that invention back against an hour foreseen. It used the patent laws and 1,000 half-legal expedients to hamper all investigators who refused to work with it. In the old days, it never missed a capable man. It paid his price. Its policy in those days was vigorous, unerring, and against it as it grew steadily and incessantly was only the chaotic, selfish rule of the casually rich. In 100 years, Graham had become almost exclusive owner of Africa, of South America, of France, of London, of England, and all its influence for all practical purposes. That is a power in North America, then the dominant power in America. The council bought and organized China, drilled Asia, crippled the old world empires, undermined them financially, fought and defeated them. And this spreading usurpation of the world was so dexterously performed, a Proteus hundreds of banks, companies, syndicates, massed the council's operations, that it was already far advanced before common men suspected the tyranny that had come. The council never hesitated, never faltered. Means of communication, land, buildings, governments, municipalities, the territorial companies of the tropics, every human enterprise, it gathered greedily, and it drilled and marshaled its men, its railway police, its roadway police, its house guards, and drain and cable guards, its hosts of land workers. Their unions it did not fight, but it undermined and betrayed and bought them. It bought the world at last. And finally its culminating stroke was the introduction of flying, when the council, in conflict with the workers and some of its huge monopolies, did something flagrantly illegal, and that without even the ordinary civility of bribery, the old law, alarmed for the profits of its complacents, looked about it for weapons. But there were no more armies, no fighting navies. The age of peace had come. The only possible warships were the great steam vessels of the Council's Navigation Trust, the police forces they controlled. The police of the railways, of the ships, of their agricultural estates, their timekeepers and order keepers, and numbered the neglected little forces of the old country and municipal organizations 10 to 1. And they produced flying machines. There were men alive still who could remember the last great debate in the London House of Commons. The legal party, the party against the council, was in a minority, but it made a desperate fight, and how the members came crowding out upon the terrace to see these great unfamiliar winged shapes circling quietly overhead. The council had soared to its power. The last sham of a democracy that had permitted unlimited, irresponsible property was at an end. Within 150 years of Graham's falling asleep, his council had thrown off its disguises and ruled openly, supreme in his name. Elections had become a cheerful formality, a septennial folly, an ancient unmeaning custom, a social parliament as ineffectual as the convocation of the established church in Victorian times assembled now and then, and the legitimate King of England, disinherited, drunken and witless, played foolishly in a second-rate music hall. So the magnificent dream of the 19th century, the noble project of universal individual liberty and universal happiness, touched by a disease of honor, crippled by a superstition of absolute property, crippled by the religious feuds that had robbed the common citizens of education, robbed men of standards of conduct, and brought the sanctions of morality to utter contempt, had worked itself out in the face of invention and ignoble enterprise, first to a warring plutocracy, and finally to the rule of a supreme plutocrat. His council at last had ceased even to trouble to have its decrees endorsed by the constitutional authorities, and he, a motionless, sunken, yellow-skinned figure, had lain, neither dead nor living, recognizably and immediately, master of the earth, and awoke at last to find himself master of that inheritance, awoke to stand under the cloudless, empty sky and gaze down upon the greatness of his dominion. To what end had he awakened? Was this city, this hive of hopeless toilers, the final refutation of his ancient hopes? Or was the fire of liberty, the fire that had blazed and waned in the years of his past life, still smoldering below there? He thought of the stir and impulse of the song of the Revolution. Was that song merely the trick of a demagogue, to be forgotten when its purpose was served? Was the hope that still stirred within him only the memory of abandoned things? The vestige of a creed outworn, or had it a wider meaning and import interwoven with the destiny of man? To what end had he awakened? What was there for him to do? Humanity was spread below him like a map. He thought of the millions and millions of humanity following each other unceasingly forever out of the darkness of non-existence into the darkness of death. To what end? Aim there must be, but it transcended his power of thought. He saw for the first time clearly his own infinite littleness, saw stark and terrible the tragic contrast of human strength and the craving of the human heart. For that little while he knew himself for the petty accident he was, and knew therewith the greatness of his desire. And suddenly his littleness was intolerable, his aspiration was intolerable, and there came to him an irresistible impulse to pray. And he prayed. He prayed vague, incoherent, contradictory things, his soul strained up through time and space, and all the fleeting multitudinous confusion of being, towards something he scarcely knew what, towards something that could comprehend. His striving and endure. A man and a woman were far below on a roof space to the southward, enjoying the freshness of the morning air. The man had brought out a perspective glass to spy upon the council house, and he was showing her how to use it. Presently their curiosity was satisfied. They could see no traces of bloodshed from their position, and after a survey of the empty sky she came round to the crow's nest. And there she saw two little black figures, so small it was hard to believe they were men, one who watched and one who gesticulated with hands outstretched to the silent emptiness of heaven. She handed the glass to the man. He looked and exclaimed, "I believe it is the master. Yes, I am sure, it is the master." He lowered the glass and looked at her, waving his hands about almost as if he was praying. "I wonder what he is up to, worshipping the sun? There weren't parses in this country in his time, were there?" He looked again. He stopped it now. It was a chance attitude, I suppose. He put down the glass and became meditative. He won't have anything to do but enjoy himself, just enjoy himself. Ostrog will boss the show, of course. Ostrog will have to, because of keeping all these laborer fools in bounds. Them and their song. And got it all by sleeping, dear eyes, just sleeping. It's a wonderful world. Chapter 15. Prominent People. The state apartments of the wind vane keeper would have seemed astonishingly intricate to Graham had he entered them fresh from his 19th century life. But already he was growing accustomed to the scale of the new time. They can scarcely be described as halls and rooms, seeing that a complicated system of arches, bridges, passages, and galleries divided and united every part of the great space. He came out through one of the now familiar sliding panels upon a plateau of landing at the head of a flight of very broad and gentle steps, with men and women far more brilliantly dressed than any he had hitherto seen ascending and descending. From this position he looked down a vista of intricate ornament in lusterless white and mauve and purple, spanned by bridges that seemed wrought of porcelain and filigree, and terminating far off in a cloudy mystery of perforated screens. Glancing upward, he saw tier above tier of ascending galleries with faces looking down upon him. The air was full of the babble of innumerable voices. And of a music that descended from above, a gay and exhilarating music whose source he never discovered. The central aisle was thick with people, but by no means uncomfortably crowded. Altogether, that assembly must have numbered many thousands. They were brilliantly, even fantastically dressed, the men as fancifully as the women, for the sobering influence of the Puritan conception of dignity upon masculine dress had long since passed away. The hair of the men, too, though it was rarely worn long, was commonly curled in a manner that suggested the barber, and baldness had vanished from the earth. Frizzy straight-cut masses that would have charmed Rossetti abounded, and one gentleman, who was pointed out to Graham under the mysterious title of an amorist, wore his hair in two becoming plaits à la Marguerite. The pigtail was in evidence. It would seem that citizens of Chinese extraction were no longer ashamed of their race. There was little uniformity of fashion apparent in the forms of clothing worn. The more shapely men displayed their symmetry in trunk hose, and here were puffs and slashes, and there a cloak, and there a robe. The fashions of the days of Lille de Tent were perhaps the prevailing influence, but the aesthetic conceptions of the Far East were also patent. Masculine embonpoint, which in Victorian times would have been subjected to the tightly buttoned perils, the ruthless exaggeration of tight-legged, tight-armed evening dress, now formed but the basis of a wealth of dignity and drooping folds. Graceful slenderness abounded also. To Graham, a typically stiff man from a typically stiff period, not only did these men seem altogether too graceful in person, but altogether too expressive in their vividly expressive faces. They gesticulated, they expressed surprise, interest, amusement. Above all, they expressed the emotions excited in their minds by the ladies about them with astonishing frankness. Even at the first glance, it was evident that women were in a great majority. The ladies in the company of these gentlemen displayed in dress, bearing, and manner alike, less emphasis and more intricacy. Some affected a classical simplicity of robing and subtlety of fold after the fashion of the first French Empire, and flashed conquering arms and shoulders as Graham passed. Others had closely fitting dresses without seam or belt at the waist, sometimes with long folds falling from the shoulders. The delightful competences of evening dress had not been diminished by the passage of 2 centuries. Everyone's movement seemed graceful. Graham remarked to Lincoln that he saw men as Raphael's cartoons walking, and Lincoln told him that the attainment of an appropriate set of gestures was part of every rich person's education. The master's entry was greeted with a sort of tittering applause, but these people showed their distinguished manners by not crowding upon him, nor annoying him by any persistent scrutiny, as he descended the steps towards the floor of the aisle. He had already learnt from Lincoln that these were the leaders of existing London society. Almost every person there that night was either a powerful official or the immediate connection of a powerful official. Many had returned from the European pleasure cities expressly to welcome him. The aeronautic authorities, whose defection had played a part in the overthrow of the council only second to Graham's, were very prominent, and so, too, was the wind vane control. Amongst others, there were several of the more prominent officers of the Food Trust. The controller of the European piggeries had a particularly melancholy and interesting countenance and a daintily cynical manner. A bishop in full canonicals passed athwart Graham's vision, conversing with a gentleman dressed exactly like the traditional Chaucer, including even the laurel wreath. "Who is that?" he asked almost involuntarily. "The Bishop of London," said Lincoln. "No, the other, I mean. Poet laureate. You still?" "He doesn't make poetry, of course. He's a cousin of Wotton, one of the councillors. But he's one of the Red Rose Royalists, a delightful club, and they keep up the tradition of these things. Asano told me there was a king. The king doesn't belong. They had to expel him. It's the Stuart blood, I suppose, but really too much. Far too much." Graham did not quite follow all this, but it seemed part of the general inversion of the new age. He bowed condescendingly to his first introduction. It was evident that subtle distinctions of class prevailed, even in this assembly, that only to a small proportion of the guests, to an inner group, did Lincoln consider it appropriate to introduce him. This first introduction was the master aeronaut, a man whose sun-tanned face contrasted oddly with the delicate complexions about him. Just at present, his critical defection from the council made him a very important person indeed. His manner contrasted very favorably, according to Graham's ideas, with the general bearing. He made a few commonplace remarks, assurances of loyalty, and frank inquiries about the master's health. His manner was breezy. His accent lacked the easy staccato of latter-day English. He made it admirably clear to Graham that he was a bluff aerial dog. He used that phrase, that there was no nonsense about him, that he was a thoroughly manly fellow and old-fashioned at that. that he didn't profess to know much, and that what he did not know was not worth knowing. He made a manly bow, ostentatiously free from obsequiousness and passed. "I am glad to see that type indoors," said Graham. "Phonographs and kinematographs," said Lincoln a little spitefully. "He has studied from the life." Graham glanced at the burly form again. It was oddly reminiscent. "As a matter of fact, we bought him," said Lincoln. "Partly, and partly he was afraid of Ostrog. Everything rested with him." He turned sharply to introduce the Surveyor General of the Public School Trust. This person was a willowy figure in a blue-gray academic gown. He beamed down upon Graham through pince-nez of a Victorian pattern and illustrated his remarks by gestures of a beautifully manicured hand. Graham was immediately interested in this gentleman's functions and asked him a number of singularly direct questions. The Surveyor General seemed quietly amused at the master's fundamental bluntness. He was a little vague as to the monopoly of education his company possessed. It was done by contract with the syndicate that ran the numerous London municipalities, but he waxed enthusiastic over educational progress since the Victorian times. "We have conquered cram," he said. "Completely conquered cram. There is not an examination left in the world. Aren't you glad?" "How do you get the work done?" asked Graham. "We make it attractive as possible, and if it does not attract, then we let it go. We cover an immense field." He proceeded to details, and they had a lengthy conversation. The surveyor General mentioned the names of Pestalozzi and Froebel with profound respect, although he displayed no intimacy with their epoch-making works. Graham learnt that university extension still existed in a modified form. "There is a certain type of girl, for example," said the Surveyor General, dilating with a sense of his usefulness, "with a perfect passion for severe studies when they are not too difficult, you know. We cater for them by the thousand." At this moment, he said with a Napoleonic touch, "Nearly 500 phonographs are lecturing in different parts of London on the influence exercised by Plato and Swift on the love affairs of Shelley, Hazlitt, and Burns. And afterwards they write essays on the lectures, and the names in order of merit are put in conspicuous places. You see how your little germ has grown? The illiterate middle class of your days has quite passed away." "About the public elementary schools," said Graham. "Do you control them?" The Surveyor General did, entirely. Now Graham, in his later democratic days, had taken a keen interest in these, and his questioning quickened. Certain casual phrases that had fallen from the old man with whom he had talked in the darkness recurred to him. The Surveyor General, in effect, endorsed the old man's words. "We have abolished cram," he said, a phrase Graham was beginning to interpret as the abolition of all sustained work. The Surveyor General became sentimental. "We try and make the elementary schools very pleasant for the little children. They will have to work so soon. Just a few simple principles, obedience, industry. You teach them very little. Why should we? It only leads to trouble and discontent. We amuse them. Even as it is, there are troubles, agitations. Where the laborers get the ideas, one cannot tell. They tell one another. There are socialistic dreams, anarchy even. Agitators will get to work among them. I have always taken it that my foremost duty is to fight against popular discontent. Why should people be made unhappy?" "I wonder," said Graham thoughtfully. "But there are a great many things I want to know." Lincoln, who had stood watching Graham's face throughout the conversation, intervened. "There are others," he said in an undertone. The Surveyor General of Schools gesticulated himself away. "Perhaps," said Lincoln, intercepting a casual glance, "you would like to know some of these ladies?" The daughter of the manager of the piggeries of the European Food Trust was a particularly charming little person with red hair and animated blue eyes. Lincoln left him a while to converse with her, and she displayed herself as quite an enthusiast for the dear old times, as she called them, that had seen the beginning of his trance. As she talked, she smiled, and her eyes smiled in a manner that demanded reciprocity. "I have tried," she said, "countless times to imagine those old romantic days, and to you they are memories. How strange and crowded the world must seem to you. I have seen photographs and pictures of the old times, the little isolated houses built of bricks made out of burnt mud and all black with soot from your fires, the railway bridges, the simple advertisements, the solemn savage puritanical men in strange black coats and those tall hats of theirs, iron railway trains on iron bridges overhead, horses and cattle, and even dogs running half wild about the streets. And suddenly you have come into this, said Graham. Out of your life, out of all that was familiar. The old life was not a happy one, said Graham. I do not regret that. She looked at him quickly. There was a brief pause. She sighed encouragingly. No? No, said Graham. It was a little life and unmeaning. But this, we thought the world complex and crowded and civilized enough. Yet I see, although in this world I am barely 4 days old looking back on my own time, that it was a queer, barbaric time, the mere beginning of this new order. The mere beginning of this new order. You will find it hard to understand how little I know. You may ask me what you like, she said, smiling at him. Then tell me who these people are. I'm still very much in the dark about them. It's puzzling. Are there any generals? Men in hats and feathers? Of course not. No. I suppose they are the men who control the great public businesses. Who is that distinguished-looking man? That? He's a most important officer. That is Morden. He is managing director of the Antibbilious Pill Company. I have heard that his workers sometimes turn out a myriad pills a day in the 24 hours. Fancy a myriad. A myriad. A myriad. No wonder he looks proud, said Graham. Pills! What a wonderful time it is! That man in purple. He is not quite one of the inner circle, you know, but we like him. He is really clever and very amusing. He is one of the heads of the medical faculty of our London University. All medical men, you know, are shareholders in the medical. Faculty company, and wear that purple. You have to be qualified. But of course, people who are paid by fees for doing something, she smiled away the social pretensions of all such people. Are any of your great artists or authors here? No authors. They are mostly such queer people and so preoccupied about themselves. And they quarrel so dreadfully. They will fight, some of them, for precedence on staircases. Dreadful, isn't it? But I think Raysbury, the fashionable capitalism, is here. From Capri. Capitalism? Said Graham. Ah, I remember. An artist. Why not? We have to cultivate him, she said apologetically. Our heads are in his hands. She smiled. Graham hesitated at the invited compliment, but his glance was expressive. Have the arts grown with the rest of civilized things? He said. Who are your great painters? She looked at him doubtfully, then laughed. For a moment, she said, I thought you meant. She laughed again. You mean, of course, those good men you used to think so much of? Because they could cover great spaces of canvas with oil colors? Great oblongs. And people used to put the things in gilt frames and hang them up in rows in their square rooms. We haven't any. People grew tired of that sort of thing. But what did you think I meant? She put a finger significantly on a cheek whose glow was above suspicion, and smiled and looked very arch and pretty and inviting. And here, and she indicated her eyelid. Graham had an adventurous moment. Then a grotesque memory of a picture he had somewhere seen of Uncle Toby and the widow flashed across his mind. An archaic shame came upon him. He became acutely aware that he was visible to a great number of interested people. "I see," he remarked inadequately. He turned awkwardly away from her. Fascinating facility. He looked about him to meet a number of eyes that immediately occupied themselves with other things. Possibly he colored a little. "Who is that talking with a lady in saffron?" he asked, avoiding her eyes. The person in question, he learned, was one of the great organizers of the American theaters, just fresh from a gigantic production at Mexico. His face reminded Graham of a bust of Caligula. Another striking-looking man was the black labor master. The phrase at the time made no deep impression, but afterwards it recurred. The black labor master? The little lady, in no degree embarrassed, pointed out to him a charming little woman as one of the subsidiary wives of the Anglican Bishop of London. She added encomiums on the episcopal courage. Hitherto there had been a rule of clerical monogamy, neither a natural nor an expedient condition of things. Why should the natural development of the affections be dwarfed and restricted because a man is a priest? "And, by the by," she added, "are you an Anglican?" Graham was on the verge of hesitating inquiries about the status of a subsidiary wife, apparently an euphemistic phrase, when Lincoln's return broke off this very suggestive and interesting conversation. They crossed the aisle to where a tall man in crimson and two charming persons in Burmese costume, as it seemed to him, awaited him diffidently. From their civilities, he passed to other presentations. In a little while, his multitudinous impressions began to organize themselves into a general effect. At first, the glitter of the gathering had raised all the Prubana Democrat in Graham. He had felt hostile and satirical. But it is not in human nature to resist an atmosphere of courteous regard. Soon the music, the light, the play of colors, the shining arms and shoulders about him, the touch of hands, the transient interest of smiling faces, the frothing sound of skillfully modulated voices, the atmosphere of compliment, interest, and respect had woven together into a fabric of indisputable pleasure. Graham for a time forgot his spacious resolutions. He gave way insensibly to the intoxication of the position that was conceded him. His manner became less conscious, more convincingly regal. His feet walked assuredly, the black robe fell with a bolder fold, and pride ennobled his voice. After all, this was a brilliant, interesting world. His glance went approvingly over the shifting colors of the people. It rested here and there in kindly criticism upon a face. Presently it occurred to him that he owed some apology to the charming little person with the red hair and blue eyes. He felt guilty of a clumsy snub. It was not princely to ignore her advances. Even if his policy necessitated their rejection, he wondered if he should see her again. And suddenly a little thing touched all the glamour of this brilliant gathering and changed its quality. He looked up and saw passing across a bridge of porcelain and looking down upon him a face that was almost immediately hidden, the face of the girl he had seen overnight in the little room beyond the theater after his escape from the council. And she was looking with much the same expression of curious expectation, of uncertain intentness upon his proceedings. For the moment he did not remember when he had seen her, and then with recognition came a vague memory of the stirring emotions of their first encounter. But the dancing web of melody about him kept the air of that great marching song from his memory. The lady to whom he was talking repeated her remark, and Graham recalled himself to the quasi-regal flirtation upon which he was engaged. But from that moment, a vague restlessness, a feeling that grew to dissatisfaction, came into his mind. He was troubled as if by some half-forgotten duty. by the sense of things important slipping from him amidst this light and brilliance. The attraction that these bright ladies who crowded about him were beginning to exercise ceased. He no longer made vague and clumsy responses to the subtly amorous advances that he was now assured were being made to him, and his eyes wandered for another sight of that face that had appealed so strongly to his sense of beauty. But he did not see her again until he was awaiting Lincoln's return to leave this assembly. In answer to his request, Lincoln had promised that an attempt should be made to fly that afternoon, if the weather permitted. He had gone to make certain necessary arrangements. Graham was in one of the upper galleries in conversation with a bright-eyed lady on the subject of Edomite. The subject was his choice and not hers. He had interrupted her warm assurances of personal devotion with a matter-of-fact inquiry. He found her, as he had already found several other latter-day women that night, less well-informed than charming. Suddenly struggling against the eddying drift of nearer melody, the song of the revolt, the great song he had heard in the hall, hoarse and massive, came beating down to him. He glanced up startled and perceived above him an oil de boeuf through which this song had come, and beyond, the upper courses of cable, the blue haze, and the pendant fabric of the lights of the public ways. He heard the song break into a tumult of voices and cease. But now he perceived quite clearly the drone and tumult of the moving platforms, and a murmur of many people. He had a vague persuasion that he could not account for, a sort of instinctive feeling that outside in the ways a huge crowd must be watching this place in which their master amused himself. He wondered what they might be thinking. Though the song had stopped so abruptly, though the special music of this gathering reasserted itself, the motif of the marching song, once it had begun, lingered in his mind. The bright-eyed lady was still struggling with the mysteries of Edomite when he perceived the girl he had seen in the theater again. She was coming now along the gallery towards him. He saw her first before she saw him. She was dressed in a faintly luminous gray. Her dark hair about her brows was like a cloud, and as he saw her the cold light from the circular opening into the ways fell upon her downcast face. The lady in trouble about the Edomite saw the change in his expression and grasped her opportunity to escape. "Would you care to know that girl, sire?" she asked boldly. "She is Helen Wotton, a niece of Ostrove's. She knows a great many serious things. She is one of the most serious persons alive. I am sure you will like her." In another moment, Graham was talking to the girl, and the bright-eyed lady had fluttered away. "I remember you quite well," said Graham. "You were in that little room when all the people were singing and beating time with their feet, before I walked across the hall." Her momentary embarrassment passed. She looked up at him, and her face was steady. "It was wonderful," she said, hesitated, and spoke with a sudden effort. "All those people would have died for you, sire." "Countless people did die for you that night." Her face glowed. She glanced swiftly aside to see that no other heard her words. Lincoln appeared some way off along the gallery, making his way through the press towards them. She saw him and turned to Graham strangely eager, with a swift change to confidence and intimacy. "Sire," she said quickly, "I cannot tell you now and here, but the common people are very unhappy. They are oppressed, they are misgoverned. Do not forget the people who face death that you might live." "I know nothing," began Graham. "I cannot tell you now." Lincoln's face appeared close to them. He bowed in apology to the girl. "You find the New World pleasant, sire?" asked Lincoln, with smiling deference, and indicating the space and splendor of the gathering by one comprehensive gesture. At any rate, you find it changed. Yes, said Graham, changed, and yet after all, not so greatly changed. Wait till you are in the air, said Lincoln. The wind has fallen. Even now an aeropile awaits you. The girl's attitude awaited dismissal. Graham glanced at her face, was on the verge of a question, found a warning in her expression, bowed to her and turned to accompany Lincoln. Chapter 16. The Aeropile. For a while, as Graham went through the passages of the wind-vane offices with Lincoln, he was preoccupied. But, by an effort, he attended to the things which Lincoln was saying. Soon his preoccupation vanished. Lincoln was talking of flying. Graham had a strong desire to know more of this new human attainment. He began to ply Lincoln with questions. He had followed the crude beginnings of aerial navigation very keenly in his previous life. He was delighted to find the familiar names of Maxim and Pilcher, Langley and Chanute, and, above all, of the aerial proto-martyr Lilienthal, still honored by men. Even during his previous life, two lines of investigation had pointed clearly to two distinct types of contrivance as possible, and both of these had been realized. On the one hand was the great engine-driven aeroplane, a double row of horizontal floats with a big aerial screw behind, and on the other, the nimbler aeropile. The aeroplanes flew safely only in a calm or moderate wind, and sudden storms, occurrences that were now accurately predictable, rendered them for all practical purposes useless. They were built of enormous size, the usual stretch of wing being 600 feet or more, and the length of the fabric 1,000 feet. They were for passenger traffic alone. The lightly swung car they carried was from 100 to 150 feet in length. It was hung in a peculiar manner in order to minimize the complex vibration that even a moderate wind produced, and for the same reason the little seats within the car each passenger remained seated during the voyage were slung with great freedom of movement. The starting of the mechanism was only possible from a gigantic car on the rail of a specially constructed stage. Graham had seen these vast stages, the flying stages, from the crow's nest very well. 6 huge blank areas they were, with a giant carrier stage on each. The choice of descent was equally circumscribed, an accurately plane surface being needed for safe grounding. Apart from the destruction that would have been caused by the descent of this great expanse of sail and metal, and the impossibility of its rising again, the concussion of an irregular surface, a tree-set hillside, for instance, or an embankment, would be sufficient to pierce or damage the framework, to smash the ribs of the body, and perhaps kill those aboard. At first Graham felt disappointed with these cumbersome contrivances, but he speedily grasped the fact that smaller machines would have been unremunerative, for the simple reason that their carrying power would be disproportionately diminished with diminished size. Moreover, the huge size of these things enabled them, and it was a consideration of primary importance, to traverse the air at enormous speeds and so run no risks of unanticipated weather. The briefest journey performed, that from London to Paris, took about 3/4 of an hour, but the velocity attained was not high. The leap to New York occupied about 2 hours, and by timing oneself carefully at the intermediate stations, it was possible in quiet weather to go around the world in a day. The little aeropiles, as for no particular reason they were distinctively called, were of an altogether different type. Several of these were going to and fro in the air. They were designed to carry only 1 or 2 persons, and their manufacture and maintenance was so costly as to render them the monopoly of the richer sort of people. Their sails, which were brilliantly colored, consisted only of two pairs of lateral air floats in the same plane and of a screw behind. Their small size rendered a descent in any open space neither difficult nor disagreeable, and it was possible to attach pneumatic wheels or even the ordinary motors for terrestrial traffic to them and so carry them to a convenient starting place. They required a special sort of swift car to throw them into the air, but such a car was efficient in any open place clear of high buildings or trees. Human aeronautics, Graham perceived, were evidently still a long way behind the instinctive gift of the albatross or the flycatcher. One great influence that might have brought the aeroplane to a more rapid perfection had been withheld. These inventions had never been used in warfare. The last great international struggle had occurred before the usurpation of the council. The flying stages of London were collected together in an irregular crescent on the southern side of the river. They formed three groups of two each and retained the names of ancient suburban hills or villages. They were named in order: Roehampton, Wimbledon Park, Streatham, Norwood, Blackheath, and Shooter's Hill. They were uniform structures rising high above the general roof surfaces. Each was about 4,000 yards long and 1,000 broad, and constructed of the compound of aluminum and iron that had replaced iron in architecture. Their higher tiers formed an open work of girders through which lifts and staircases ascended. The upper surface was a uniform expanse, with portions the starting carriers that could be raised and were then able to run on very slightly inclined rails to the end of the fabric. Save for any aeroplanes or aeroplanes that were in port, these open surfaces were kept clear for arrivals. Dystabili, Riedson, me quittent my Franks Simmets, commonly the gayest of all its districts, with something of Maretra shops below. This portion of London was in consequence commonly the gayest of all its districts, with something of the Maretrish's gaieties, Ivutavo, with samping of the Maretrish notice, the relegwits ipiv maidens, braids carvels, and full says ib itables, and full of vessel saves badates, bekinit kept them tuted with both and a distinctive feature of the architecture of this section was the ostentatious massiveness of the metal piers and girders that everywhere broke the vistas and spanned the halls. And passages crowding and twining up to meet the weight of the stages and the weighty impact of the aeroplanes overhead. Graham went to the flying stages by the public ways. He was accompanied by Asano, his Japanese attendant. Lincoln was called away by Ostrog, who was busy with his administrative concerns. A strong guard of the Windvane police awaited the master outside the Windvane offices, and they cleared a space for him on the upper moving platform. His passage to the flying stages was unexpected, nevertheless a considerable crowd gathered and followed him to his destination. As he went along, he could hear the people shouting his name and saw numberless men and women and children in blue come swarming up the staircases in the central path, gesticulating and shouting. He could not hear what they shouted. He was struck again by the evident existence of a vulgar dialect among the poor of the city. When at last he descended, his guards were immediately surrounded by a dense, excited crowd. Afterwards it occurred to him that some had attempted to reach him with petitions. His guards cleared a passage for him with difficulty. He found an aeroplane in charge of an aeronaut awaiting him on the westward stage. Seen close, this mechanism was no longer small. As it lay on its launching carrier upon the wide expanse of the flying stage, its aluminium body skeleton was as big as the hull of a 20-ton yacht. Its lateral supporting sails braced and stayed with metal nerves, almost like the nerves of a bee's wing, and made of some sort of glassy artificial membrane, cast their shadow over many hundreds of square yards. The chairs for the engineer and his passenger hung free to swing by a complex tackle within the protecting ribs of the frame and well abaft the middle. The passenger's chair was protected by a wind guard and guarded about with metallic rods carrying air cushions. It could, if desired, be completely closed in, but Graham was anxious for novel experiences and desired that it should be left open. The aeronaut sat behind a glass that sheltered his face. The passenger could secure himself firmly in his seat, and this was almost unavoidable on landing, or he could move along by means of a little rail and rod to a locker at the stem of the machine, where his personal luggage, his wraps and restoratives were placed, and which also, with the seats, served as a makeweight to the parts of the central engine that projected to the propeller at the stern. The engine was very simple in appearance. Asano, pointing out the parts of this apparatus to him, told him that, like the gas engine of Victorian days, it was of the explosive type, burning a small drop of a substance called foamel at each stroke. It consisted simply of reservoir and piston about the long fluted crank of the propeller shaft. So much Graham saw of the machine. The flying stage about him was empty save for Asano and their suite of attendants. Directed by the aeronaut, he placed himself in his seat. He then drank a mixture containing ergot, a dose, he learned, invariably administered to those about to fly, and designed to counteract the possible effect of diminished air pressure upon the system. Having done so, he declared himself ready for the journey. Asano took the empty glass from him, stepped through the bars of the hull, and stood below on the stage waving his hand. Suddenly he seemed to slide along the stage to the right and vanish. The engine was beating, the propeller spinning, and for a second the stage and the buildings beyond were gliding swiftly and horizontally past Graham's eye. Then these things seemed to tilt up abruptly. He gripped the little rods on either side of him instinctively. He felt himself moving upward, heard the air whistle over the top of the windscreen. The propeller screw moved round with powerful rhythmic impulses. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, which the engineer controlled very delicately. The machine began a quivering vibration that continued throughout the flight, and the roof areas seemed running away to starboard very quickly and growing rapidly smaller. He looked from the face of the engineer through the ribs of the machine. Looking sideways, there was nothing very startling in what he saw. A rapid funicular railway might have given the same sensations. He recognized the council house and the Highgate Ridge, and then he looked straight down between his feet. For a moment, physical terror possessed him, a passionate sense of insecurity. He held tight. For a second or so, he could not lift his eyes. Some 100 feet or more sheer below him was one of the big wind vanes of southwest London, and beyond it the southernmost flying stage crowded with little black dots. These things seemed to be falling away from him. For a second he had an impulse to pursue the earth. He set his teeth, he lifted his eyes by a muscular effort, and the moment of panic passed. He remained for a space with his teeth set hard, his eyes staring into the sky. Throb, 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 beat, went the engine. Throb, 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 beat. Gripped his bars tightly, glanced at the aeronaut, and saw a smile upon his sun-tanned face. He smiled in return, perhaps a little artificially. A little strange at first, he shouted before he recalled his dignity, but he dared not look down again for some time. He stared over the aeronaut's head to where a rim of vague blue horizon crept up the sky. For a little while he could not banish the thought of possible accidents from his mind. Throb, 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 beat. Suppose some trivial screw went wrong in that supporting engine. Suppose. He made a grim effort to dismiss all such suppositions. After a while they did at least abandon the foreground of his thoughts, and up he went steadily, higher and higher into the clear air. Once the mental shock of moving unsupported through the air was over, his sensations ceased to be unpleasant, became very speedily pleasurable. He had been warned of air sickness. but he found the pulsating movement of the aeropile as it drove up the faint southwest breeze was very little in excess of the pitching of a boat head-on to broad rollers in a moderate gale, and he was constitutionally a good sailor. And the keenness of the more rarefied air into which they ascended produced a sense of lightness and exhilaration. He looked up and saw the blue sky above fretted with cirrus clouds. His eye came cautiously down through the ribs and bars to a shining flight of white birds that hung in the lower sky. For a space he watched these. Then going lower and less apprehensively, he saw the slender figure of the windbane keeper's crow's nest shining golden in the sunlight and growing smaller every moment. As his eye fell with more confidence now, there came a blue line of hills, and then London already to leeward, an intricate space of roofing. Its near edge came sharp and clear, and banished his last apprehensions in a shock of surprise. For the boundary of London was like a wall, like a cliff, a steep fall of 300 or 400 feet, a frontage broken only by terraces here and there, a complex decorative facade. That gradual passage of town into country through an extensive sponge of suburbs, which was so characteristic a feature of the great cities of the 19th century, existed no longer. Nothing remained of it but a waste of ruins here, variegated and dense with thickets of the heterogeneous growths that had once adorned the gardens of the belt, interspersed among leveled brown patches of sown ground and verdant stretches of winter greens. The latter even spread among the vestiges of houses. But for the most part, the reefs and skerries of ruins, the wreckage of suburban villas, stood among their streets and roads, queer islands amidst the leveled expanses of green and brown, abandoned indeed by the inhabitants years since, but too substantial, it seemed, to be cleared out of the way of the wholesale horticultural mechanisms of the time. The vegetation of this waste undulated and frothed amidst the countless cells of crumbling house walls, and broke along the foot of the city wall in a surf of bramble and holly and ivy and teasel and tall grasses. Here and there gaudy pleasure palaces towered amidst the puny remains of Victorian times and cable. Ways slanted to them from the city. That winter day they seemed deserted. Deserted, too, were the artificial gardens among the ruins. The city limits were indeed as sharply defined as in the ancient days when the gates were shut at nightfall and the robber foreman prowled to the very walls. A huge semicircular throat poured out of vigorous traffic upon the Edomite Bath Road. So the first prospect of the world beyond the city flashed on Graham and dwindled. And when at last he could look vertically downward again, he saw below him the vegetable fields of the Thames Valley, innumerable minute oblongs of ruddy brown, intersected by shining threads, the sewage ditches. His exhilaration increased rapidly, became a sort of intoxication. He found himself drawing deep breaths of air, laughing aloud, desiring to shout. After a time that desire became too strong for him, and he shouted. The machine had now risen as high as was customary with aeropiles, and they began to curve about towards the south. Steering, Graham perceived, was effected by the opening or closing of one or two thin strips of membrane in one or other of the otherwise rigid wings, and by the movement of the whole engine backward or forward along its supports. The aeronaut set the engine gliding slowly forward along its rail and opened the valve of the leeward wing until the stem of the aeropile was horizontal and pointing southward. And in that direction they drove with a slight list to leeward, and with a slow alternation of movement, first a short, sharp ascent, and then a long downward glide that was very swift and pleasing. During these downward glides the propeller was inactive altogether. These ascents gave Graham a glorious sense of successful effort. The descents through the rarefied air were beyond all experience. He wanted never to leave the upper air again. For a time he was intent upon the minute details of the landscape that ran swiftly northward beneath him. Its minute clear detail pleased him exceedingly. He was impressed by the ruin of the houses that had once dotted the country, by the vast treeless expanse of country from which all farms and villages had gone, save for crumbling ruins. He had known the thing was so, but seeing it so was an altogether different matter. He tried to make out places he had known within the hollow basin of the world below, but at first he could distinguish no data now that the Thames Valley was left behind. Soon, however, they were driving over a sharp chalk hill that he recognized as the Guildford Hog's Back because of the familiar outline of the gorge at its eastward end, and because of the ruins of the town that rose steeply on either lip of this gorge. And from that he made out other points, Leith Hill, the sandy wastes of Aldershot, and so forth. The Downs escarpment was set with gigantic slow-moving wind-wheels. Save where the broad Eadhamite Portsmouth Road, thickly dotted with rushing shapes, followed the course of the old railway, the gorge of the way was choked with thickets. The whole expanse of the Downs escarpment, so far as the grey haze permitted him to see, was set with wind-wheels, to which the largest of the city was but a younger brother. They stirred with a stately motion before the southwest wind, and here and there were patches dotted with the sheep of the British Food Trust, and here and there a mounted shepherd made a spot of black. Then rushing under the stern of the Aeropile came the Wealden Heights, the line of Hindhead, Pitch Hill, and Leith Hill, with a second row of wind-wheels that seemed striving to rob the downland whirlers of their share of breeze. The purple heather was speckled with yellow gorse, and on the further side a drove of black oxen stampeded before a couple of mounted men. Swiftly these swept behind and dwindled and lost color and became scarce moving specks that were swallowed up in haze. And when these had vanished in the distance, Graham heard a peewit wailing close at hand. He perceived he was now above the South Downs, and staring over. His shoulders saw the battlements of Portsmouth Landing Stage, towering over the ridge of Portsdown Hill. In another moment there came into sight a spread of shipping like floating cities, the little white cliffs of the Needles dwarfed and sunlit, and the grey and glittering waters of the narrow sea. They seemed to leap the Solent in a moment, and in a few seconds the Isle of Wight was running past, and then beneath him spread a wider and wide extent of sea, here purple with the shadow of a cloud, here grey, here a burnished mirror, and here a spread of cloudy greenish blue. The Isle of Wight grew smaller and smaller. In a few more minutes a strip of grey haze detached itself from other strips that were clouds, descended out of the sky and became a coastline sunlit and pleasant, the coast of northern France. It rose, it took color, became definite and detailed, and the counterpart of the downland of England was speeding by below. In a little time, as it seemed, Paris came above the horizon and hung there for a space, and sank out of sight again as the Aeropile circled about to the north again. But he perceived the Eiffel Tower still standing, and beside it a huge dome surmounted by a pinpoint colossus. And he perceived too, though he did not understand it at the time, a slanting drift of smoke. The aeronaut said something about trouble in the underways that Graham did not heed at the time. But he marked the minarets and towers and slender masses that streamed skyward above the city wind vanes, and knew that in the matter of grace at least Paris still kept in front of her larger rival. And even as he looked, a pale blue shape ascended very swiftly from the city, like a dead leaf driving up before a gale. It curved round and soared towards them, growing rapidly larger and larger. The aeronaut was saying something. "What?" said Graham, loath to take his eyes from this. "Aeroplane, sire," bawled the aeronaut, pointing. They rose and curved about northward as it drew nearer. Nearer it came and nearer, larger and larger. The throb, throb, throb beat of the aeroplane's flight that had seemed so potent and so swift suddenly appeared slow by comparison. With this tremendous rush, how great the monster seemed, how swift and steady! It passed quite closely beneath them, driving along silently, a vast spread of wire-netted translucent wings, a thing alive. Graham had a momentary glimpse of the rows and rows of wrapped-up passengers, slung in their little cradles behind windscreens, of a white-clothed engineer crawling against the gale along a ladderway, of spouting engines beating together, of the whirling windscrew, and of a wide waste of wing. He exulted in the sight, and in an instant the thing had passed. It rose slightly, and their own little wings swayed in the rush of its flight. It fell and grew smaller. Scarcely had they moved, as it seemed, before it was again only a flat blue thing that dwindled in the sky. This was the aeroplane that went to and fro between London and Paris. In fair weather and in peaceful times it came and went 4 times a day. They beat across the channel, slowly as it seemed now, to Graham's enlarged ideas, and Beachy Head rose grayly to the left of them. "Land," called the aeronaut, his voice small against the whistling of the air over the windscreen. "Not yet," bawled Graham, laughing. "Not land yet. I want to learn more of this machine." "I'm it," said the aeronaut. "I want to learn more of this machine," repeated Graham. "I'm coming to you," he said, and had flung himself free of his chair and taken a step along the guarded rail between them. He stopped for a moment, and his color changed, and his hands tightened. Another step, and he was clinging close to the aeronaut. He felt a weight on his shoulder, the pressure of the air. His hat was a whirling speck behind. The wind came in gusts over his windscreen and blew his hair in streamers past his cheek. The aeronaut made some hasty adjustments for the shifting of the centers of gravity and pressure. "I want to have these things explained," said Graham. "What do you do when you move that engine forward?" The aeronaut hesitated. Then he answered, "They are complex, sire." "I don't mind," shouted Graham. "I don't mind," shouted Graham. "I don't mind." There was a moment's pause. "Aeronautics is the secret, the privilege. I know. But I'm the master, and I mean to know." He laughed, full of this novel realization of power that was his gift from the upper air. The aeropile curved about, and the keen, fresh wind cut across Graham's face. And his garment lugged at his body as the stem pointed round to the west. The 2 men looked into each other's eyes. "Sire, there are rules, not where I am concerned," said Graham. "You seem to forget." The aeronaut scrutinized his face. "No," he said, "I do not forget, sire. But in all the earth, no man who is not a sworn aeronaut has ever a chance. They come as passengers. I have heard something of the sort. But I'm not going to argue these points. Do you know why I have slept 200 years? To fly." "Sire," said the aeronaut, "the rules if I break the rules." Graham waved the penalties aside. "Then if you will watch me, no," said Graham, swaying and gripping tight as the machine lifted its nose again for an ascent. "That's not my game. I want to do it myself." "Do it myself if I smash for it." "No, I will. See, I am going to clamber by this to come and share your seat. Steady. I mean to fly of my own accord if I smash at the end of it." I will have something to pay for my sleep. Of all other things, in my past it was my dream to fly. Now keep your balance. A dozen spies are watching me, sire. Graham's temper was at end. Perhaps he chose it should be. He swore. He swung himself round the intervening mass of levers, and the aeropile swayed. "Am I master of the earth," he said, "or is your society? Now, take your hands off those levers and hold my wrists. Yes, so. And now, how do we turn her nose?" Down to the glide? "Sire," said the aeronaut, "what is it? You will protect me?" "Lord, yes, if I have to burn London, now." And with that promise, Graham bought his first lesson in aerial navigation. "It's clearly to your advantage, this journey," he said with a loud laugh, for the air was like strong wine, "to teach me quickly and well. Do I pull this? Ha! So! Hallo! Back, sire, back. Back right. 1, 2, 3, good God. Ah, up she goes. But this is living." And now the machine began to dance the strangest figures in the air. Now it would sweep round a spiral of scarcely 100 yards diameter. Now it would rush up into the air and swoop down again, steeply, swiftly, falling like a hawk, to recover in a rushing loop that swept it high again. In one of these descents it seemed driving straight at the drifting park of balloons in the southeast, and only curved about and cleared them by a sudden recovery of dexterity. The extraordinary swiftness and smoothness of the motion, the extraordinary effect of the rarefied air upon his constitution, threw Graham into a careless fury. But at last a queer incident came to sober him, to send him flying down once more to the crowded life below, with all its dark, insoluble riddles. As he swooped, came a tap, and something flying past, and a drop like a drop of rain. Then as he went on down, he saw something like a white rag whirling down in his wake. "What was that?" he asked. "I did not see." The aeronaut glanced, and then clutched at the lever to recover, for they were sweeping down. When the aeropile was rising again, he drew a deep breath and replied, "That," and he indicated the white thing still fluttering down, "was a swan." "I never saw it," said Graham. The aeronaut made no answer, and Graham saw little drops upon his forehead. They drove horizontally, while Graham clambered back to the passenger's place, out of the lash of the wind. And then came a swift rush down, with the wind screw whirling to check their fall, and the flying stage growing broad and dark before them. The sun, sinking over the chalk hills in the west, fell with them and left the sky a blaze of gold. Soon men could be seen as little specks. He heard a noise coming up to meet him, a noise like the sound of waves upon a pebbly beach, and saw that the roofs about the flying stage were dark with his people rejoicing over his safe return. A dark mass was crushed together under the stage, a darkness stippled with innumerable faces, and quivering with the minute oscillation of waved white handkerchiefs and waving hands. Chapter 17. 3 Days. Lincoln awaited Graham in an apartment beneath the flying stages. He seemed curious to learn all that had happened, pleased to hear of the extraordinary delight and interest which Graham took in flying. Graham was in a mood of enthusiasm. "I must learn to fly," he cried. "I must master that. I pity all poor souls who have died without this opportunity. The sweet, swift air. It is the most wonderful experience in the world." "You will find our new times full of wonderful experiences," said Lincoln. "I do not know what you will care to do now. We have music that may seem novel." "For the present," said Graham. "Flying holds me. Let me learn more of that. Your aeronaut was saying there is some trades union objection to one's learning." "There is, I believe," said Lincoln, "but for you." If you would like to occupy yourself with that, we can make you a sworn aeronaut tomorrow. Graham expressed his wishes vividly and talked of his sensations for a while. And as for affairs, he asked abruptly, how are things going on? Lincoln waved affairs aside. Ostrog will tell you that tomorrow, he said. Everything is settling down. The revolution accomplishes itself all over the world. Friction is inevitable here and there, of course, but your rule is assured. You may rest secure with things in Ostrog's hands. Would it be possible for me to be made a sworn aeronaut, as you call it, forthwith before I sleep? Said Graham, pacing. Then I could be at it the very first thing tomorrow again. It would be possible, said Lincoln thoughtfully. Quite possible. Indeed, it shall be done. He laughed. I came prepared to suggest amusements, but you have found one for yourself. I will telephone to the aeronautical offices from here, and we will return to your apartments in the wind vane control. By the time you have dined, the aeronauts will be able to come. You don't think that after you have dined, you might prefer? He paused. Yes, said Graham. We had prepared a show of dancers. They have been brought from the Capri Theater. I hate ballets, said Graham shortly. Always did. That's not what I want to see. We had dancers in the old days. For the matter of that, they had them in ancient Egypt. But flying, true, said Lincoln. Though our dancers, they can afford to wait, said Graham. They can afford to wait. I know, I'm not a Latin. There's questions I want to ask some expert about your machinery. I'm keen. I want no distractions. You have the world to choose from, said Lincoln. Whatever you want is yours. Asano appeared, and under the escort of a strong guard, they returned through the city streets to Graham's apartments. Far larger crowds had assembled to witness his return than his departure had gathered, and the shouts and cheering of these masses of people sometimes drowned Lincoln's answers to the endless questions Graham's aerial journey had suggested. At first Graham had acknowledged the cheering and cries of the crowd by bows and gestures, but Lincoln warned him that such a recognition would be considered incorrect behavior. Graham, already a little wearied by rhythmic civilities, ignored his subjects for the remainder of his public progress. Directly they arrived at his apartments, Asano departed in search of kinematographic renderings of machinery in motion, and Lincoln dispatched. Graham's commands for models of machines and small machines to illustrate the various mechanical advances of the last 2 centuries. The little group of appliances for telegraphic communication attracted the master so strongly that his delightfully prepared dinner, served by a number of charmingly dexterous girls, waited for a space. The habit of smoking had almost ceased from the face of the earth, but when he expressed a wish for that indulgence, inquiries were made, and some excellent cigars were discovered in Florida and sent to him by pneumatic dispatch while the dinner was still in progress. Afterwards came the aeronauts, and a feast of ingenious wonders in the hands of a latter-day engineer. For the time, at any rate, the neat dexterity of counting and numbering machines, building machines, spinning engines, patent doorways, explosive motors, grain and water elevators, slaughterhouse machines and harvesting appliances was more fascinating to Graham than any Bayadere. We were savages, was his refrain. We were savages. We were in the Stone Age compared. With this, and what else have you? There came also practical psychologists with some very interesting developments in the art of hypnotism. The names of Milne Branwell, Fechner, Lebo, William James, Myers, and Gurney, he found, bore a value now that would have astonished their contemporaries. Several practical applications of psychology were now in general use. It had largely superseded drugs, antiseptics, and anesthetics in medicine, was employed by almost all who had any need of mental concentration. A real enlargement of human faculty seemed to have been effected in this direction. The feats of calculating boys, the wonders, as Graham had been wont to regard them, of mesmerizers, were now within the range of anyone who could afford the services of a skilled hypnotist. Long ago, the old examination methods in education had been destroyed by these expedients. Instead of years of study, candidates had substituted a few weeks of trances, and during the trances, expert coaches had simply to repeat all the points necessary for adequate answering, adding a suggestion of the post-hypnotic recollection of these points. In process mathematics particularly, this aid had been of singular service, and it was now invariably invoked by such players of chess and games of manual dexterity as were still to be found. In fact, all operations conducted under finite rules of a quasi-mechanical sort, that is, were now systematically relieved from the wanderings of imagination and emotion, and brought to an unexampled pitch of accuracy. Little children of the laboring classes, so soon as they were of sufficient age to be hypnotized, were thus converted into beautifully punctual and trustworthy machine-minders, and released forthwith from the long, long thoughts of youth. Aeronautical pupils who gave way to giddiness could be relieved from their imaginary terrors. In every street were hypnotists ready to print permanent memories upon the mind. If anyone desired to remember a name, a series of numbers, a song, or a speech, it could be done by this method, and conversely, memories could be effaced, habits removed, and desires eradicated. A sort of psychic surgery was, in fact, in general use. Indignities, humbling experiences were thus forgotten. Amorous widows would obliterate their previous husbands. Angry lovers released themselves from their slavery. To graft desires, however, was still impossible, and the facts of thought transference were yet unsystematized. The psychologists illustrated their expositions with some astounding experiments in mnemonics made through the agency of a troupe of pale-faced children in blue. Graham, like most of the people of his former time, distrusted the hypnotist, or he might then and there have eased his mind of many painful preoccupations. But in spite of Lincoln's assurances, he held to the old theory that to be hypnotized was in some way the surrender of his personality, the abdication of his will. At the banquet of wonderful experiences that was beginning, he wanted very keenly to remain absolutely himself. The next day, and another day, and yet another day passed in such interests as these. Each day Graham spent many hours in the glorious entertainment of flying. On the third day he soared across Middle France and within sight of the snow-clad Alps. These vigorous exercises gave him restful sleep, and each day saw a great stride in his health from the spiritless anemia of his first awakening. And whenever he was not in the air and awake, Lincoln was assiduous in the cause of his amusement. All that was novel and curious in contemporary invention was brought to him, until at last his appetite for novelty was well nigh glutted. One might fill a dozen inconsecutive volumes with the strange things they exhibited. Each afternoon he held his court for an hour or so. He speedily found his interest in his contemporaries becoming personal and intimate. At first he had been alert chiefly for unfamiliarity and peculiarity. Any foppishness in their dress, any discordance with his preconceptions of nobility in their status and manners had jarred upon him, and it was remarkable to him how soon that strangeness and the faint hostility that arose from it disappeared. How soon he came to appreciate the true perspective of his position and see the old Victorian days remote and quaint. He found himself particularly amused by the red-haired daughter of the manager of the European piggeries. On the second day after dinner, he made the acquaintance of a latter-day dancing girl and found her an astonishing artist. And after that, more hypnotic wonders. On the third day Lincoln was moved to suggest that the master should repair to a pleasure city, but this Graham declined, nor would he accept the services of the hypnotist in his aeronautical experiments. The link of locality held him to London. He found a perpetual wonder in topographical identifications that he would have missed abroad. Here, or 100 feet below here, he could say, I used to eat my midday cutlets during my London university days. Underneath here was Waterloo and the perpetual hunt for confusing trains. Often have I stood waiting down there, bag in hand, and stared up into the sky above the forest of signals, little thinking I should walk some day 100 yards in the air. And now, in that very sky that was once a gray small canopy, I circle in an aeropile. During those 3 days, Graham was so occupied with such distractions that the vast political movements in progress outside his quarters had but a small share of his attention. Those about him told him little. Daily came Ostro, the boss, his grand vizier, his mayor of the palace, to report in vague terms the steady establishment of his rule. A little trouble, soon to be settled in this city, a slight disturbance in that. The song of the social revolt came to him no more. He never learned that it had been forbidden in the municipal limits, and all the great emotions of the crow's nest slumbered in his mind. But on the second and third of the 3 days he found himself, in spite of his interest in the daughter of the pig manager, or it may be by reason of the thoughts her conversation suggested, remembering the girl Helen Wotton, who had spoken to him so oddly at the Wind Vane Keepers' gathering. The impression she had made was a deep one, albeit the incessant surprise of novel circumstances had kept him from brooding upon it for a space. That now her memory was coming to its own. He wondered what she had meant by those broken, half-forgotten sentences. The picture of her eyes and the earnest passion of her face became more vivid as his mechanical interest faded. Her beauty came compellingly between him and certain immediate temptations of ignoble passion, but he did not see her again until 3 full days were past. Chapter 18. Jeruhamrima Burrs. She came upon him at last in a little gallery that ran from the Wind Vane offices toward his state apartments. The gallery was long and narrow, with a series of recesses, each with an arched fenestration that looked upon a court of palms. He came upon her suddenly in one of these recesses. She was seated. She turned her head at the sound of his footsteps and started at the sight of him. Every touch of color vanished from her face. She rose instantly, made a step toward him as if to address him, and hesitated. He stopped and stood still, expectant. Then he perceived that a nervous tumult silenced her, perceived, too, that she must have sought speech with him to be waiting for him in this place. He felt a regal impulse to assist her. "I have wanted to see you," he said. "A few days ago, you wanted to tell me something. You wanted to tell me of the people. What was it you had to tell me?" She looked at him with troubled eyes. "You said the people were unhappy." For a moment she was silent still. "It must have seemed strange to you," she said abruptly. "It did, and yet it was an impulse." "Well, that is all." She looked at him with a face of hesitation. She spoke with an effort. "You forget," she said, drawing a deep breath. "What?" "The people. Do you mean you forget the people?" He looked interrogative. "Yes, I know you are surprised, for you do not understand what you are. You do not know the things that are happening. Well, you do not understand. Not clearly, perhaps. But tell me." She turned to him with sudden resolution. "It is so hard to explain. I have." "Meant to. I have wanted to, and now I cannot." I am not ready with words. But about you there is something. It is wonder. Your sleep, your awakening. These things are miracles, to me at least, and to all the common people. You who lived and suffered and died, you who are a common citizen, wake again, live again, to find yourself master almost of the earth. Master of the earth, he said. So they tell me, but try and imagine how little I know of it. Cities trust the labor company, principalities, powers, dominions, the power and the glory. Yes, I have heard them shout. I know, I am master. King, if you wish, with Ostrog, the boss. He paused. She turned upon him and surveyed his face with a curious scrutiny. Well? He smiled. To take the responsibility, that is what we have begun to fear. For a moment she said no more. No, she said slowly. You will take the responsibility. You will take the responsibility. The people look to you. She spoke softly. Listen. For at least half the years of your sleep in every generation multitudes of people, in every generation greater multitudes of people, have prayed that you might awake prayed. Graham moved to speak and did not. She hesitated, and a faint color crept back to her cheek. Do you know that you have been to myriads King Arthur, Barbarossa, the king who would come in his own good time and put the world right for them? I suppose the imagination of the people. Have you not heard our proverb, when the sleeper wakes? While you lay insensible and motionless there thousands came. Thousands! Every first of the month you lay in state with a white robe upon you, and the people filed by you. When I was a little girl I saw you like that, with your face white and calm. She turned her face from him and looked steadfastly at the painted wall before her. Her voice fell. When I was a little girl I used to look at your face. It seemed to me fixed and waiting, like the patience of God. That is what we thought of you, she said. That is how you seemed to us. She turned shining eyes to him. Her voice was clear and strong. In the city, in the earth, a myriad men and women are waiting to see what you will do, full of strange, incredible expectations. Yes? Ostrog, no one can take that responsibility. Graham looked at her in surprise, at her face lit with emotion. She seemed at first to have spoken with an effort, and to have fired herself by speaking. Do you think, she said, that you who have lived that little life so far away in the past, you who have fallen into and risen out of this miracle of sleep, do you think that the wonder and reverence and hope of half the world has gathered about you only that you may live another little life? That you may shift the responsibility to any other man? I know how great this kingship of mine is, he said haltingly. I know how great it seems, but is it real? It is incredible dreamlike. Is it real, or is it only a great delusion? It is real, she said, if you dare. After all, like all kingship, my kingship is belief. It is an illusion in the minds of men. If you dare, she said. But countless men, she said, and while it is in their minds they will obey. But I know nothing. That is what I had in mind. I know nothing. And these others, the counselors, Ostrog, they are wiser, cooler. They know so much, every detail. And indeed, what are these miseries of which you speak? What am I to know? Do you mean he stopped blankly? I am still hardly more than a girl, she said, but to me the world seems full of wretchedness. The world has altered since your day, altered very strangely. I have prayed that I might see you and tell you these things. The world has changed, as if a canker had seized it and robbed life of everything worth having. She turned a flushed face upon him, moving suddenly. Your days were the days of freedom. Yes, I have thought. I have been made to think, for my life has not been happy. Men are no longer free, no greater, no better than the men of your time. That is not all. This city is a prison. Every city now is a prison. Mammon grits the key in his hand. Myriads, countless myriads, toil from the cradle to the grave. Is that right? Is that to be forever? Yes, far worse than in your time. All about us, beneath us, sorrow and pain. All the shallow delight of such life as you find about you is separated by just a little from a life of wretchedness beyond any telling. Yes, the poor know it. They know they suffer. These countless multitudes who faced death for you 2 nights since, you owe your life to them. Yes, said Graham slowly. Yes, I owe my life to them. You come, she said, from the days when this new tyranny of the cities was scarcely beginning. It is a tyranny, a tyranny. In your days the feudal warlords had gone, and the new lordship of wealth had still to come. Half the men in the world still lived out upon the free countryside. The cities had still to devour them. I have heard the stories out of the old books. There was nobility. Common men led lives of love and faithfulness. Then they did 1,000 things. And you come from that time. It was not. But never mind. How is it now? Gain and the pleasure cities, or slavery unthanked, unhardered, slavery. Slavery, he said. Slavery. You don't mean to say that human beings are chattels. Worse, that is what I want you to know, what I want you to see. I know you do not know. They will keep things from you. They will take you presently to a pleasure city. But you have noticed men and women and children in pale blue canvas, with thin yellow faces and dull eyes? Everywhere. Speaking a horrible dialect, coarse and weak. I have heard it. They are the slaves, your slaves. They are the slaves of the labor company you own. The labor company. In some way, that is familiar. Ah, now I remember. I saw it when I was wandering about the city after the lights returned, great fronts of buildings colored pale blue. Do you really mean? Yes. How can I explain it to you? Of course the blue uniform struck you. Nearly a third of our people wear it, more assume it now every day. This labor company has grown imperceptibly. What is this labor company? Asked Ram. In the old times, how did you manage with starving people? There was the workhouse which the parishes maintained. Workhouse? Yes, there was something. In our history lessons, I remember now, the labor company ousted the workhouse. It grew partly out of something you, perhaps, may remember it, an emotional religious organization called the Salvation Army that became a business company. In the first place, it was almost a charity to save people from workhouse rigors. Now I come to think of it, it was one of the earliest properties your trustees acquired. They bought the Salvation Army and reconstructed it as this. The idea in the first place was to give work to starving homeless people. Yes. Nowadays there are no workhouses, no refuges and charities, nothing but that company. Its offices are everywhere. That blue is its color. And any man, woman, or child who comes to be hungry and weary and with neither home nor friend nor resort must go to the company in the end, or seek some way of death. The euthanasia is beyond their means for the poor. There is no easy death. And at any hour in the day or night there is food, shelter, and a blue uniform for all comers. That is the first condition of the company's incorporation, and in return for a day's shelter, the company extracts a day's work and then returns the weir. Visitors proper clothing and sends him or her out again. Yes, perhaps that does not seem so terrible to you. In your days, men starved in your streets. That was bad. But they died men, these people in blue. The proverb runs, blue canvas once and ever. The company trades in their labor, and it has taken care to assure itself of the supply. People come to it starving and helpless. They eat and sleep for a night and day. They work for a day, and at the end of the day, they go out again. If they have worked well, they have a penny or so, enough for a theater or a cheap dancing place, or a kinematograph story, or a dinner or a bet. They wander about after that is spent. Begging is prevented by the police of the ways. Besides, no one gives. They come back again the next day or the day after, brought back by the same incapacity that brought them first. At last their proper clothing wears out, or their rags get so shabby that they are ashamed. Then they must work for months to get fresh, if they want fresh. A great number of children are born under the company's care. The mother owes them a month thereafter. The children they cherish and educate until they are 14, and they pay 2 years' service. You may be sure these children are educated for the blue canvas, and so it is the company works. And none are destitute in the city? None. They are either in blue canvas or in prison. If they will not work, most people will work at that pitch, and the company has powers. There are stages of unpleasantness in the work stoppage of food, and a man or woman who has refused to work once is known by a thumb marking system in the company's offices all over the world. Besides, who can leave the city poor to go to Paris costs 2 lions. And for insubordination there are the prisons, dark and miserable, out of sight below. There are prisons now for many things. And a third of the people wear this blue canvas? More than a third. Toilers, living without pride or delight or hope, with the stories of pleasure cities ringing in their ears, mocking their shameful lives, their privations and hardships. Too poor even for the euthanasie, the rich man's refuge from life. Dumb, crippled millions, countless millions all the world about, ignorant of anything but limitations and unsatisfied desires. They are born, they are thwarted, and they die. That is the state to which we have come. For a space Graham sat downcast, but there has been a revolution, he said. All these things will be changed. Ostrog. That is our hope. That is the hope of the world. But Ostrog will not do it. He is a politician. To him it seems things must be like this. He does not mind. He takes it for granted. All the rich, all the influential, all who are happy, come at last to take these miseries for granted. They use the people in their politics. They live in ease by their degradation. But you, who come from a happier age, it is to you the people look. To you. He looked at her face. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. He felt a rush of emotion. For a moment he forgot the city, he forgot the race, and all those vague remote voices in the immediate humanity of her beauty. But what am I to do? He said with his eyes upon her. Rule, she answered, bending towards him and speaking in a low tone. Rule the world as it has never been ruled, for the good and happiness of men. For you might rule it, you could rule it. The people are stirring. All over the world, the people are stirring. It wants but a word from you to bring them all together. Even the middle sort of people are restless, unhappy. They are not telling you the things that are happening. The people will not go back to their drudgery. They refuse to be disarmed. Ostrog has awakened something greater than he dreamt of. He has awakened hopes. His heart was beating fast. He tried to seem judicial, to weigh considerations. They only want their leader, she said. And then, you could do what you would. The world is yours. He sat no longer regarding her. Presently he spoke. The old dreams and the thing I have dreamt, liberty, happiness, are they dreams? Could one man? His voice sank and ceased. Not one man, but all men give them only a leader to speak the desire of their hearts. He shook his head, and for a time there was silence. He looked up suddenly, and their eyes met. I have not your faith, he said. I have not your youth. I am here with power that mocks me. No, let me speak. I want to do not right. I have not the strength for that. But something rather right than wrong. It will bring no millennium, but I am resolved now that I will rule. What you have said has awakened me. You are right. Ostrog must know his place, and I will learn. One thing I promise you, this labor slavery shall end. And you will rule? Yes, provided there is one thing. Yes, that you will help me. I, a girl. Yes, does it not occur to you I am absolutely alone? She started, and for an instant her eyes had pity. Need you ask whether I will help you? She said. She stood before him, beautiful, worshipful, and her enthusiasm in the greatness of their theme was like a great gulf fixed between them. To touch her, to clasp her hand, was a thing beyond hope. Then I will rule indeed, he said. Slowly. I will rule. He paused. With you. There came a tense silence, and then the beating a clock striking the hour. She made him no answer. Graham rose. Even now, he said, Ostrog will be waiting. He hesitated, facing her. When I have asked him certain questions, there is much I do not know. It may be that I will go to see with my own eyes the things of which you have spoken, and when I return, I shall know of your going and coming. I will wait for you here again. He stood for a moment regarding her. I knew, she said, and stopped. He waited, but she said no more. They regarded one another steadfastly. Questioningly, and then he turned from her towards the Windvane office. Chapter 19. Ostrog's Point of View. Graham found Ostrog waiting to give a formal account of his day's stewardship. On previous occasions he had passed over this ceremony as speedily as possible in order to resume his aerial experiences, but now he began to ask quick, short questions. He was very anxious to take up his empire forthwith. Ostrog brought flattering reports of the development of affairs abroad. In Paris and Berlin, Graham perceived that he was saying there had been trouble, not organized resistance indeed, but insubordinate proceedings. After all these years, said Ostrog when Graham pressed inquiries, the Commune has lifted its head again. That is the real nature of the struggle, to be explicit. But order had been restored in these cities. Graham, the more deliberately judicial for the stirring emotions he felt, asked if there had been any fighting. A little, said Ostrog, in one quarter only. But the Senegalese division of our African agricultural police, the Consolidated African Companies, have a very well-drilled police was ready, and so were the aeroplanes. We expected a little trouble in the Continental. Cities and in America. But things are very quiet in America. They are satisfied with the overthrow of the council, for the time. Why should you expect trouble? Asked Graham abruptly. There's a lot of discontent, social discontent. The Labor Company? You are learning, said Ostrog with a touch of surprise. Yes, it is chiefly the discontent with the Labor Company. It was that discontent supplied the motive force of this overthrow that in your awakening, yes? Ostrog smiled. He became explicit. We had to stir up their discontent. We had to revive the old ideals of universal happiness, all men equal, all men happy. No. Luxury that everyone may not share ideas that have slumbered for 200 years. You know that. We had to revive these ideals, impossible as they are, in order to overthrow the council. And now, well, our revolution is accomplished, and the council is overthrown, and people whom we have stirred up remain surging. There was scarcely enough fighting. We made promises, of course. It is extraordinary how violently and rapidly this vague, out-of-date humanitarianism has revived and spread. We, who sowed the seed even, have been astonished. In Paris, as I say, we have had to call in a little external help. And here, there is trouble. Multitudes will not go back to work. There is a general strike. Half the factories are empty and the people are swarming in the ways. They are talking of a commune. Men in silk and satin have been insulted in the streets. The blue canvas is expecting all sorts of things from you. Of course, there is no need for you to trouble. We are setting the Babel machines to work with counter-suggestions in the cause of law and order. We must keep the grip tight, that is all, Graham thought. He perceived a way of asserting himself. But he spoke with restraint, even to the pitch of bringing a Negro police, he said. They are useful, said Ostrog. They are fine, loyal brutes, with no wash of ideas in their heads, such as our rabble has. The council should have had them as police of the ways, and things might have been different. Of course, there is nothing to fear except rioting and wreckage. You can manage your own wings. Now, and you can soar away to Capri if there is any smoke or fuss. We have the pull of all the great things. The aeronauts are privileged and rich, the closest trades union in the world, and so are the engineers of the wind vanes. We have the air, and the mastery of the air is the mastery of the earth. No one of any ability is organizing against us. They have no leaders, only the sectional leaders of the secret society we organized before your very opportune awakening. Mere busybodies and sentimentalists they are, and bitterly jealous of each other. None of them is man enough for a central figure. The only trouble will be a disorganized upheaval. To be frank, that may happen, but it won't interrupt your aeronautics. The days when the people could make revolutions are past. I suppose they are, said Graham. I suppose they are, he mused. This world of yours has been full of surprises to me. In the old days we dreamt of a wonderful democratic life, of a time when all men would be equal and happy. Ostrog looked at him steadfastly. The day of democracy is past, he said. Past forever. That day began with the bowmen of Cressy. It ended when marching infantry, when common men in masses ceased to win the battles of the world, when costly cannon, great ironclads, and strategic railways became the means of power. Today is the day of wealth. Wealth now is power as it never was power before it commands earth and sea and sky. All power is for those who can handle wealth. You must accept facts, and these are facts. The world for the crowd as ruler. Even in your days that creed had been tried and condemned. Today it has only one believer, a multiplex, silly one, the mall in the crowd. Graham did not answer immediately. He stood lost in somber preoccupations. No, said Ostrog. The day of the common man is past. On the open countryside, one man is as good as another, or nearly as good. The earlier, aristocracy had a precarious tenure of strength and audacity. They were tempered. There were insurrections, duels, riots. The first real aristocracy, the first permanent aristocracy, came in with castles and armor and banished before the musket and bow. But this is the second aristocracy, the real one. Those days of gunpowder and democracy were only an eddy in the stream. The common man now is a helpless unit. In these days we have this great machine of the city, and an organization complex beyond his understanding. Yet, said Graham, there is something resists, something you are holding down, something that stirs and presses. You will see, said Ostrog with a forced smile that would brush these difficult questions aside. I have not roused the force to destroy myself, trust me. I wonder, said Graham. Ostrog stared. Must the world go this way? Said Graham with his emotions at the speaking point. Must it indeed go in this way? Have all our hopes been vain? What do you mean? Said Ostrog. Hopes? I came from a democratic age, and I find an aristocratic tyranny. Well, but you are the chief tyrant. Graham shook his head. Well, said Ostrog, take the general question. It is the way that change has always traveled. Aristocracy, the prevalence of the best, the suffering and extinction of the unfit, and so to better things. But aristocracy, those people I met. Oh, not those, said Ostrog, but for the most part they go to their death. Vice and pleasure, they have no children. That sort of stuff will die out. If the world keeps to one road, that is, if there is no turning back. An easy road to excess, convenient euthanasia for the pleasure seekers singed in the flame, that is the way to improve the race. Pleasant extinction, said Graham. Yet, he thought for an instant, there is that other thing, the crowd, the great mass of poor men. Will that die out? That will not die out. And it suffers. Its suffering is a force that even you. Ostrog moved impatiently, and when he spoke rather less evenly than before. Don't you trouble about these things, he said. Everything will be settled in a few days now. The crowd is a huge, foolish beast. What if it does not die out? Even if it does not die, it can still be tamed and driven. I have no sympathy with. Cerebral men, you heard those people shouting and singing 2 nights ago. They were taught that song. If you had taken any man there in cold blood and asked why he shouted, he could not have told you. They think they are shouting for you, that they are loyal and devoted to you. Just then they were ready to slaughter the council. Today they are already murmuring against those who have overthrown the council. No, no, said Graham. They shouted because their lives were dreary, without joy or pride, and because in me they hoped. And what was their hope? What is their hope? What right have they to hope? They work ill, and they want the reward of those who work well. The hope of mankind, what is it? That someday the overman may come, that someday the inferior, the weak and the bestial may be subdued or eliminated, subdued if not eliminated. The world is no place for the bad, the stupid, the enervated. There. Duty, it's a fine duty too, is to die. The death of the failure. That is the path by which the beast rose to manhood, by which man goes on to higher things. Ostrog took a pace, seemed to think, and turned on Graham. I can imagine how this great world state of ours seems to a Victorian Englishman. You regret all the old forms of representative government. Their specters still haunt the world. The voting councils and parliaments and all that 18th century tomfoolery. You feel moved against our pleasure cities. I might have thought of that had I not been busy, but you will learn better. The people are mad with envy. They would be in sympathy with you. Even in the streets now, they clamor to destroy the pleasure cities. But the pleasure cities are the excretory organs of the state, attractive places that year after year draw together all that is weak and vicious, all that is lascivious and lazy, all the easy roguery of the world, to a graceful destruction. They go there, they have their time. They die childless. All the pretty, silly, lascivious women die childless, and mankind is the better. If the people were sane, they would not envy the rich their way of death, and you would emancipate the silly, brainless workers that we have enslaved and try to make their lives easy and pleasant again, just as they have sunk to what they are fit for. He smiled a smile that irritated Graham oddly. You will learn better. I know those ideas. In my boyhood, I read your Shelley and dreamt of liberty. There is no liberty save wisdom and self-control. Liberty is within, not without. It is each man's own affair. Suppose, which is impossible, that these swarming, yelping fools in blue get the upper hand of us. What then? They will only fall to other masters. So long as they are sheep, nature will insist on beasts of prey. It would mean but a few 100 years' delay. The coming of the aristocrat is fatal and assured. The end will be the overman for all the mad protests of humanity. Let them revolt. Let them win and kill me and my like. Others will arise, other masters. The end will be the same. I wonder, said Graham doggedly. For a moment he stood downcast. But I must see these things for myself, he said, suddenly assuming a tone of confident mastery. Only by seeing can I understand. I must learn. That is what I want to tell you, Ostrog. I do not want to be king in a pleasure city. That is not my pleasure. I have spent enough time with aeronautics and those other things. I must learn how people live now, how the common life has developed. Then I shall understand these things better. I must learn how common people live, the labor people more especially, how they work, marry, bear children, die. You get that from our realistic novelists, suggested Ostrog, suddenly preoccupied. I want reality, said Graham, not realism. There are difficulties, said Ostrog, and thought. On the whole, perhaps, I did not expect. I had thought. And yet, perhaps, you say you want to go through the ways of the city and see the common people. Suddenly, he came to some conclusion. You would need to go disguised, he said. The city is intensely excited, and the discovery of your presence among them might create a fearful tumult. Still, this wish of yours to go into this city, this idea of yours. Yes, now I think the thing over, it seems to me not altogether. It can be contrived if you would really find an interest in that. You are, of course, master. You can go soon if you like. A disguise for this excursion Asano will be able to manage. He would go with you. After all, it is not a bad idea of yours. You will not want to consult me in any matter? Asked Graham suddenly, struck by an odd suspicion. Oh dear, no, no. I think you may trust affairs to me for a time, at any rate, said Ostrog, smiling. Even if we differ. Graham glanced at him sharply. There is no fighting likely to happen soon? He asked abruptly. Certainly not. I have been thinking about these Negroes. I don't believe the people intend any hostility to me, and, after all, I am the master. I do not want any Negroes brought to London. It is an archaic prejudice, perhaps, but I have peculiar feelings about Europeans and the subject races, even about Paris. Ostrog stood watching him from under his drooping brows. I am not bringing Negroes to London, he said slowly. But if you are not to bring armed Negroes to London, whatever happens, said Graham, in that matter I am quite decided. Ostrog, after a pause, decided not to speak, and bowed deferentially. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.